hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job?
Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
For now, the sun is shining brightly on New Orleans. It is peering through the clouds for the time being, but this may be the last bright spot that we have for the rest of the day and possibly for days to come. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from New Orleans, Louisiana. The story is all about Ida, and a matter of days ago, it was a story of will it or won't it in terms of its development. Now, yesterday we had two landfalls in Cuba. Then it sprung free from Cuba, entered the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, a minimal shear environment, and I'll tell you, it just exploded in power. This morning we've seen it. It is now a major hurricane. Winds have gone from, say, 145 up to 150. The next update may have it intensifying even a bit more. So conditions that we have in New Orleans, the wind and the rain, right now, steady breeze for the time being, will change in a major way. We expect that sledgehammer of more activity move through, especially as we get into the afternoon evening hours, with winds topping, hard to believe, possibly over 100 miles an hour in town, maybe even stronger than that. And then when you think about the big buildings that we have off in the distance, like along Canal Street especially, that wind is going to intensify. It truly will. So this is one of the times, really, folks, when it really gets to its most intense, you want to seek shelter. All right, that is the latest that we have for you from New Orleans. Coverage continues with Dr. Greg Postel in the studio.
Yeah, Reynolds, thank you very much. We are watching now extremely dangerous Hurricane Ida close in on the southern Louisiana coast at a very high intensity, almost a Category 5, and there's some suggestion that maybe it is indeed, but we don't know yet. The official intensity is set at 150 miles per hour, pressure 930 millibars. But the impacts are being felt already with an extreme wind warning for a couple of parishes here in southeastern Louisiana, Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne. The Weather Service issues these wind warnings for landfalling tropical cyclones where the wind is expected to be over 115 miles per hour. Take shelter immediately if you live in these zones where an extreme wind warning has been issued. Lowest floor if you can, right? Again, you got to watch out for surge as well, but an interior room. That's what you really need to stay away from. Windows, shelter, kind of as if tornadic-like winds are moving through, because now the core of Ida is crossing the coast, and we are already seeing wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in those zones. The water is also rising, unfortunately, complicating this extremely so, with water rises in some of these locations 4 to 5 feet already. Now, let's just assume, let's say, that the center of Ida moves roughly along a path like that. Along and to the right of the path is where we could see those extremely high storm surge values. Water levels above normally dry ground, perhaps in the 12 to 16 foot range. Remarkable flooding is likely going to be ensuing in a matter of hours. Elsewhere surrounding that, we also have extremely high water rises. Again, above ground, that's normally dry, so a lot of flooding coming for many of us in the northern Gulf Coast. Timing it out, this is what I'm going to show you. This is what I'm going to leave you with. We do think that roughly noon local time or so, we may be dealing with landfall in southern Louisiana. Grand Isle, Louisiana may be dealing with the eye wall of a Cat 4 with winds well over 100 miles per hour and exceedingly high storm surge over 12 feet. This system continues to move inland and will bring destructive winds through the New Orleans area, assuming this forecast verifies. That would mean in New Orleans, perhaps, if you're in the eye wall, you could see wind gusts over 100 miles per hour later on this afternoon and into the early evening hours. The good news is that this should be weakening fairly quickly later on this evening, Felicia, but still, you can see a lot of rain, and still, places as far east as Biloxi and Hattiesburg, heads up, you could still see very strong winds capable of doing damage throughout the evening hours.
And Dr. Postel, it doesn't just stop there. We know the system will continue lifting with a northward trajectory as well. So let's talk about it. We are already having some of those rain bands moving onshore, and within them, we are seeing some very strong storms. Of course, you can see the center of circulation there, just southeast of Grand Isle. Let's take a look at this tornado warning that we have ongoing just to the north and west of Pensacola. This is for Baldwin and Escambia counties. So Ensley, Gonzales, you're included in that until 9:30 local time. These are brief spin-up tornadoes that are embedded within these rain bands. We know that's a risk. That's why there's a tornado watch in effect. Of course, the warning, though, meaning that the threat is imminent. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning as far to the east as Port St. Joe. You see that here. That is for Gulf County until 10:15 with a tornado possible tag on that. So we are seeing some rotation within there. The rainfall still to come that's going to cause problems of its own. Where you're seeing the orange, 5 to 8 inches possible along that I-55 corridor around New Orleans as well, which has its own problems with flooding. This is going to result in some dangerous flooding. Stick with the Weather Channel. We've got live team coverage as we continue to cover Hurricane Ida.
You know, Ida's turning into a very, very dangerous storm.
This is not just a coastal event.
We're preparing for the worst.
I've already signed an emergency declaration for Louisiana.
And on this 16th anniversary, the morning of when Katrina made landfall here in New Orleans, well, the metro area as well as much of Louisiana, Mississippi, preparing for landfall of another major hurricane, Hurricane Ida, a powerful and potentially deadly Category 4 hurricane, packing 150-mile-per-hour sustained winds, barreling on towards the coast. That eye wall is literally hours from making landfall. It's roughly about 75 miles directly from where I'm standing, but it's coming towards Louisiana coast, potentially one of the strongest hurricanes in recent history to impact and make landfall in southeastern Louisiana. Good Sunday morning. Welcome to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, live above Bourbon Street here in New Orleans, where we're seeing a little light drizzle right now. The rain picked up about an inch in the last couple hours here. That's tapered off temporarily. But rain is one of the three biggest risks I think we have right here in New Orleans. In terms of storm surge flooding, not a huge risk here. There's some around Lake Pontchartrain, but they've done such great work over the last 16 years to protect this city and the metro area, or most of it, from storm surge flooding. That's some great news. That will definitely be tested for sure over the next 36 hours. But the other three risks, rainfall, flooding. This city sits below sea level, so that is a huge risk. We will see flooding. It's a matter of how long and how deep it will get, but that is definitely something that is in our future here. The second concern is the winds. In terms of the latest center line track for the National Hurricane Center, New Orleans will be between 30 and 35 miles from the center. The hurricane force winds extend 50 miles at least from the center, so we will be in that probably 60 to maybe 110 mile per hour wind zone as we head throughout the day into tonight, maybe even lingering into tomorrow. And tropical storm force winds, we've been dealing with that the last 3 hours. So wind damage is our second concern. And then third,
COVID. The hospitals here are chock full of COVID patients, even the trauma units. So now we're talking about potential casualties and injuries from this major hurricane making landfall. There's not going to be enough room for them because of the ongoing pandemic, as well as people will let their guard down and their masks down because of this hurricane coming in, but there's still COVID. Don't let COVID be the calling card that you'll be dealing with in the aftermath of Ida. You see on the radar, it continues to get closer and closer, so there is a lot of anxiety. I talked to locals here. They are anxious because many have lived through Katrina 16 years ago, and again, today being the anniversary of it. So we have a lot of risks to get to. We're trying to get you the most information we possibly can here. And I first now want to head to someone who's been through this before, at least the recovery and the aftermath. I want to bring in retired Lieutenant General Russell Honore, who was in charge of the recovery efforts here in New Orleans after Katrina. And first of all, thanks for joining us this morning. And let's get right to it. The Gulf Coast now facing one of the biggest threats we've had in terms of a landfalling major hurricane in this part of Louisiana in quite some time. So first, what's your thought as you look back on this being the 16th anniversary of landfall of Katrina?
Yeah, it shows you that what the damage could have happened as it happened during Katrina and what could happen as a result of Ida. And Ida's coming in appears to be the eye closer to the city, which could cause a lot more wind, tree damage, taking power out, challenging the pumps with rain. And there is a surge area around New Orleans while we put the gates in to prevent the water from coming into the canals in the city that are used to float the water out. There's a big challenge on the North Shore because the way the winds are coming in and piling up in Lake Pontchartrain, it adds a threat to St. Tammany and St. John the Baptist Parish, because that water will continue to turn in Lake Pontchartrain and threaten the shores of the North Shore of Lake Pontchartrain and back into St. John Parish, which is just east of New Orleans, east of Jefferson Parish. So that surge water is going to be a problem, along with the rainwater, as you've stated, that will challenge the pumps in New Orleans. And the people along the coast, the tidal surge there, most of them have taken the warning, most of them have evacuated, but the local levees in the southern part of Louisiana along the coast are going to be challenged from rain and the tidal surge water, which may overtop some of the levees there.
Yeah, I fear coastal areas might be unrecognizable after this. And you mentioned the levee system. The federal government spent over $15 billion on levees and pumps to protect New Orleans from the kind of flooding we witnessed with Katrina. So what is your confidence that level that this is going to hold for Ida? Because I know a lot of people are fearing a major hurricane, Cat 4, maybe really technically 4.75, coming to New Orleans, and they've lived through the disaster that Katrina was here.
Well, using category, the levee system and the storm protection system was designed around a category 3, as I recall. It depends what effects we get from the impact that the tidal surge. Any levee can be overtopped. And we've had some over-tipping in the past in previous hurricanes after it was built. So it's going to be a wait and see. People will have to listen to the local officials on where it might happen and what's going on, and stay aware and be prepared to go to the highest points of the house if they have to survive. That being said, anything built by man can be destroyed by Mother Nature. So we're all on watch. I'm in Baton Rouge. One of the outliers that we always, and you spend a lot of time making people aware of, is tornadoes. Those tornadoes can touch around anywhere in and around the cone of uncertainty, and they can create as much or more damage than the hurricane themselves. But the prediction of the proximity of the eye to New Orleans will probably create a hell of a lot more wind damage than even Katrina did. You know, the striking blow to Katrina is when the levees broke and the city flooded. Up until that point, things were not looking bad for New Orleans. But when the levees broke, it was a game changer, and 80% of the city flooded.
And General, we've got to talk politics real quick because a lot of public officials, including the mayor of New Orleans, they say that mandatory evacuations would have required days to fully execute. But just a few days ago, Ida was still a tropical storm. And even despite the fact that the modeling was predicting rapid intensification would be a major hurricane, what's the best way to kind of handle the message to the public on a rapidly intensifying storm?
I think there might be a lesson to learn from that, but you got to understand the city is engaged with the COVID fight simultaneously. With all the hospitals are full. We even have federal teams here from U.S. Northern Command, FEMA, and U.S. Army North assisting hospitals in Louisiana because of the high amount of COVID illness we have. All our hospitals are full. I don't know if that had something to do with it, but at this point in time, they'll have to go back and relook that timeline. But as the mayor said, we'll go with that for now, that they didn't have time to prepare the contraflow, because during Katrina, we had an 80% evacuation rate. What people saw on TV was a 20% that didn't evacuate when the city flooded. Now, I do have confidence in the levee system. We won't see a flood like we saw in Katrina. Keeping our fingers crossed, unless there's a major failure that would cause a violation of the levee system. That being said, anything can happen. But they'll have to go back and relook that timeline on the mandatory evacuation, because the timeline for the approach of this storm was very similar to Katrina. On Friday of Katrina, we had voluntary evacuation, and on Saturday, mandatory evacuation. But we'll see what happens here. I think there's a lot more confidence in the resiliency of the city, the communications system. People are well trained. That being said, we're at a big risk with that many people still inside the city.
And sir, thank you so much for your kind words and your leadership today, as well as your service. And as a retired Lieutenant General Russell L. Honore, who's commander of the Joint Force Katrina, when the aftermath of Katrina was trying to be dealt with 16 years ago. Again, this morning we are hours away from landfall of Hurricane Ida and 150-mile-per-hour winds. And we have categories, and Category 5 starts at 157 miles per hour. So at 150, if you do the math, this is literally a Category 4.75 hurricane barreling on towards the southeast Louisiana coastline. So the damage is going to be exponential compared to perhaps just a 130-mile-per-hour hurricane. Let's go back to the studio in Atlanta and say good morning to Dr. Greg Postel, who's been tracking this. And Dr. Postel, there is still a risk. And you look at the satellite pictures, even the intensification going on here, and the lightning, even around the eye wall, this could still strengthen even as it makes landfall this morning.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a window left, but, you know, I'm not sure it matters. We're already at the very high end of the scale. Paul, thank you very much for that. But, you know, the general made a really good point. This will likely be a much more dangerous and destructive windstorm by far than Katrina ever was. And we are right now dealing with some of that moving onshore in southeastern Louisiana. An extreme wind warning for the likelihood, the expectation that wind gusts over 115 miles per hour will be felt in many of these regions, including the parishes of Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne. Now, do expect there'll be more of these. As Ida continues to move in that direction, I expect there'll be more extreme wind warnings for that kind of threat, with winds well over 100 miles per hour possible in the eye wall, depending on where it goes, but maybe not far from New Orleans. We have to be prepared for that. So you're going to want to, if you get one of those warnings, you're going to want to take shelter as if you're sheltering from a tornado with the extreme wind in place. Right now, across the region, we are seeing winds increasing 80 to 90, gusts well over 100 miles per hour. And none of these, I believe, have sampled the worst of it, not even close. We believe that inside of the eye wall, which is this ring of very bad weather, tempestuous weather, we do think that the winds are way over 100 miles per hour in that zone. As we mentioned, the hurricane hunters are in there, and they're finding winds over 150 in that region. A lot of lightning yet tells us that the convection is still extremely strong. So as this closes in on the coast, there's no way it's going to weaken between now and a few hours from now. So do expect catastrophic wind damage all along that zone, especially where that eye wall makes landfall. Grand Isle, Louisiana. Unfortunately, the eye wall has you in its sights. Now, let's also talk about the weather surrounding that, because it's going to get worse for many others as Ida continues to move northward. The winds in many of these locations manageable. Starting to see the New Orleans airport. I believe that's the lakefront airport. The winds are gusting over 40. And with this outer rain band, we could see some spin up of tornadoes. That's also what General Honore was talking about. Some of the areas well outside of where the center is, these outer bands can be dangerous with winds over 50 and the possibility of some tornadoes. Kind of like what we're seeing right now, move through Gulf Shores, about ready to move through Mobile. Biloxi, you saw that band move north of you. It is now moving into parts of southern Mississippi. And notice there's a bit of a break. That's a moat. So that don't be lulled into the fact that the weather is going to be much better the rest of the day. You're going to get a brief break after that lead outer band, and then the core comes in and the conditions will get exponentially worse. The water is rising. We've seen that already. Depending on where it is, the high tides have yet to come in. They will come in the early afternoon. Some places the timing is quite a bit different, but you get the idea that there's 4 to 5 feet of water above normally dry ground already. And in some places, we may see 2-3 times that amount of storm surge, which is going to be catastrophic, to say the least. This is the forecast I'm going to leave you with here, showing that the landfall perhaps as early as noon, 1 o'clock local time. But on the right side of this, in this eye wall, Grand Isle, Louisiana, unfortunately, may be dealing with the kind of wind that can basically knock down anything. And of course, destructive storm surge well over 10 feet. Felicia, back to you.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, that shot from Grand Isle that we were just seeing already looking crazy. Hurricane Ida is just hours away from landfall. Let's catch you up on what we know about the storm. A total of almost 33 million people are within the hurricane's cone, so the threat extends far beyond just Louisiana. The storm could bring flash flooding even into the southern Ohio Valley. 2.6 million people are currently under a hurricane warning in southern Louisiana, with tropical storm warnings extending into southern Mississippi and the Alabama coast. Officials have canceled classes at all New Orleans public schools through Monday, with possible extensions depending on the severity of the hurricane. The mayor of New Orleans is urging all city residents to shelter in place. New Orleans is battening down the hatches as we are dealing with this storm. We are just hours away of Ida making landfall. Just over 100 floodgates are now shut across lower Louisiana. This includes the enormous surge barrier on Lake Borgne that you're seeing behind me. So let's talk about that storm surge potential. We're already seeing the storm surge coming up in places like Grand Isle. You could see that kind of box there under Dr. Postel as he was doing his forecast, already looking incredible at just 3 feet from the record here. Shell Beach at 5.1, Pilot Town at about 4 feet, and we've got hours ahead of this to go. We're looking at wave heights at 28 as you look out off of the southeastern tip there of Louisiana. Wave heights closer to the coast at 14 feet. So we do have the storm surge warning in effect for southern Louisiana, stretching all the way over into Mobile Bay, Daphne, Biloxi, Gulfport. You guys are included in that. And here's what we're looking at. We're talking about life-threatening storm surge that will continue to be a risk as we head through the overnight hours for places like Grand Isle. Stick around. We've got much more to come after the break.
This network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel, and America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Non-attorneys.
This Labor Day, Celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
with a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Don't you want this job?
Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. Extremely dangerous Hurricane Ida, Category 4, is closing in on the Louisiana coast. Let's look at the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. 150 miles per hour. If you're just tuning in, you went to bed, you're thinking, wait, I thought this was 100, 110 miles per hour last night. It was, but it strengthened exceptionally quickly, and the pressure has fallen down to around or just under 930 millibars, as it's just a matter of hours from making landfall in the southern parishes of Louisiana, with catastrophic winds and storm surge. We already have an extreme wind warning out for Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes in southeastern Louisiana for wind gusts over 115 miles per hour. Do expect there to be more of these, especially farther north, that might include New Orleans next couple of hours as the core of Ida moves in. That's about where the beginning of the very strong damaging winds takes place, and the worst of all is in that eye wall where wind gusts way over 100 miles per hour are likely. We've seen that already with lots of observations in this zone, where we've seen, for example, Pilot Station, which is an anemometer elevation of about 20 meters, wind gusts of almost 120 miles per hour there, not in the eye wall. So you can get the sense that this kind of windstorm can bring some extreme damage, and obviously the storm surge will be catastrophic in some places, perhaps 15 feet or more. I'm going to leave you with this. This is a last few images here of the visible satellite shot. You don't see any hurricanes that are more well-developed than this, and that's a bad sign, because this thing is going to be at least maintaining its strength, if not strengthening all the way to landfall. Felicia.
Thank you, Dr. Postel. Well, Ida is expected to cause catastrophic damage, which means injuries stacking up in hospitals already overrun by the coronavirus pandemic. Joining me now is Dr. Catherine O'Neill, the Chief Medical Officer at Our Lady of the Lake Regional Medical Center in Baton Rouge. Thank you so much for taking some of your time to speak with us this morning. First and foremost, what preparations have you taken to prepare your hospitals and medical facilities for Ida's arrival?
We've been preparing since the beginning of the summer. We do a lot of hurricane prep ahead of time. It's never a good thing to prepare just in the last few moments. And so generator tests occur frequently, making sure that people know the plan. What team are you on? Are you on the team that's going to stay in the hospital? Are you on the recovery team? Making sure that people understand their roles and responsibilities. Obviously, oxygen and fuel are big things right now. And number one, because we have a ton of COVID patients. And so our oxygen supply has been on the top of our mind for months now, making sure that we have enough in the hospital to have backups and to have oxygen that we can send people home with. So all of those things have been things that we think about sort of every day as we do our hurricane prep, and then in the last 48 hours have ticked and tied those items.
And as you've talked about a bit, we know the state has been hard hit by COVID and hospital beds are full. How is your hospital going to deal with the influx of potential hurricane victims, whether it's injuries or deaths?
What we're doing right now is encouraging people to stay safe, to stay at home, to make sure that they have a plan. I anticipate that it will be very difficult to reach the hospital by ambulance or in your own vehicle for the next 24 hours. And so really, really important that we are prepared for an influx of people to come when the storm passes. But what we really need people to understand is that there is not a lot of room in the hospital, that we need to make sure that we stay safe. There are shelters, and 211 is our number to call for a place to shelter in place during the storm. We need people to use that kind of shelter now while it's still time to get there. What we're doing, we have extra crews inside the hospital. We handed out 600 mattresses today, and that doesn't include all of the amazing healthcare workers who are checking in still to spend the night, making sure we have enough staff, making sure we have enough supplies. But we know that we are already over full, and so we know that many people will be waiting in halls if they come into the hospital waiting for a medical needs shelter that will happen. We'll pop those up tomorrow in coordination with the state.
Dr. Catherine O'Neill, thanks so much for taking some time to speak with us. Very important information there as this storm closes in on Louisiana. I want to get out to Paul now. He's coming to us live from New Orleans, which, of course, Paul, this is today, the anniversary of Katrina. That would be a milestone in everyone's mind anyways, but especially as Ida bears down on the city.
Yes, Felicia, even yesterday, it was good news to see the traffic, which meant people were leaving the vulnerable areas along the coast and even here in the city. I know people are watching us who have evacuated, and the only people we're seeing out here are some tourists because their planes were canceled. There are no flights coming out of New Orleans today, most likely very limited schedule tomorrow, if any at all. So people are hunkered down here. People I do see are even walking their dogs. So there are even some locals who've come into the downtown area for the hotels to do a vertical evacuation, get out of the lower lying areas because we will see flooding here. And a lot of people just could not simply afford to evacuate, so they're hopefully doing their best to ride this one out. We expect landfall in the next several hours, and conditions will go downhill throughout the day here across southeast Louisiana. We have live team coverage all day long right here on the Weather Channel.
Fact, no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. We're tracking Hurricane Ida. This view from yesterday from the cockpit of one of the hurricane hunters, the Air Force reservists, as they're doing their duty, trying to gather data around and in and through the storm here that we put into the models, weather models, hurricane models as well, to give us the best output. This is one of the reasons why we knew this thing was going to rapidly strengthen. If you went to bed last night, it was still a Category 2 hurricane. You woke up this morning, it was a Category 4 hurricane, and depending on what time you woke up, it could have been 130, or right now it's 150 mile per hour sustained winds. Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Godot, live in New Orleans. We're right above Bourbon Street here where the rain has moved back in. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts the last 4+ hours here in New Orleans. That will only increase. The rain will only increase. It's a big concern across this region. Now, also the winds. They're coming and getting stronger. You see the satellites, Category 4 hurricane, but take a look at the radar. If you take our point here in New Orleans and you go to where the strongest winds are, that's the eye wall close to the center. We're roughly about, say, 70 miles away. This thing is still moving northwest around 15, 16 miles per hour. So we don't expect that center to come through here like Zeta did last October, but we're going to get that right front quadrant where some of the strongest winds are coming right into the southeast Louisiana coastline and then into New Orleans later on, late morning, early afternoon, and then it kind of pushes west of us, but we still have very strong gusty winds and sustained winds all day long. You see our future radar here. We're going to get lashed by the wind and the rain. Heavy rain flooding is going to occur. It's a matter of how long and what time it actually begins here, because we're going to see tremendous rainfall rates. This city below sea level, we can deal with roughly a ½ inch of rain an hour. It's going to exceed that. We could see 2-3 inches per hour. Hopefully it doesn't rain like that for several hours, but that's a huge concern. Then the wind as well. So power outage is a big concern. If you had power outages with Zeta last year, expect more. But this is a Category 4 hurricane, but there's a difference between a 4 and a 5. There's also a difference between a 3 and a 4. I want to bring in Dr. Greg Posetta to talk about this. And, you know, I almost think about the earthquake rating, you know, like a 7.0 is different, much more weaker than a 7.1. There's a lot more power in that. But I think the same thing should happen with these hurricane categories, Dr. Postel. This is going to be a strong 4 versus a weak 4. So we're talking exponential type damage potential and wind speed. So almost like a 4.75 is coming towards the Louisiana coast right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a logarithmic scale, like the earthquake scale you were talking about. But Paul, thank you very much. What really matters is that regardless of where it is within 10 miles per hour, we are going to see catastrophic wind damage with this, unlike we have seen perhaps in the history of Louisiana. And we have an extreme wind warning right now for a couple of southeastern parishes of Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne. This is for wind gusts over 115 miles per hour. And we do expect that to occur in the eye wall. Wherever that goes, do expect those wind gusts to be over 115 miles per hour. And in some cases, quite a bit above that. Grand Isle, Louisiana, shelter in place if you haven't already. Act as if a tornado is coming your way because the winds are going to rapidly increase to a destructive level when that eye wall moves through. Right now, some of the winds surrounding stations, Pilot Station East, this is an interesting one. 97 mile per hour sustained wind, around 100 miles per hour sustained. They're not even in the eye wall. That's the kind of wind we're talking about in areas even outside of this eye wall, which is going to be making it onshore probably within the next hour, maybe hour and a half or so, because the center of circulation is really, I did some math here, about 25 to 30 miles off the coast and moving at 15 miles per hour or so. You can guess that the center will be on board in about an hour and a half, meaning the eye wall will precede that by some time. So be prepared now. Those extreme warnings mean business, and take shelter immediately as if a tornado is moving through. Elsewhere, what we've got is some pretty strong winds picking up from time to time along the northern Gulf Coast. With this outer rain band, do expect wind gusts over 50 miles per hour and the possibility of a couple of tornadoes. Let's say, for example, in Pensacola, with these rain bands, these outer rain bands of Ida bringing over 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Some, of course, seeing some water rises already along the Florida coast, but also the possibility of a couple of tornadoes. Here are those water rises. You can see Dauphin Island, Alabama, 2.7 feet, but that's primarily with a wind that is mostly out of the east. If it comes out of the south, those water rises will go up, as they will in many other locations, especially in southeastern Louisiana. Felicia, water rises over 15 feet.
Definitely a dangerous situation, Dr. Postel. So stay with the Weather Channel. We have live team coverage across the Gulf. We're tracking Ida as it heads toward landfall in Louisiana.
Here's my new trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Very, very long lines seen at New Orleans Airport on Saturday as people flee ahead of Hurricane Ida. Dozens of flights were canceled yesterday, aggravating the already tense situation. Today, all flights in and out of Louis Armstrong International Airport are canceled, closing off potential means to escape ahead of Ida. With the wind speeds, Ida's packing trees and power poles will go down in bunches. That means people will be in the dark and unable to cook for days and perhaps weeks. Joining me now is John Hawkins. He's the vice president overseeing distribution operations for Entergy Louisiana. John, thanks for being with us this morning. So let's talk about the status of the power crews as they get ready to go to work after the storm passes.
Hey, good morning, and thanks for having me. Yeah, we're assembling a workforce of 16,000 plus to be able to support the restoration. We've had folks that started arriving yesterday and the day prior. Some will try to attempt to get as close as they can today, and others will start arriving tomorrow. And then as soon as we get the all clear with the weather, then we will have folks getting out, and they will start beginning restoration of service to our customers.
So obviously there's nothing happening today because the storm is already here for, most of southern portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. But where the storm is not there yet, what are power crews able to do to speed up the process of restoration before the storm gets there?
Yeah, for us, our buckets, when the wind is above 30 miles an hour, that's when we can't safely perform restoration. So for us, anywhere where we don't have that limitation, our guys are attempting to perform restoration. They will do so until those winds reach that threshold.
And of course, after every storm, we have people who try to use their generators, and that has resulted in losses of life in the past. So what do you want to tell customers about generator safety?
I would just ask everyone to be as careful as possible because those are easy places for backfeed. So be careful as you're connecting and disconnecting generators. And I would also like to tell everyone to be mindful. If you do have to leave, If you see a down wire, whether you assume or think it's a cable TV or electrical, stay away from any down wire because it could be energized. And also with all the rain that we're expecting, please be mindful of flooding. You know, as you're traveling, whatever streets that you might be going down, if you can't see, then you shouldn't travel down that street.
And so let's talk about the number one thing that you think families should know while they're riding out the storm. As we go through hours and hours left of this storm, there are going to be a lot of people kind of sitting there waiting, power flickering on and off. What would you tell them?
I would tell them, you know, if they see the power flickering on and off, they probably should turn off their main breaker to make sure that they protect the things on the inside of their home. But then I would also just implore them to make sure they have their personal storm planning kits together. We ask everyone at the beginning of storm season to make sure they put together their personal storm kits, which should have those non-perishables, batteries, make sure your cell phones are charged, your medicine. Those are the things that you might need in case you lose power for multiple days.
John, thanks so much for taking some time out of your busy schedule to talk to us. Again, that's John Hawkins, Entergy Louisiana's Vice President of Distribution Operations. Dr. Postel, we were just looking at that live cam out of Grand Isle. It is blowing my mind right now because this isn't even that southerly onshore flow. This is more of an easterly wind right now in Grand Isle, and this is what it already looks like. We're still, the eye wall still miles away from Grand Isle. This is just a mind-blowing shot, and it goes to really give a good depiction of what storm surge looks like.
Yeah, this is not even close to the worst in Grand Isle. That will happen likely within the next hour or so when the eye wall comes in, and we will see a rapid, even decrease or worsening of the weather conditions than what you're seeing in front of you, which is actually very, very bad weather, extremely dangerous weather now moving into the southern parishes of Louisiana with an extreme wind warning you can see here for Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne counties. That goes until 10:45 local time, so about another hour or so. And I would expect there to be more of these, perhaps later on this morning or early afternoon, to include New Orleans, depending on the track, because as this eye wall moves inland, it will carry with it those destructive winds over 100 miles per hour, which is precisely what this warning is for. The possibility of winds over 115 miles per hour, and that will bring catastrophic damage to many locations in southern Louisiana. Water rise is extremely significant, already above 5 feet in spots, and that is going to go up many times, I think, perhaps as much as 15 feet in some areas along coastal Louisiana. Perhaps not far from Grand Isle, maybe a 12 to 16-foot storm surge in some locations, and significant water rises, Paul, well outside of that as well.
Water rise not only from the storm surge, but also here in New Orleans from the rain, which continues to pick up here, along with some wind as well. Yeah, we're covering everything Ida, as this powerful Category 4 hurricane is making landfall. You can see live in Grand Isle, Louisiana. The water's already up about 3 feet. This could be just a third or maybe even a fourth of the way that water will rise as Ida makes landfall over the next several hours. Stay tuned.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. A live look here in New Orleans of that flag getting battered here with tropical storm force wind gusts. We've been dealing with this for the last 4+ hours here in New Orleans, and that will only continue. Yeah, if you didn't take the flag down, please do, because the winds will only get stronger as we head through this morning, through this afternoon, tonight, and even tomorrow. This is going to be a long duration event. A lot of locals here who went through what happened last hurricane season, even with Hurricane Zeta coming right over, the eye coming over here in New Orleans. It was coming in for about an hour, had the eye wall, the eye, and then it kind of left for another hour or so as well. This is not going to be like that. This will be a much longer duration event and potentially a lot stronger winds here, even though we are not going to have that eye. It's going to stay well to the west of us, but we're going to have a lot of impacts. Already feeling and seeing impacts right now. Let's take a live camera look at, I believe we're starting at Gulfport, Mississippi. Gulfport is easily 60-65 miles to the northeast as the crow flies. You can see we've been dealing with a water rise here. And by the way, Gulfport, Biloxi, Pass Christian, yeah, 16 years ago, we had direct landfall of Hurricane Katrina on this date 16 years ago. So, yeah, we know what Mother Nature can bring to you. But right now, we're going to be, I think, about 100 miles or so from that eye. That's some good news. A little closer in by about, say, 45 miles is Waveland, Mississippi. And look at that. Storm surge already being felt. Again, you're in that right front quadrant. That circulation coming right on in. And this part of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we are very surge prone. That's why you're still going to be, say, 70, 80 miles away from that center at the closest point before landfall and still have impacts like that. And then we head on towards the south and west of where we are in New Orleans to Houma, Louisiana. And you see the anemometer being battered about here. And we have increasing rain coming through this region as well. We're going to have perhaps that northern, maybe northwestern eye wall slam through the Houma area as we head later into today. Here in New Orleans, we were still dealing with some wind and some rain coming on through, but this is truly, I wouldn't even call this the appetizer. We have a lot more weather to get through right now. I want to bring in Dr. Greg Postel to talk about this. When we have official landfall, that's when that center of the hurricane makes land, but people have to realize, you might say a couple hours from landfall, we have a couple of hours of the most intense weather to get through at the coast before that center point crosses, so don't let your guard down.
Case in point, Paul, we have an extreme wind warning out for some of the southern parishes of Louisiana for about another hour, and I expect more of these to come, perhaps including New Orleans, where you are, later on this morning or in the afternoon hours. Heads up, because the core of Ida is moving onshore now, with the eye wall about ready to get into the Grand Isle area. This high wind warning, this extreme wind warning, I should say, is for wind gusts over 115 miles per hour, and that includes areas of Houma, Grand Isle, Boothville, and everywhere in between. The extremely dangerous part of Ida is now making its way onshore. We've seen some sustained winds of 80 to 90 to 100 miles per hour in areas outside of the eye wall, and do expect the winds at Grand Isle to increase as well. Of course, some of these locations are at a bit higher elevation than normal, but you get the idea. We're about 25 miles away from where the center of rotation makes it onshore. That should be within the next hour and a half or so. Many other areas, as Paul was mentioning, are seeing significantly bad weather, including areas in southern Alabama and even western Florida and coastal Mississippi. With these outer rain bands moving through, do expect wind gusts over 50 miles per hour and the possibility of tornadoes as well. This will be with us all day long. This satellite imagery is fantastic and extremely telling. Very, very dangerous conditions are in this eye wall, with the ruffled cloud appearance about ready to make it onshore into coastal Louisiana, with destructive winds well over 100 miles per hour. Now, let me time it out for everybody to give you an idea of when that worst weather, wind-wise, rain-wise, and the like, and surge will come in. We will start to see the wind turn out of the south across parts of southern Louisiana. That will bring much more significant water rises than even we're seeing now, and that will happen within the next couple of hours as the center crosses the coast. Now, the eye wall may indeed be approaching New Orleans by mid-afternoon, and in that, do expect wind gusts maybe approaching 100 miles per hour, which is why I think we'll see more of those extreme wind warnings issued later today. If you get one, take shelter, act as if a tornado is coming through. We will also see extremely bad weather well to the east of New Orleans, Slidell, Mississippi. Later on this afternoon and evening, wind gusts over hurricane force and the like, as well as in many other areas. Hammond and southern Mississippi even. We are going to see strong winds and very heavy rain and the possibility of tornadoes. I'm going to leave you with this live shot of New Orleans with a wind gust already over 40 miles per hour.
Power outage.
Good Sunday morning. Welcome to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, and we are covering the imminent landfall of Category 4 Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. I'm live here in New Orleans. You can see that eye wall getting closer and closer and already impacting severely some of the southern and southeastern parishes of this state, where we're seeing and feeling impacts well away from the center and well away from Louisiana, even parts of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi getting impacted right now from this hurricane, the latest major hurricane making landfall here in the U.S. It seems like it's a recent thing. We had several last year, and here we go again this year on this 16th anniversary of the landfall of Hurricane Katrina here in Louisiana. And also, you do know what happened in New Orleans here with the flooding. And by the way, the center of Katrina devastated coastal Mississippi, and they too are remembering this anniversary. Again, here in the French Quarter, we're seeing some wind and some rain right now, but the worst is yet to come. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts the last 4 or 5+ hours here across the region. Again, tropical storm force wind gusts 39 or higher, and now we have some light rain showers coming through here as well. But let's talk about other areas dealing impacts well away from the center of the system. We have tower cams all across the area. We have tower cams here in New Orleans showing you rain. But let's go to Gulfport, Mississippi. That's about, say, 60, 70 miles away from where I'm standing right now. And you can see the surge coming in. Again, this is nothing like Katrina with a 30-foot storm surge there on the coast of Mississippi. Biloxi, Pass Christian, Gulfport, devastated for miles inland. It's not that type of storm, but you are and will see even a higher storm surge as we head throughout landfall and even hours after landfall. Again, you're in that right front quadrant. You have that unaided push of this moisture by a system which could still be strengthening as we speak. A little closer in by a few, maybe a dozen miles or so is Waveland, Mississippi, about maybe 45, 50 miles away from where we're standing. You too have surge waters already covering the beach and pushing well inland as well, and this will only continue to get higher, and there's also a duration of this flood waters as well. We head to the other side of where I am here, basically maybe 40 miles southwest of New Orleans. There's Houma, Louisiana, and we too are seeing the rain and feeling the gusty winds here, and we have that northern and northwestern eye wall we have to go through as we head throughout the rest of today. In fact, looking at the radar, compared to where we are here in New Orleans, we still have about maybe 65, 70 miles away from that northern eye wall. So we have a lot of weather to get to. That's what I'm saying. It's only going to go downhill and get intense as well, about 64, 65 miles from the northern eye wall. We still have more to the center. And by the way, just extrapolating all this out, as this storm makes landfall and pushes to the west of New Orleans, we are going to be between 30, 35 miles away from the center point, but the hurricane force winds will extend out at least 50 miles. So we do expect our winds to be sustained in hurricane force for quite some time later on today. I guess the only bright spot is this is happening as the sun is up, but the only downside is this is going to happen, and we have this kind of weather impact for the duration of today and then tonight, and not really improving till tomorrow. If you went through Zeta last year in New Orleans, I came in and it came out. It's not going to be nearly that quick. We're already reporting thousands of people without power this morning, not only here in New Orleans, but all across Louisiana. And now I'm getting a public advisory. Again, the 911 right now is experiencing difficulty here in southeast Louisiana. So as a concern, if you are in some distress, know that it might be difficult to get first responders, A, because 911 is having problems, and B, because our weather is going downhill as well. So those that have evacuated, great. Keep it tuned. We'll keep you informed. But also, you might not want to call your loved ones here because it ties up the cell signals, which first responders might be needing, or other ways. Send a text. It's lower battery power even for people getting that text. And if they lose power, they need to conserve every bit of juice they have because they might not get power restored for days, if not weeks, depending on where they are here in southeast Louisiana. This is becoming a worst-case scenario for thousands here across this state. Let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel, who's tracking this. And the bad news, Greg, is further intensification is still on the table this morning.
Well, you know what? That's a really good point because we thought maybe that would be the case all the way up until landfall, Paul. But looking at some of the latest observations, thank you for that reporting. It does appear that Ida has leveled off in intensity and may start to weaken gradually, especially once it moves inland. But that's also not a good thing because of where and the intensity that perhaps this thing is leveled off at 150 miles per hour. That does nobody any good. This is going to be an extremely destructive hurricane with catastrophic damage from both wind and surge. We've got extreme wind warnings out for the southern parishes of Louisiana. We've been talking about that for the last hour or so. It's in place for about another half an hour, and I wouldn't be surprised to see another extreme wind warning be issued for areas to the north that might indeed include New Orleans later on this afternoon. So heads up on that. Our radar sort of dropped out right there, but that's what happens when you have a landfalling high-end Cat 4. But let me show you what I mean by, I think, leveling off in intensity. What we're seeing is perhaps a secondary wind maxima here, another eye wall on the outer side here, which may be sort of the formation of a eye wall replacement cycle or the early stages of it. That's a lot of complicated words, but it's good news in a sense, in one way, that it might level the intensity off or lead to a little bit of a weakening. But the problem is that it also expands the wind field, and there may be a secondary wind maximum here, which could include many other areas outside of the original eye wall that could see that destructive wind. So we've got to be very careful about how we manage the messaging of the landfall and the movement of Ida inland, because while the maximum winds in the original eye wall may be slowing down a little bit, there is another area outside of it that's got some extreme winds with it, and we're seeing that already. Pilot Station East, 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Let me take you to Grand Isle right now, Louisiana, where we're getting winds, at least the last report, of sustained 52, gusts to 74. The conditions we saw about 15 minutes ago were getting really, really bad, according to the camera. Let's see if we can get there, because I think it gives you an idea of the water rise and the type of weather conditions that you're seeing. There you go. There's Grand Isle, Louisiana. That wind gust that you see on the top left, that's wrong. The winds are a lot stronger than that. The winds are gusting over 70 miles per hour in places, and you can see the water rise and the storm surge already impacting many areas of coastal Louisiana. This is going to be a big problem for many of us in the region as we go forward. Right now, you can see there's Grand Isle right there. There's a bit of a moat here. That's sort of the region in between that outer wind maximum and the original eye wall here. This is where the very strongest winds are still way over 100 miles per hour and moving into coastal Louisiana within the next hour. Elsewhere, this is not just a coastal Louisiana problem. We've got bad winds and bad weather in coastal Mississippi, Alabama, and western Florida. The possibility of tornadoes exists with some of these outer rain bands and wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. And water rise from storm surge, even, as far east as Mobile, Dauphin Island, Alabama, perhaps Pensacola as well. There are some of those water rises from the storm surge that are going to get a lot higher. I'm going to show you this to show you the idea that this thing is a ferocious hurricane about ready, the eye, to move on board probably within the next hour or so. And I'll leave you with this forecast, Felicia, to show you that the weather impacts will be carried well inland with Ida. You can see that the center of circulation by 7 o'clock tonight, perhaps not far from Homa, and that original eye wall containing damaging and destructive winds, perhaps gusting over to 100. We may see the same thing with that secondary wind maxima, that outer eye wall perhaps in New Orleans or areas farther to the east from there, maybe even Slidell, Bay St. Louis. Heads up, the weather is going to get very bad this evening and last throughout the night with, of course, along the coastline, significant storm surge, perhaps 10 feet and up to 15 feet in spots. Felicia.
Thank you, Dr. Postel. Well, Morgan City is a town of 11,000 people situated on Louisiana's Cajun coast. It sits about 65 miles southwest of New Orleans. That's where we find meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. You know, Steph, we saw your videos and the explanation yesterday of the wall that protects the city. But of course, when you have a storm, when you're talking about a strong Cat 4 approaching Cat 5, people are still on edge, I would imagine.
They still are on edge, and I've had a lot of people hit me up on Twitter and be like, will it hold, will it hold? Well, I can show you the wall behind us. I mean, this is solid concrete. The rest of Morgan City is protected by levees. This going up at least 20 feet. And that surge we could see could be up to 12 to 16 feet in Grand Isle. Here in Morgan City, we're right on that border. Around 6 feet is where we're looking, maybe a little bit higher than that. That is protecting the businesses and homes. As we look down the street, the winds, however, could be a major issue. Look at all the trees, look at all the power lines, and look at all the homes. If we get into that western eye wall or even that outer wall that Dr. Postel was just talking about, we could see significant damage here. It's going to be a little shift east, little shift west is going to make or break who is going to get the worst weather. Let's talk about the surge we're seeing. He mentioned Grand Isle. We are seeing already a water rise of anywhere from 3 to 5 feet on the coast of Louisiana over into Mississippi. That's going to get worse as this comes in. And the tough thing about this is even as this goes by, if this stays to our east, we'll get a north wind. But then as it goes by us, the winds could shift, and we could see the water rise in some places after the storm passes when your winds shift to a southerly flow. So things will be changing. It's going to be a fluid situation over the next 24 hours. We do have those surge advisories for Louisiana and into Mississippi, and that surge potential, as I was mentioning, the highest will be into Grand Isle, where we're already seeing it. But the winds, they could be very damaging, and they will be catastrophic for some people. In fact, the last major hurricane to make landfall within 50 miles of New Orleans was Katrina in 2005. Now, this one has winds at 150 miles an hour. Katrina had winds of 125. The only other two hurricanes that have made landfall that were as strong as Ida were Laura in 2020, which was over in Lake Charles. And if you remember that damage, it looked like a tornado had gone through. And then you have to go back to the 1800s, 1856, to have a hurricane with winds at 150 miles an hour. Paul, for a Cat 5, winds would have to be to 157, but as Dr. Postel was just mentioning, it looks like we'll stay in that Cat 4 range, but I got to tell you, it's going to be deadly and destructive as a Cat 4. We don't need to get to that Cat 5 to see mega damage.
Yeah, Steph, I want to call this like maybe a Cat 4.75. That's really what it should be at 150, because a strong 4, a lot more damage than a weak 4. So if this is closer to a 5 than a 4, and you mentioned some of those other hurricanes, Laura was a kind of a small, compact hurricane. That's why we didn't see damage everywhere across Louisiana, as well as Katrina, a much bigger storm, even though the winds were lower. So, you know, size does matter when it comes to these landfall thing, and also the wind field as well. So I'd say Ida's kind of a medium-sized system here. So we're going to see a lot more wind and also storm surge. And we mentioned storm surge. We know that Katrina made landfall in Mississippi, and we had major impacts here in New Orleans on the west side of this system. And people are concerned here. Thanks, Steph. We'll get back to you coming up. But let's talk about the levee protection system here in New Orleans, which is top of mind. I talked to some locals here, and they are anxious. Many didn't sleep well at all the last 24, even 48 hours, and probably will not sleep well over the next 24, 36 hours, because they still have stress and even PTSD from what happened 16 years ago, or began to happen 16 years ago with Katrina. Now, the federal government, the state, they've done a lot in terms of building up the levee protection system, but it's built to not fail like it did 16 years ago. They could be overtopped, and that could actually happen with this system because it's designed for about Cat 3. This is going to be Cat 4. But the winds are coming, and the winds are pushing that water. The winds are pushing the water perhaps potentially up and over some of these levees. And you can see as we head throughout the day and even tonight how the winds continue to increase here in New Orleans. And as it pulls away, we're talking as we head throughout Monday, we're still dealing with tropical storm force winds. We've been dealing with that the last 4 or 5 hours here in New Orleans. We could see another 24 or maybe even 30 hours of tropical storm force winds before things start to wind down here. And all that is pushing water at different directions against some of the levee protection system areas. So I think freshwater flooding, rain flooding is going to be the biggest flood producer here, but we can't rule out some levees having the water push up and over them. And of course the winds, power outages, be prepared for the next 72 hours. They say the local governments here, first 72 are on you if you're riding this thing out here. So, Felicia, we have a lot more to get through here in New Orleans. We are only just beginning to see and feel the impacts from Ida here in NOLA.
We certainly do, Paul. So we've talked about all the risks, the wind, the storm surge, but also that freshwater flooding threat from the rainfall that we're going to see. That is why you're seeing these flash flood watches issued here for portions of Louisiana, the entire state of Mississippi, western portions of Alabama, and that is stretching up through western Tennessee. Now, the rain's still to come. This is the forecast that you're seeing, where you're seeing that bullseye of red there. That's 8 to 12 inches. Of course, some higher amounts possible, and it doesn't just stop there across southern portions of Louisiana. This storm is going to continue lifting north, and it's going to have far-reaching impacts as we head into the early part of next week. You can see those bands of rain containing heavy tropical downpours. We could also have some very strong storms within those bands as well. Guys, we're in it for the long haul. Stick with the Weather Channel. We've got much more coming up.
My dad and I used to...
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Ida is really showing some force here in Gulfport, Mississippi. Rain has been coming down throughout the course of the morning. We also are getting that storm surge flooding we knew was going to come, and that water is streaming in off the Gulf. Really remarkable to see it happen. I'm standing on a sidewalk right now. All of you see in front of me here for the first couple hundred feet is parking spaces, and then beyond that is actually the marina. And as I can see it right now, the pylons that make up the docks only have maybe about 4 feet of room left before the water will be over top of them. With 6 to 9 feet of storm surge, it will definitely be over those pylons. There are only a few boats left out there in the harbor, in the marina, and we know that those are probably going to be in bad shape when Ida is finally done with this Gulfport coastline and this marina. there was a mandatory evacuation here in Gulfport for all boats on the water. I doubt they're going to fare well, especially as the bulk and brunt of the storm continues to blow through here for the rest of this day, into tonight, into tomorrow.
Justin Michaels, thank you very much for that report in Gulfport, Mississippi. And we're going to be watching the weather conditions get worse there and in many other locations along the Gulf Coast, including coastal Louisiana, where the very worst part now of extremely dangerous Hurricane Ida is closing in. And we're probably within an hour, hour and a half of landfall. Right now, an extreme wind warning is issued for some of these southern Louisiana parishes, including Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne, for the wind gusts of over 115 miles per hour that can do catastrophic damage to the region. And you can see that the weather is only going to get worse in places like Grand Isle, where the wind, at least last report, was 52, gusts to 74 miles per hour. This makes me nervous because Pilot Station East was reporting a sustained wind over 100 miles per hour and now calm. There's no way the wind is calm there. That suggests to me that that station has been knocked offline. That's not a good sign. With the primary eye wall right here, this is where the worst of the weather is, with the winds way over 100 miles per hour. But this secondary eye wall, as we've undergone now, we think at least the beginning or middle stages of an eye wall replacement cycle. That's a bad problem because that means we've got now two eye walls to deal with, and the secondary one, the outer one, still contains damaging winds, and you can see perhaps that moved through Grand Isle. Let's go there right now to Grand Isle, Louisiana, where you can see a significant amount of water rise, an onshore wind, or east-southeast wind anyway, gusting over 70 miles per hour. The weather here will get worse. There's a bit of a moat. In other words, it will back off a little bit, and then the primary eye wall will come through once again. And Felicia, the conditions will get even worse. Very difficult for even buildings to withstand this kind of ferocity.
Thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Yeah, it is just those are crazy images coming out of the Grand Isle area right now. Now, this is a scene we're seeing a lot of across the western Gulf Coast. Residents doing what they can to protect their homes against the elements, with powerful winds already slamming Louisiana and a storm surge potential of 12 to 16 feet in some areas. Only time will tell if these preparations are going to hold up. Now, there is, as rightfully so, a ton of focus on the impacts that the Gulf Coast is going to be having from Ida. And you can see this is a far-reaching storm. We've got rain bands all the way out into Appalachia, stretching up into southern portions of Alabama and Mississippi. But this is also going to have inland impacts as well as we head through the next 48 hours, or really through the next 3 to 4 days, even as it lifts up across the southern Ohio Valley. Right now, we do have a flash flood warning in Escambia County, Ferry Pass, Pensacola included in that until 4:15. You guys just happen to be stuck right under the band, and it's just going over the same areas, and that is allowing this rain to really add up very quickly. This is in the past 3 hours. If we could go back to that, I'm not sure why we jumped ahead, but if we could go back to that, you could see 3 to 5 inches of rain there just to the north of Pensacola. So that is going to be problematic, especially when you're talking about over major highways like it is. Here's what we're looking at for the forecast. As I mentioned, this is going to be something that we're dealing with for the days to come. So this is going to lift up over the Mississippi Valley, or up over Mississippi. This is going to cross portions of, or most of Tennessee, in fact, with the forecast currently. And then as we head into the middle to latter part of the week, we're talking about impacts all the way up into the southern Ohio Valley and the Appalachians and the northeast coast. So here's the rainfall still to come. You can see pockets of 3 to 5 inches, even as we look up through Kentucky, West Virginia, into southern portions of Pennsylvania as well. So this is a storm that we're going to be talking about into next week, and it's going to have far-reaching implications. Stick with the Weather Channel.
The fact, no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge, and we're dealing with Ida. This video from Gulfport, Mississippi, which is about, say, 60, 70 miles to the northeast of where I am in New Orleans this morning. We can see the storm surge already in and covering some of the docks right there by the coastline there. And this is on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina making landfall and devastating this part and many other parts of Gulfport. In fact, in Bay St. Louis reports of a 5-foot water rise already. And look at Shell Beach in Louisiana, a 5.9-foot storm surge. And you're not going to see the eye, but that's the power of the wind field of Hurricane Ida. A 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane is pushing that water up and over land at this time. Again, Bay St. Louis, 5.3-foot water rise. 933 is the pressure in the center of Hurricane Ida, making that a 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. It's about 60 miles off the mouth of Mississippi. And by the way, this time yesterday, our pressure, even here in New Orleans, was 1,015. We're not going to see that eye, but we'll get within, say, 30, 40 miles of that center. But the hurricane force winds extend out more than 50 miles from the center. So the winds we've been dealing with, which have been in the tropical storm force wind gusts for the last 5 hours or so, last hour, or this current hour, I should say, gust over 50 miles per hour at the airport in New Orleans, which is basically a shutdown. There are 0 flights coming in or out of MSY. Masonic Stockyards is what that stands for, the airport, international airport here in New Orleans. No flights today, and most likely, probably a handful of flights might make it tomorrow. So for people who are back in town visiting and touristing, and I tell you what, the economy, well, they really depend on tourist dollars here in the city. So the people who are stuck here, they cannot fly out, perhaps maybe not until the middle of this week, but we're just getting into it. You see, as we head throughout the day, we're going to see a lot more winds increase, get to that hurricane force, stay there for a while, and really not wind down until sometime tomorrow. Power outages, already 60,000 customers across southeast Louisiana without power, but those are billing points. So in terms of people, easily 2.5 or maybe a 3-time multiplier. So we're talking probably close to 200,000 individuals without power right now. So if you still have power, if you have not evacuated, you're still hearing this, you want to charge up everything you can and even lower your air conditioning, because when it does go out, it might be days, if not weeks, before it comes through. And also, by the way, if you're trying to check on relatives here, text them, because calling them drains more battery out of their phones. If they've lost power, they want to keep that phone alive as long as they can in case they need to call for help. Flooding is going to happen here in New Orleans, not so much from storm surge, but just the physical rain coming down here. We are below sea level. The pumps can handle a ½ inch an hour. We're going to see hours upon hours of rain, maybe exceeding an inch or 2 per hour. So big concern still to go through here in New Orleans and much of other southeast Louisiana dealing with this as well. Let's go back to the studio now with Dr. Craig Postel tracking this. And Dr. Postel, the weather along the coast is pretty intense right now. They still have quite a ways to go. I guess the only bright news is that the forward speed is still in that 15-mile-per-hour range. So we're going to see this come on and not slow down for a while, which is a good news in terms of the duration of weather impacts with this system.
That's a really good point, Paul. Thank you very much. And I think you're right. I think landfall is probably going to be within an hour with a steady movement toward the northwest at roughly 15 miles per hour. Here's some of the observations. There, by the way, is the center of circulation, and there's the primary eye wall, the original one, which is where the worst winds are, we think, likely well over 100 miles per hour, certainly in gusts. And then we can look at Grand Isle right now, 58 miles per hour, gusting to 77. Let's have a look at what the conditions are like in Grand Isle. There we are, and they're only going to get worse, and a lot worse when that eye wall comes in, which should be within the next 45 minutes or so. But you can see the water rise and the very, very strong onshore winds only getting stronger. As I said, gusting almost 80 miles per hour in spots. Now, I don't know if those winds right there are 80 miles per hour, but definitely we've seen that in and around the region over the last hour or so. Let's have another look at the radar, and it can show you there is the closing in of the eye wall, and the center of circulation here probably makes landfall not far from Grand Isle, likely to the west-southwest within maybe 45 minutes or so. It's only like 15 miles or 10 miles offshore. But there's other weather to report on, and a lot of it in western Florida. These are some of the outer bands with wind gusts over 40 miles per hour in spots, the possibility of a couple of tornadoes as well, and the winds are beginning to pick up in many locations. In, for example, New Orleans, 30 sustained, gust to 43. That's the international airport. The winds are going to get worse, and do expect with the core of Ida moving in, the weather to get a lot worse in New Orleans as you go through the afternoon and evening hours. There's once more a live look at Grand Isle, Louisiana, gusting to almost 8.
It took a while to get up here. We started out
closer to the Gulf Coast as a major hurricane, a very strong Category 4 storm closing in on southern Louisiana. At this point, you can see the center of circulation here edging ever closer and closer to that landfall mark. I'd say we'll have that sometime during this early afternoon, but the impacts are going to be far-reaching. Thanks for sticking with us on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs. We've got this flash flood warning here around Pensacola, including Pensacola. This is for Escambia County. This is until 4:15 local time. So, guys, this is going to show you that these impacts are going to be felt far outside of that cone. Take a look at the rain in the forecast that we still have to come. All of the red that you see here is 8 to 12 inches. That is circling Lake Pontchartrain. That's into western portions of southern Mississippi, even the Gulfport area, Houma, we're talking about 5 to 8 inches. And this is going to continue to fall as we head through the rest of the day into tonight. So for a place like New Orleans that's flood prone anyways, Baton Rouge, where we have very saturated ground, this is going to cause problems. Baton Rouge, you're about 20 inches, a little more than 20 inches above average in terms of where you should be for rainfall anyways this year. So you add this to it, and that is a problem. Very likely dealing with flash flooding all across southeastern portions of Louisiana, and there as you look toward the Gulf Shores as well. But it doesn't stop there, guys. The rate is going to continue to fall. Of course, we've talked about that catastrophic flash flooding that we had near Nashville last weekend there in Waverly. That area is going to get more rain, but that's not going to stop there. It's going to stretch up into the southern Ohio Valley and then eventually making it all the way into places that were just hit by Henri. Of course, all eyes right now on Ida, though. We find our own Stephanie. She is in Morgan City, Louisiana. Steph, how's it going there so far?
Well, so far we're pretty dry, but we expect as we head into the afternoon and evening, things to go downhill rapidly and very intensely as well. We want to bring in now retired U.S. Lieutenant General Russell Henri, who is the Commander Joint Task Force for Katrina. Thank you for being with us this morning. We want to talk about how we are facing one of the strongest hurricanes on record for Louisiana, happening on the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina's landfall. What is going through your mind as Ida is barreling towards the coast?
As I said, deja vu, but it's going into, it's coming in stronger, Stephanie. It seemed to have a tighter eye to it and look like the winds are going to be stronger. As you know, Katrina came to southern part of Plaquemine Parish and did almost a 90-degree turn and went toward Mississippi. This one is coming inland through the oil patch in Louisiana and through the chemical corridor as it comes north out of what now predicted Houma north. Is going to go right through the petrochemical business. So we're worried about that. We're worried about the tornadoes because it's the first time in recent record history we've had a storm of this power come through this densely populated as well as heavy industrial area, Stephanie.
Yeah, let's talk about the levees. The federal government is spending nearly $15 billion on the levees and the pumps to protect New Orleans. What's your confidence level with these levees?
Well, it's something I learned in Lakeland, Louisiana. Anything built by man can be destroyed by Mother Nature. I think we're a lot better now post-Katrina with that $15 billion levee system that was put in around New Orleans. And we did a lot of levee work down where you are in the Houma-Thibodeau area to reinforce the levees and protect homes. But it's going to be a problem from the rain and the tidal surge along the coast. And we're going to have problems in New Orleans on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. Because that water can't get into the city, it will continue to push up on the North Shore. So everybody needs to stay aware. Watch your news on the Weather Channel, watch your local channel, and look out for tornadoes, Stephanie. And when you get a chance, go online and help somebody who's out there volunteering. We got over 500 Red Cross people already in New Orleans. We got the United Cajun Navy, and we got the Catholic Charities. People are going to need a lot of help in the days coming, Stephanie.
All right, so we have about a minute left. Louisiana always hurting with the pandemic, already hurting with the pandemic, and the hospital is packed with COVID patients. How do you see that playing out?
We're in unknown charted territories here. We've been fighting the COVID here since its beginning. All our hospitals are full. Hospitals that normally would have been evacuated down in Thibodeau and Houma are not evacuated this time. That's a problem. And the hospitals in New Orleans are full. The hospitals in Baton Rouge, and the eye is coming over Baton Rouge. So we're chartering new territory, and we still got a lot of people in the state who refuse to take the shot. So we've got a compounding problem here because we're going to send people to shelters, and now we're reducing the number of people we can put in the shelter. So it's a compounding problem fighting the coronavirus at the same time fighting the hurricane. This is new charted territory for us in a storm of this significance, and the impact of the Delta virus has filled all our hospitals. We don't know what's going to happen here. We know FEMA has put a lot of assets up in Alexandria with ambulances to come in and get people. Yeah. I got it. So thank you a lot, Stephanie.
All right. U.S. Lieutenant General Russell Honore, we really appreciate you coming on and giving us your insight with this. And things are going to get a lot worse before they get better here. So everyone needs to stay inside, make sure everything's charged, fill up your bathtubs, because if you lose water, you'll need some way to flush your toilets. Things like that we'll talk about next.
You're looking live at Grand Isle, Louisiana. Part of Louisiana probably taking it on the chin right now as the center of powerful Category 4 Hurricane Ida continues to move on shore. The landfall is probably within the next, say, 60 to 90 minutes, which means we are going through the worst of it right now. As bad as it is, it could actually get a little worse before that center comes past the area and the weather slowly starts to improve on the backside. Only bright spot, it's still moving around 15 miles per hour. It's not going to hopefully stall anytime soon. Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live right above Bourbon Street here in New Orleans. And we too will see some pretty strong impacts. Winds have been gusting in that tropical storm force range well over 5 hours so far this morning, and winds will be increasing. Let's take a live look about, say, 65, 70 miles to the northeast of where I'm standing, Gulfport, Mississippi. And today, by the way, the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina wiping out and changing the landscape of Gulfport and much of coastal Mississippi forever here. And we have been dealing with a pretty decent water rise or a storm surge across the coast of Mississippi. And they're even further away from the center of Ida than we are here in New Orleans. So it doesn't mean that you're that far away, you're not going to have impacts. That part of the Mississippi coast is very surge prone, especially with that onshore push that Ida is bringing of the Gulf of Mexico waters. We have team coverage covering the landfall of Hurricane Ida today. I want to bring in my colleague Stephanie Abrams. She's in Morgan City. And Stephanie, looking at the latest track here in New Orleans, we're about, say, 30, 35 miles. We'll be on the east side of that center. In Morgan City, you're about 30, 35 miles. Going to be on the west side of that center line.
Exactly. So if this thing goes right through Houma, Houma is almost due east of us, about 30 miles. And then New Orleans is about, from where we are to city center, about 90 miles. So this thing could split the difference between me and Paul right now. And here in Morgan City, yesterday we were showing you the Atchafalaya River, and we're starting to get a little bit of chop here for us. We're expecting this to go up here in Morgan City. We could be around that 6-foot height, but of course the wall is closed. Surge won't be an issue, but flooding rain, that is certainly a problem. And then if we get that eye wall, wind will be a major, major issue. So what should you be doing now? If you live in Baton Rouge, White Castle, Prairieville, Donaldsonville, Gonzales, going to Mississippi, do you live in Hammond? Do you live in Jackson? Do you live in Macomb, Mississippi? I-55, that corridor, what do you need to do right now? I would say fill your tub. You will need that if you can no longer flush your toilets. If there's issues with water, you just use a bucket. Turn down your fridge and then try not to open it as much as you can. Cook food that will go to waste, and also just cook food so you have food. You want to move away from the windows when you're getting the height of the storm. Debris can break through those. Do laundry now so you have all fresh, clean clothes, sheets, towels. These are things you can do as the storm is still maybe several hours away from you. All your important documents, put them in Ziploc bags. Back up your computer. Back up your phone to the cloud, do those types of things, and then put your external hard drive in a Ziploc bag. Know where it is, and then, of course, you want to know where your flashlights are and your backup batteries. You don't want to be digging through the dark trying to find that stuff. Dr. Postel, no candles. No candles. That starts more house fires than does good.
Steph, you're exactly right about that. Thank you very much. You know, we're looking at the satellite pictures, as you were talking about earlier, and we're probably within 45 minutes of landfall. Very, very impressive pictures here showing you the center of circulation in that sort of relative clear spot. That's the center of the eye, and right around it is the worst of all the weather, about ready to move into Grand Island. That would be the eye wall, where right now the winds in Grand Isle are gusting to almost 80 miles per hour, sustained at 60, but they're going to go way up once that eye wall, which is this ring of ferocious thunderstorms. Once that comes in, the winds will likely gust over 100 miles per hour there. And there's also a couple of other concentric rings here suggesting that there are maybe certainly more than one eye wall, and that makes the impact spread even farther than earlier perhaps anticipated, with now sort of this secondary eye wall bringing in some very destructive winds potentially through southern Louisiana right now. 15 miles away or so is where the center of circulation is, probably a little less than that now, and meaning landfall within the next 45 minutes, I think. So what we've got here is some pretty bad weather in western Florida as well. Some of these outer bands are bringing in gusty winds over 50 miles per hour, and indeed the threat of tornadoes. Elsewhere, we're starting to see the wind increase in New Orleans. Biloxi, right now, there's a bit of a moat, a region where the weather is not that bad in Biloxi, but it will get worse later on today. I'm going to leave you with this before I get more to the forecast coming up at the top of the hour. You're going to want to tune in for that. But over the past 12 hours, we've seen a remarkable drop in the pressure as Hurricane Ida approached landfall. Last night at 1 o'clock, it was about 970 millibars. We lost almost 40 millibars in about 9 hours. It's been a long time, if ever, if I've seen that kind of pressure drop.
My dad.
Turning into afternoon across the East Coast, and thanks for staying with us for Weekend Recharge. Our meteorologist Paul Goodall live in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're in the midst of dealing with an onshore flow from Hurricane Ida, Category 4 hurricane on its way within the next hour or so from making landfall in southeast Louisiana. You see that eye clearly visible on this enhanced satellite image. Yes, the northern eye wall already hitting land here in Louisiana. Landfall doesn't officially occur until that center point crosses land, and that is happening as we speak with that northern eye wall coming on in here. Weather going downhill. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts all morning long here in New Orleans. Winds gusting 50+ miles per hour. Lighter rain showers, about an inch of rain so far this morning, but we have several more inches to go. With three things we're concerned about right now in terms of impacts from Hurricane Ida here in the New Orleans metro area. One, of course, is the wind. We could be dealing with hurricane-force winds for hours as we head through this afternoon. Two is the rain. This city below sea level has to pump out that water, and that's going to be a big concern as we could have rainfall rates over top and perhaps even overwhelm the pumping system. A half inch an hour the pumps can handle, and 96 of 99 pumping stations are operational, and the city, well, they're hoping that the 96 that are online can take up the 3 that are not working right now, but that is still a big concern here. And the third concern is all the hospitals are chock full of COVID patients. If people get injured with this system, well then where are they taking them to? Hospitals filled with COVID patients if they have room for them. So the good news is a lot of people evacuated. The bad news is some people could not afford to, or perhaps even they're in town visiting. Their flights have been canceled. All flights in and out of New Orleans International Airport shut down today, and most likely limited, if zero flights, probably tomorrow. So it might be till the middle of this coming week before people can fly out of here if they have rental cars, if they're able to get one. Maybe they can drive out of here when things improve, but not until tomorrow. We're in the midst of this for the next probably at least 24 hours here in southeast Louisiana. Closer to the coast, bigger concerns. And I want to bring in Grand Isle Police Chief at Scooter Resweber. Thanks for joining us this morning. And we've been seeing the pictures out of Grand Isle, how that water has risen. What's the status and where are you right now?
I'm located at the police department. We're in a bunker building. We're protected, up to 200 miles an hour. We've got a big picture window, a bulletproof window, and we're watching the roofs peel off of buildings next door to us, and the flooding is catastrophic. Our police units have water coming into the doors of they're stored down there, but we're in bad, dire shape.
And we knew that you guys would be in the thick of this for much of today. Are there any people still left in Grand Isle in terms of riding out this storm there?
We've got about 15 of them staying here with us in a protected area. They have restrooms and drinking facilities. They were stragglers that just showed up, and we're housing as many as would come to us. We can't get out right now. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this stain blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
You're in the eye wall now, probably being there for several more hours. Have you ever seen weather this bad in Grand Isle before?
We can't you got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this.
Chief, I wish I could control this weather, but we're all at the mercy of Mother Nature. But have you ever seen the weather this bad before in Grand Isle?
No, this is the worst. This is the worst. We clocked it at 148 a while ago when the wind gauge broke.
Wow. What is the mood there in that building?
There was an old chicken shack there, and it's located across the street from us. And we were laughing about how long so many storms it's made it through. And all of a sudden it peeled. When y'all called me, it was peeling off.
Oof, wow. All I can say is good luck. We were praying for you and the other men and women who are hunkered down there with you as well. That's Chief Scooter Resweber, the Chief of the Grand Isle Police Department there, talking about how they are dealing with buildings just being peeled away by the winds there, 140-plus mile-per-hour winds right now. And luckily, I think everyone that's left in Grand Isle is there in that building with them. And yeah, it's scary to hear that. And it's amazing that we can still talk to him right now. And we hope and pray that they make it through the eye wall of Hurricane Ida. The only, I guess, good news is it's moving. The forecast earlier on was this to really slow down as it makes landfall, but it's still moving around 15 miles per hour. We hope maybe even quickens its duration in terms of lashing the coastline there. But this is what we warned people about. This is why we're glad to see so many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people evacuate from coastal and southeastern and southern Louisiana from this system. You have to flee a storm of this magnitude. You can see that well-defined center, and the strongest winds are right next to that center right now as it's lashing and coming coming on shore as we speak. This is scary. I remember 16 years ago when Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Mississippi. We had impacts here in Louisiana. We know what happened here in the city of New Orleans. But I remember I was working the night before, and I had a sick feeling in my stomach, knowing that people's lives would be changed forever as Katrina was approaching shore. And now I'm having that same feeling this morning. I know anxiety is sky high here in New Orleans, talking to the locals here who've lived through Katrina, and it's a different safety system set up here in New Orleans compared to 16 years ago. It wasn't nearly as elaborate. There's a levee protection system which will reduce the risk of flooding like we saw 16 years ago. It's not going to eliminate the flooding. There might be some overtopping of some of the levees. There's flooding going on off of Lake Pontchartrain with the wind pushing that water. We've had reports of that already. But in terms of massive and colossal levee failures, we don't expect that, but we do expect some overtopping. Nothing like Katrina is expected. So that hopefully will take your anxiety level down from a 9 to maybe an 8, but we still need to be anxious because we still have hours to go of weather, wind, and rain. There will be rain flooding here in the city, and that's also a big life-threatening impact because we have to physically pump the water out, and the rain just beginning, and then we have the wind to go along with it with the power outages. A half foot to maybe more than a foot of rain. That's possible here as we head over the next, say, 36 hours in New Orleans. So a big concern for safety here. Let's go back to the studio and bring in Dr. Rick Bostel, who's tracking this. And Dr. Bostel, you see that satellite image. You see what Grand Isle is going to. You heard what the police chief said. They can't go through hours of wind like this. How much longer do you think they'll be in the thick of it?
Well, they won't be in these extreme conditions for 3 hours. Let's be clear on that. They will not be in this condition for 3 hours. However, they will be in very dangerous weather for several more hours to come, no doubt. This is a landfalling hurricane. Well, it will be soon, of a very high intensity, bringing in extremely bad weather for many locations, not just Grand Isle, in the southern parishes right now of Louisiana. Now, we lost some of the radar there. That will come back from time to time, but you get the sense that, of course, with bad weather moving on board, sometimes the radar does some quirky things. And let's zoom in, and I can show you about where the center of circulation is, right about there, maybe 10 miles or just a little less than that offshore. I think we'll see landfall within the next maybe 30 to 40 minutes or so. But it's on the edge of that the edge of the eye is where the worst weather is. And unfortunately, that is moving through areas in and around Grand Isle and nearby, where the winds are at extremely high level, likely gusting over 100 miles per hour, especially in this eye wall, which is the original eye wall. But they are experiencing likely the outer eye wall. And that's where we've seen a couple of them now develop. This replacement cycle has been a problem for us this morning. On one hand, it's good because what it's done is leveled off the intensity at the peak, but it's also spread the influence out to many other locations now that there is more than one eye wall. That's a problem. It's a natural occurrence in tropical cyclones, but unfortunately it makes it bad for the rest of us because more of us experience the really nasty stuff. And you can see that what we've got is really the core, which includes that double eye wall in southern Louisiana now, but still some very bad weather in parts of coastal Alabama, coastal Mississippi as well, with water rises continuing to go up. You saw that video from Grand Isle. In fact, can we go there right now? And I just remember looking at this about 20 minutes ago and thinking, wow, the water's really high. It's a lot higher now, and the wind has shifted direction, meaning that some of the worst of all of Ida is coming on board. That's Grand Isle, Louisiana, southern Louisiana, not that far from the Gulf of Mexico. The water there is on its way up, and the winds in spots are gusting over 100 miles per hour. Life-threatening conditions are now in progress across parts of the region, Grand Isle, many other locations in the region. And Felicia, unfortunately, we're going to see many more of these scenes come forward, I think, in the next hour or two, not just in Grand Isle, but in other locations as well.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, of course, Grand Isle is going to get it from both sides, getting it from, the kind of northeasterly direction and eventually more of a southerly direction. So, our thoughts are out to Grand Isle at this point. Morgan City is another town we're watching. It's a town of 11,000 people situated on Louisiana's Cajun coast. It sits about 65 miles southwest of New Orleans. That's where we find meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. And Steph, a bit breezy, as you can tell by your hair right now, but still, I'd say by and large, waiting for things to deteriorate in Morgan City.
We are. So now's the time to do the things we were just talking about earlier. Fill up your bathtub in case you need that to flush your toilet. Turn down your fridge. Maybe cook some food. Do some laundry, because you might not have water. You might not have electricity for days, if not weeks. Not only here in Morgan City, but areas up towards Baton Rouge into Mississippi as well. I want to talk about how destructive a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane is. It is 256 times more destructive than a Category 1 hurricane with 75-mile-an-hour winds. 256 times more destructive. Dr. Postel was talking about that eye wall replacement, which is actually very bad news for us here in Morgan City, because if you add that smaller eye wall, looks like it'll maybe go over Houma, which is about 30 miles to our east. So if you have those hurricane force winds now in a much bigger area, that means we have a better chance for stronger winds here, not only in Morgan City, but also into New Orleans. And so this is bad news to see that eye wall replacement happening here as this is pulling ashore 4 cities like we're in here in Morgan City. Let's talk about that water rise. We're on the Atchafalaya River. We're not worried about surge here because of this massive wall that we're standing on and all the levees protecting it. But Grand Isle up to 4.5 feet already. Shell Beach in St. Bernard Parish, 6 feet. The South Shore of Lake Pontchartrain at 3 feet. And don't forget about those wave heights. Listen to this number that we've gotten so far. 37.75 feet, the wave heights. Remember, a 1-story building is about 10 feet. So you are nearing a 4-story building for the size of these waves, 37, nearly 38 feet when you're talking about these waves coming in. Conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, and it's going to be the next 24 hours. So everyone just needs to stay put, do what you can, protect yourself. Stay away from the windows. You can always go to the most interior section of your home when the winds get really bad. The rainfall on the west side is not as heavy as it is on the east side, but if we get in that western eye wall, you know, one of my pet peeves is when people say, oh, the clean and dirty side of the storm. I'm sorry. The western eye wall is fierce. Any part of that eye wall will do significant damage. There's no good and bad. It is all bad. And watch out into Baton Rouge. You might think I'm inland. Well, you know what? These hurricanes can hold their strength, especially when they're going over the swampy areas of Louisiana, getting all the way up into I-10 and into Mississippi. We will see significant power outages. And in fact, Louisiana, Felicia's already starting to see some of those power outages.
Yeah, and it is no wonder, Steph, the images that we're seeing coming out of portions of Louisiana. Thanks so much. Let's take a live look now at the town of Houma, south of New Orleans in Terrebonne Parish. Now, due to its elevation, only about 10 feet above sea level, it's particularly vulnerable to storm surge pushing through the bayous and the canals, as well as heavy rain, which is all of that is something that we're expecting from Ida. The wind's going to continue to pick up here, and the conditions going to continue to go downhill. We've got hours and hours ahead of this. So a look at what is happening right now. You can see that northern eye wall is getting very, very close to the southern portions of Louisiana at this point. We're going to have landfall very soon, but we're also going to have far-reaching impacts that we've already begun to see. We've got rain bands that are putting down intense amounts of rain, and that is leading to a flash flood warning in Baldwin and Escambia counties. We also have this other flash flood warning a bit farther south for Escambia County. That includes Pensacola. Why is that, and why is it lasting until 4 p.m. or 4:15 local time there? Well, that's because these bands are set up over these spots, and they are going to keep bringing that rainfall in. We are going to see that possibility for flash flooding from southeastern Louisiana, stretching all the way up through the state of Mississippi, western Alabama, even cities like Nashville and Memphis getting in on this flooding risk. Of course, fresh still in many minds is all the rain that we saw in Waverly, Tennessee, there west of Nashville last weekend. So a terrible situation there. More rain to come in terms of 8 to 12 inches where you see that red. Guys, we have continuing coverage of Ida. We're here with you throughout the duration of the storm. A live look at Grand Isle, Louisiana.
Some have a history of building the best trucks, but according to
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back. Let's take you to Grand Isle, Louisiana, where the worst of major Hurricane Ida is closing in on the region. You can see ferocious winds likely gusting over 100 miles per hour and a significant water rise that's getting higher by the minute. This is what it's like right now across not just Grand Isle, but likely many other locations in the coastal parishes of Louisiana. Essentially, you've got no other choice than to hunker down in whatever structure you're in and hope the water does not overtake you. Those winds are potentially going to get even worse. For example, in Grand Isle, we're here, and the worst of all the weather still remains in that original eye wall, that inner edge there where the yellows and reds are. That is where the winds, even stronger than that we're seeing in Grand Isle, that's where the worst of it all is, and it is likely to come on shore in the next, say, half an hour or so, which is about when we think we'll see landfall. But it's not just southern Louisiana that is seeing very significant weather. There is also some rain and squally weather beginning to approach New Orleans from the south, where the winds will soon here gust over 50 miles per hour. Also some very heavy rain, coastal Mississippi, Alabama, and western Florida, with the tornado threat as well, which is going to continue very likely throughout the afternoon as these outer rain bands move in, with the potential for damaging wind in their own right, and also the possibility, as I said, a couple of tornadoes. For right now, the winds in New Orleans, that's the international airport, gusting to almost 50 miles per hour. And as this sort of outer rain edge comes in, do expect the winds to jump up beyond that. Let me time it out to give you an idea as we go through the afternoon where the leading edge of some of the worst weather will be. That will be moving through New Orleans, 2 or 3 o'clock local time, and then get worse throughout the late afternoon and evening as the center of circulation crosses along a path like that and along and to the right or to the east side of where that center goes. Yes, that's where the worst of all the wind and the water rises will be, potentially still along the coast of the southern Louisiana. We'll see some very gusty winds and significant water rises throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And then, Felicia, it looks like we're going to continue on with this with very bad weather into southern Mississippi, coastal Florida, and southern Alabama throughout the night and into tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Dr. Postel. Well, the northern eye wall of Hurricane Ida is moving onshore right now. A short time ago, Guy McInnes, the president of St. Bernard Parish, provided an update on the status of the levees and the storm surge.
All right, citizens of St. Bernard Parish, people who have equipment, who have camps down in Delacroix, as you can see, the levees, this is early on in this storm. These levees are going to overtop. CPLA let us know they're going to overtop by about 5 or 6 feet. So it's already happening. Please stay indoors and keep yourself safe. This is going to be for the next 12 hours.
Very important information there. President McInnes, you've returned to your office in Chalmette. Thank you so much for taking some time to join us. You were there. You were seeing it. So tell us, what's the situation right now in St. Bernard Parish?
You know, Felicia, first of all, thank you for helping us get the word out to our citizens. In St. Bernard Parish here, what you see on that video, we expect that to happen for the next 12 hours or so. So it's an easterly wind. It's pushing that water in. And that levee you see there is going to overtop by about 3 or 4 feet here shortly. So it's something we're asking our citizens to stay at home. Don't get on the road. There are plenty of trees down already. And I just want to emphasize that picture is outside of our major levee system here in St. Bernard Parish, a levee system that was built after Katrina, $14 billion, that wraps around St. Bernard, Orleans, and Jefferson. This is outside of that. So this is our commercial fishing industry, our charter captain, recreational fishing industry, and it looks like those guys are going to be out of commission for some time.
And President McInnes, we've got about 30 seconds now. So tell me kind of quickly, what are your immediate concerns and your concerns in the next, say, 12 hours?
Our immediate concerns, Felicia, is everyone being safe and staying indoors. We don't need anybody outside. The wind and being out of power, and people trying to sightsee after this storm. So we want everyone to stay in, stay safe, know that we're going to be on the ground after, and we're going to get us up and going as soon as possible.
Thank you so much for that information. Of course, we will be checking back in with you throughout the storm. St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis. Of course, we expected to see some levees that would be overtopped with the type of weather that we're seeing. Guys, this has just deteriorated so intensely. We've been watching this camera in Grand Isle, Louisiana for hours at this point, and it is just swamped. We're talking about feet of storm surge at this point already in Grand Isle.
You're looking at new video into the Weather Channel of the winds and the waves on Lake Pontchartrain as Hurricane Ida continues to bear down across southeast Louisiana, including here in the city of New Orleans at the nearby Lakefront Airport there in New Orleans. Sustained winds now at 43 miles per hour, gusting closer to 60 miles per hour. So right now we have sustained winds in tropical storm force, with winds in the tropical storm force gust. They've been in that range for the last 4, 5, 6 hours here across New Orleans, and they've been steadily increasing. And now we're seeing some more rain over them. But look at the waves and the wave action up this huge Lake Pontchartrain, which is the northern side of the city. So yeah, we are dealing with big concerns there. The flood protection system, the gates have been closed here, and it's designed to reduce the impacts of storm surge. Not going to eliminate it, but reduce it. Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Gritho, live in New Orleans, and we've been dealing with more rain and also stronger and stronger winds throughout the morning, and we're not done yet. This is just the beginning of the onslaught of all the impacts that we expect with Hurricane Ida making landfall. Again, at the airport there, the official airport, which is the MSY, or stands for, I guess, Masson Stockyards, but it's the Louis Armstrong International Airport. Sustained winds right at tropical storm force winds, 39 miles per hour, gusting to 56 miles per hour. And we have a lot more wind, a lot more rain to come through. You can see the radar image showing that we're going to have landfall. It's ongoing right now across southeast Louisiana. Grand Isle is, let's just pray for the people who are still on Grand Isle. It's going to be a difficult while for them to get through that northern and eastern eye wall. And then things will hopefully slowly improve there. But things are going downhill here in New Orleans. We're going to be about maybe 30, 35 miles to the center of Ida as it passes by as its closest point. But the hurricane force winds extend well over 50 miles. So we're going to be in the sustained winds 60 to maybe 110 for a good chunk later on today. Let's get more expert analysis on what's going on here as it approaches and is making landfall, and check in with Dr. Greg Postel. And Greg, we heard from the police chief there in Grand Isle. They are going through intense weather right now. 148-mile-per-hour wind before their wind gauge stopped reporting.
Yeah, Paul, thank you very much. Can't confirm that, but I can tell you that we've documented wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in the region, and water rise continues. This is what Grand Isle, Louisiana looks like right now in the southeastern parishes. Many other locations, Port Fourchon, similar conditions. And if you want to sort of map what they've got ongoing right there on the video to what's going on with the radar, there's Grand Isle right here. We're actually kind of in a little bit of a gap, believe it or not, between some bad weather to the northeast and the inner eye wall, which is here, where the weather is even worse than what you're seeing on your video. Right in here with a ton of lightning strikes. This is where the most intense of all the weather is, with extremely powerful Hurricane Ida now about ready to roll on into perhaps areas in between Grand Isle and Port Fourchon, which I do believe we will see the landfall probably in the next 20 minutes or so. You can see that part of the eye has already crossed the coast. So the weather's improving temporarily in some spots, but it does look like the southern eye wall and the eastern eye wall right now are the worst of all that Ida has to offer. But it's not just localized to southeastern Louisiana. We're not going to forget our friends and all of our interests in Florida and areas in Mississippi and Alabama nearby. Pretty intense outer bands are moving through with wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour and the possibility of tornadoes. We'll be keeping an eye on the worsening weather conditions in these areas throughout the day as well, with the winds not so bad in between the rain bands at 20 to 30. But when those rain bands come in, the wind doubles up and you get 50 to 60 in gusts. New Orleans, we're starting to see the winds pick up there as well. And once that core comes into New Orleans, we'll see wind gusts likely over 75 miles per hour, perhaps even quite a bit more. We will be watching as the forecast goes forward this afternoon, the movement inland and slowing down of Ida, which is going to prolong the rain, and that onshore wind, which is going to bring significant water rises to places like Grand Isle, Louisiana, Port Fourchon, and every other area in that southern parish region of southeastern Louisiana, with storm surge above 15 feet in spots. But also notice these outer rain bands coming in to parts of Alabama and Mississippi. We could see wind gusts over 50, and that tornado threat continuing this afternoon and evening and into the nighttime hours as we start to see Ida slow down over southern Louisiana and bring all its bad weather into parts of southern Mississippi, Macomb, Hattiesburg, eventually Laurel. Be prepared. Worse weather is on your way this evening and overnight tonight by a long way. We'll be right back.
Ice cream is like whooping cough. It's not.
Our message to the community at this time, all of our residents, even visitors who are here, this is the time to stay inside. Do not venture out. No sightseeing. This is very serious. We need you to stay in from this point forward all morning, all afternoon, all evening. As it relates to Monday morning, we should see some signs that we're moving out of this, but you are not to come out until you receive more information from the city of New Orleans. Now is the time that we have been preparing for and even waiting for as it relates to Hurricane Ida. Again, this is the time. Heed all warnings. Ensure that you shelter in place, you hunker down. We understand that we have residents that are now without power. We do understand that wind miles are over 35 miles per hour, which means that there will be no action, no activity from Entergy New Orleans at this time. Also, as it relates to other responses, the New Orleans Fire Department, we are now on emergency alert. As it relates to 911 calls, you will hear more from our leaders following me. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask Colin Arnold, our Director of Homeland Security, to come forth. We'll move through, trying to be as fast as possible, again, so that everyone can get out of harm's way. Thank you.
And we have been, of course, keeping a close eye on Ida and watching those conditions deteriorate. Thanks so much for sticking with the Weather Channel. You're seeing it here. We have the northern eye wall of Category 4 storm Ida that is moving onshore right now. Now, it's not an official landfall until we get the center to move over. This is right around the Port Fourchon area. Of course, you see Grand Isle. We've been seeing that just absolutely mind-blowing images coming out of Grand Isle of all the storm surge that we're already seeing there. But guys, it's not just there in southern Louisiana that we have to keep an eye on. Far-reaching impacts of this storm. Right now, we do have a flash flood warning that has been ongoing for hours at this point for Escambia County. Pensacola, you're included in that, as well as Ferry Pass, and we've got more hours until 4:15 local time there on that flash flood warning. These bands are packing a punch. And it's not just the storm surge. It's not just the wind, guys. We're talking about inland flooding probabilities, because where you're seeing these 5 to 8 inches over that 55, I-55 corridor, 59, the red 8 to 12 inches, this isn't falling where we need rain. This is falling on places where we are already a foot, more than a foot above average in terms of the rainfall that we've seen so far this year. A place like, say, Baton Rouge, you're more than 20 inches above average. You can't take any of this rain that we're going to get, and we're going to get a lot of it in a short period of time. You see all of this rain through through Tuesday. We're talking about some areas along that 12 corridor. You could be approaching a foot. And guys, this is a broad brush. This is broad strokes of a forecast. That does not mean we're not going to get a band to set up over the same place somewhere, and you might see really impressive rainfall totals. So flash flooding very likely where you see this red shading. We're talking about Gulfport. We're talking about New Orleans, Grand Isle, and likely for places like Hattiesburg, Mobile, Daphne. You guys are in it. Even Jackson as you look farther north. And here's the thing. It doesn't stop there. Ida is going to continue lifting to the north through Nashville, through Charleston, even up to the northeast coast, bringing rain to places that have already been hit by that rain from tropical systems Fred and Henri. So, Steph, we've got many more days, several more days left of talking about Ida as conditions continue to deteriorate there in Morgan City.
And this is a very fluid situation with that eye wall replacement, meaning you're having an outer ring takeover from that inner ring, means that your wind field is expanding. Right now, hurricane force winds going out 50 miles from the center. The center of the circulation is looking like it's going to go near Homa, which is about 30 miles to our east. So if that wind field expands, we could see some of the worst wind here in Morgan City. It's going to be a little shift east, a little shift west. You've got to watch it very closely. And remember, a hurricane with winds at 150 miles an hour is 256 times more destructive than a Cat 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. And believe it or not, this is our second major hurricane, and the last Atlantic season with two major hurricanes by this date was in 2005. You know what else happened on this date? Katrina made landfall. So a very eerie day today all across the Gulf Coast. We do have sandbagging that's going on here on Front Street. Some of the buildings are boarded up. Of course, not worried about surge necessarily, but that rainfall. That's another huge component for us here. In and around our area, we can see 7, 8 inches of rain on saturated grounds into New Orleans as well. Worried about up to a foot of rain. And remember, New Orleans is already 20 inches above average for the year. So it's not going to take a lot to cause flooding, and this goes into Mississippi as well. Along I-55, you could see some significant flooding too. And as this moves in, and we're showing you these radars, don't forget, right now we're going through that eye wall replacement. So we are going to see this adjust, but we are going to see those worst case scenario into places like Morgan City and New Orleans as we head later into the afternoon and evening. So what should you be doing right now? Filling up your tub. You might need that to flush your toilet. Cook food. Turn down your refrigerator to keep that food as cold as you can. Coming up next, we're going to head down to coastal Louisiana, Grand Isle, where we can show you the horrific waves. We'll talk to the police chief coming up.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in New Orleans, and this is the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, but right now it is the imminent anniversary of landfall of Hurricane Ida here in Louisiana. Grand Isle, Louisiana is taking it on the chin right now. Earlier, we spoke to the Grand Isle police chief about what he was going through, and that is Chief Scooter Resweber. Take a listen to what he was experiencing just literally minutes ago.
I'm located at the police department. We're in a bunker building. We're protected, up to 200 miles an hour. We've got a big picture window, a bulletproof window, and we're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. And the flooding is catastrophic. Our police units have water coming into the doors of they're stored down there, but we're in bad, dire shape.
And we knew that you guys would be in the thick of this for much of today. Are there any people still left in Grand Isle in terms of riding out the storm there?
We've got about 15 of them staying here with us in a protected area. They have restrooms and drinking facilities. They were stragglers that just showed up, and we're housing as many as would come to us. We can't get out right now. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
You're in the eye wall now, probably been there for several more hours. Have you ever seen weather this bad in Grand Isle before?
We can't you got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this.
And as long as we can, we'll keep checking back in with the Chief Scooter Resweber there about how they are still faring. But it brings chills, Dr. Postel, when you hear that was amazing. We still have contact with people there, but you hear them going through what they're going through. All we can do is pray for their well-being and their safety over the next several hours.
Yeah, that video that's coming out of Grand Isle is stunning. It is testimony to how dangerous these landfalling hurricanes are, and this is water overtaking the camera in wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in the eye wall of landfalling Hurricane Ida. It hasn't yet made landfall, but it is within minutes with the center of circulation to the west of Grand Isle. But the worst of it right now, moving through, and in the next probably 20 minutes to a half an hour through Grand Isle, Louisiana. We think landfall will be somewhere near Port Fourchon. This is the kind of condition that is being experienced right now along the southern parishes of Louisiana, and is exactly why you must heed the evacuations when ordered, because of the weather, the surge, the wind, sometimes unsurvivable. What we've got right now is, again, the very close approach. Some of the eye is already over land now, with the center of circulation really darn close to the coast. But Grand Isle is right here, and they are getting very strong onshore winds, again, gusting over 100 miles per hour in that inner eye wall, and that is the worst that Ida has to offer. And unfortunately, it is now absolutely pummeling the southern parishes of Louisiana. We also know that Ida's got weather impacts that extend outside of that very region into now New Orleans, where the wind and the rain are beginning to increase and will do so throughout the rest of the afternoon. Likely later on today, we'll see wind gusts over 75 miles per hour in New Orleans proper and other areas nearby. And also some pretty strong winds, right, in these outer bands of Ida that are coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. Each one of those could contain wind gusts over 50 miles per hour with the tornado threat as well. And this is a stunning image of what is happening as Ida makes landfall, or is about to, in southern Louisiana. It hasn't officially done so yet, I want to be clear, but it's within minutes of doing so, with the center of circulation crossing the coast. That is when landfall is determined, and we'll be watching that very carefully in the next few minutes. But we've got also, as I mentioned, some pretty bad weather from time to time along the coast of Mississippi and Alabama. Now, there's this moat region right in here where there's not a lot of rain. There's a rain band, then it backs off a little bit, and there's some clearing here, and then the core right here of Ida as it moves northward. We'll get into Gulfport, Bay St. Louis eventually later on this afternoon and evening with very strong wind gusts, and also that threat for tornadoes. As you can see, we've got a tornado watch out that goes until 7 o'clock, and we have breaking news. We have now officially heard that the hurricane Ida has made landfall. I'm guessing that's near Port Fourchon. It is Port Fourchon. As we suggested, that would be the case. Landfall has indeed occurred on the southeast Louisiana coast as a Category 4 hurricane near Port Fourchon, Louisiana. The eye wall is now pummeling Grand Isle, Louisiana, with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour and rising dangerous storm surge.
I'm located at the police department. We're in a bunker building. We're protected, up to 200 miles an hour. We've got a big picture window, a bulletproof window, and we're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us, and the flooding is catastrophic. Our police units have water coming into the doors of they're stored down there, but we're in bad, dire shape.
And we knew that you guys would be in the thick of this for much of today. Are there any people still left in Grand Isle in terms of riding out this storm there?
We've got about 15 of them staying here with us in a protected area. They have restrooms and drinking facilities. They were stragglers that just showed up, and we're housing as many as would come to us. We can't get out right now. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
You're in the eye wall now, probably being there for several more hours. Have you ever seen weather this bad in Grand Isle before?
We can't you got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this.
And when Paul Goodloe did that interview with the Grand Isle Police Chief, Scooter Westweber, this was a little bit ago. They were in the outer eye wall, and we've been trying to make contact with him, again, to get another interview for you, but we are not able to communicate with them at this time. They are now getting a taste of the strongest winds from Ida, that inner eye wall. They are just right on the outside of that inner eye wall. And so we will continue to try to make contact with them. They did get a wind gust before their gauge failed at 148 miles an hour. Now remember, this is before they were getting into the worst of the wind. So we'll keep you updated on the information we have coming out of there. 90% of the people did leave Grand Isle, but as you heard, some did stay. We also have some breaking weather news if you're just joining us, that Ida did make landfall near Port Fourchon around 11:54 Central Time. And believe it or not, the winds 150 miles an hour. That makes it a Category 4. Category 5, if you're curious, are winds at 157 or stronger. And this is now the third landfalling hurricane with winds of 150 miles an hour in Louisiana. The other two were the last island hurricane in 1856 and, of course, Laura in 2020. That was west of here, and Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is the 17th tropical cyclone to hit the continental U.S. since May 2020 and Louisiana's third major landfall. With all this said, everything is now moving north. If you've been watching us, we had blue skies earlier. We're now getting some of that rain. And here's the thing. As this goes right in between basically where I'm located in Morgan City and east of me in New Orleans, which is about 90 miles to the east of here if you did the drive, it looks like this is going to go right in between us, and so we'll get the worst of the weather on either side because we're going through what is called an eye wall replacement cycle. We have an inner eye wall and there's an outer eye wall. And what will happen now is that outer eye wall will take over, which is bad news because that expands the wind field. With that said, the New Orleans EMS has suspended operations. The New Orleans EMS has suspended operations. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better here. So everyone needs to stay indoors, stay away from the windows. Debris could be flying, and we're going to watch this evolve as we head over the next 24 hours. And I'm talking to you in places like Baton Rouge as well. You are inland, but this is a strong storm, and they do not just dissipate right away. They can hold their strength. You could experience Category 1 winds all the way up into places like Baton Rouge. Now to the east of here in Gulfport, Mississippi, with that southerly flow, we're already seeing the water rise, and Tevin Wooten's been there all morning. Tevin, I know that we've seen it over 5 feet already on the Mississippi coast. Tell the viewers how the morning has progressed for you.
Well, Steph, good morning to you. I'll tell you how the morning has progressed here throughout portions of Gulfport, Mississippi, along Highway 90. That's where I've seen some of the strongest water pile up in terms of the surge. By the way, at first we were in that easterly flow. I think we're still in the easterly flow, but what will sort of be the insult to injury in terms of the storm surge, that flow then kicks in out of the south as Ida continues to pull towards the north and west. So the water pileup has continued to happen here, and that will be the story as we go throughout the evening and the overnight hours tonight. So even as this storm continues to pull out, the water right behind me here along Highway 90 continues to pile up. This is actually portions of the Mississippi Sound that does lead you into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see the way that the wind is carrying all this water towards the west here. That's because, again, the winds are out of the east. So a lot of the pileup has been because of easterly flow, but then we'll get into that surge from the south. So overall right now at a Waveland Yacht Club in the Bay Waveland Yacht Club in Mississippi, just about 5 miles to the west here, we actually have a water rise. I think the latest gauge reporting about 5.2 to 5.4 feet. So that is moderate flood stage. It only takes another 2 feet to get into major flood stage. So for a lot of the folks that live right on the coastline, you need to be extremely careful and watch that water rise ever so closely. And here's the thing, folks, as you can sort of see, we've got 2 lanes here on Highway 90, one headed west and one headed east. But just beyond that, where it looks like there's some dunes, that is actually the beach. The beach has been overtaken by the storm surge. Again, that water level rise of 3 to 5 feet, that's already occurred, but we're forecasting water rises to be between 6 and 9 feet. So still another 2 to 3 feet to go in terms of the surge. You're looking at the sky conditions right now, and it's actually quite dry. That's a marked difference from what we had earlier this morning with some of those squalls that came through right around 8 o'clock this morning to 9 o'clock this morning. It dumped a little bit of rainfall, just enough to aggravate the soils. And keep in mind, this has been a wet side of times here across coastal portions of Mississippi and throughout the northern Gulf Coast. So it's only going to take a little bit more rainfall to cause a lot of high water headaches here throughout southern Mississippi. And guess what? The outer feeder bands extend about 100 miles to our east into Pensacola, Florida, where they too are feeling the brunt of torrential rain from Hurricane Ida. So as we get into the evening hours, the winds do still hold. I think we see wind gusts just like this, right around 25 miles per hour, but some of the stronger gusts will continue to come, and we're forecasting those to be between 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour. Let's get inside right now to meteorologist Carl Parker and storm specialist. Carl, I know you are watching this closely, still perhaps dissecting the latest message from the National Hurricane Center. Ida did make landfall. Do we see this storm going through an eye wall replacement cycle and potentially slowing down? And ultimately, if it does slow down, Carl, what does that do to some of the impacts across the Gulf Coast?
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be slowing down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. And it's absolutely going through an eye wall replacement cycle, and that's going to bring down the strongest winds, but allow the winds to expand at the same time. 150-mile-per-hour storm right now. This is only the first time in all of recorded history that we have seen 2 back-to-back 150-mile-per-hour landfalls in 2 years in Louisiana. And you can see very clearly where the center of the eye crossed that little spit of land there. That's Port Fourchon right there. That was 11:55 when the storm made landfall. An extreme wind warning now in effect in Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes until 1:30. That is for winds over 100 miles per hour, now gusting to 85 miles per hour in Grand Isle. We've seen some live pictures out of Grand Isle. They have been just devastating, a tremendous amount of water rise there, and apparently there's at least a couple of dozen people that stayed there in Grand Isle. Here you see the eye wall. That's the most dangerous part of the storm right in there. Then what we call a moat in between and a secondary eye wall. And this secondary eye wall is the one that I believe is going to have a lot of impact in New Orleans later today. The winds already now getting up to 61 miles per hour in New Orleans, and they'll be gusting over hurricane force later today. Here you see the expansive area of strong winds across southeastern Louisiana. Strongest winds, of course, with that core right there. And of course, that's been piling up the water. That's been coming right across the northern Gulf Coast into Lake Borgne, and a 6.5-foot water level rise in Shell Beach. But of course, we're being protected in New Orleans by the risk reduction system. So here you see the high resolution future radar. Again, there's the inner eye wall right there. We're starting to see some degradation of that. Here's the secondary eye wall. That is coming up through New Orleans, especially later this afternoon, and will continue through the evening. At that point, we're going to be looking at winds gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, and that will continue for several hours, along with very heavy rainfall rates of 1 to 2 and maybe even 3 inches per hour. And then by tomorrow morning, that strongest of wind and heaviest of rain starts to get into southern parts of Mississippi. So here is a model forecast showing you these winds going through this afternoon. So that's 4 o'clock Central Time, 75 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts there in New Orleans, easily enough to cause very serious power outages and also some structural damage. 60 to 75 in Morgan City. We go into this evening, 7 o'clock. We're still gusting to near hurricane force in New Orleans, as well as Baton Rouge and Morgan City. Winds picking up in Hattiesburg. Again, it's a large area of strong winds. It's going to be coming through southeast Louisiana. And then tonight, we are still seeing very strong winds in New Orleans, beginning to back off a little bit. Baton Rouge, 60 to 75 miles per hour. Same story in Hattiesburg as well. So this is going to be a prolonged event with very strong winds because of the slow forward speed of the storm. That's a really important part of this, and that's a big part of why we expect to see widespread power outages in southeast Louisiana as well as southern Mississippi. And then on top of that, you're talking about a terrific amount of heavy rain, and flash flooding will be likely. We want to get back out to Paul Goodlow right now in New Orleans. And Paul, I know the winds are starting to get gustier by the hour here, and it looks like the worst of it's going to be coming in later this afternoon and into the early evening hours.
Yes, we have been dealing with the winds in the tropical storm force for several hours now. This is going to be our last shot for the time being up aloft the street. We're going to get down to the street. I got my eye protection, got my helmet as well. Let me just show you this kind of second-story view. You can see some of the trees here getting buffeted by the strong winds at times gusting close to 60 miles per hour. And many of the businesses here on Bourbon Street have boarded up. See some sandbags as well, trying to reduce the risk of floodwaters getting in. Is it going to flood New Orleans? Yes, it is. In some areas already dealing with some flooding. And by the way, at least 100,000 customers are without power right now in southeast Louisiana, many here in the metro area of New Orleans. The rain is coming down as well. That's going to also help with the flooding. We can deal with a ½ inch an hour in terms of rainfall rate. Oh, by the way, you might hear that trumpet. That is famed trumpeter Kermit Ruffins. He owns several clubs here, and he's been coming out every now and then just kind of playing in the storm. He's a local, and many locals here, well, they still have a little PTSD, and they remember 16 years ago when Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Mississippi. But we all know the flooding and the levee failures here in New Orleans. That has been infamous, and even in people's memories, anytime you have a major hurricane approach New Orleans, they think back to that. I know many locals I've talked to recently, they didn't sleep well at all last night with Ida bearing down, and hearing from the police chief there in Grand Isle earlier, yeah, it's a worst case scenario for them right there. The police chief told me today's event worse than Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago. As we look down Bourbon Street, the rain's coming down. We see a few people out and about. Some unfortunately are homeless. Others, well, they're just seeking refuge here. I see some people having to walk the dogs. Yeah, they're evacuated with the dogs, and the dogs have to, you know, come outside from time to time. But I tell you what, if you still have to walk your four-legged friend, do it now, because we're dealing with the winds only getting stronger and stronger throughout the day, and the weather is not going to improve at all. We do see, even right now, right below us, a police cruiser making sure that you know, things are buttoned up tightly here. The big concern is projectiles as our winds get stronger and stronger throughout the day. We were here last year with Hurricane Zeta, and that came in and came out over a couple of hours. This is going to be a day, at least, if not more, of tropical storm force sustained winds in the area. So this is going to be a big deal. Not to mention that last hurricane was Zeta in October. This is Ida in August. So when you lose power, you lose air conditioning. If you haven't lost power yet here across Louisiana, just put your AC down as cool as you can, because when that power goes off, it might be days, if not hours, if not days, before power is back on, and that's going to be a big concern. Another concern here, yeah, the hospitals are full with COVID patients. So if people are out and about, which we do not want you to do, going to a hospital might be difficult to do because they don't have room for you right now. So we're going to do our best, stay safe, and bring the latest here of impacts just beginning here across the New Orleans metro. I know, Molly, you're covering more impacts that we're dealing with across the Gulf Coast with the landfall now of Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, Hurricane Ida has officially made landfall, but we're going to talk about the impacts that will extend well beyond the coast, because there certainly will be. We are just at the beginning of Ida right now, and we've mentioned that this is really going to put on the brakes as far as that forward speed and look, it spends the better part of Monday over Mississippi. You just heard Paul talk about those power outage potentials that extends well into portions of Mississippi as well, where we're going to watch those higher wind speeds, not necessarily what we're seeing at the coast, but still strong enough that we could see some power outages across Mississippi as well. And the rainfall amounts, just look at this footprint from the coast of Louisiana all the way through Mississippi. Even areas like just outside of Nashville, the Waverly area, certainly do not need any more rain. This extends all the way up into the northeast. So flash flooding likely where you see in red. So that includes Grand Isle right now, obviously seeing storm surge on top of the rainfall that's falling. But even the areas in yellow up into southern Mississippi, Hattiesburg, over into Macomb, Mississippi, likely to see some flash flooding as we're just going to see torrential rainfall continue to move in, and it's going to be slow moving. So that really just allows the rainfall to pile up pretty quickly. On top of that, we do have the threat for some tropical tornadoes. These do tend to spin up very quickly. They are short-lived, but they can do quite a bit of damage. So we do have a Torcon of 3 that does include areas like Gulfport over to Mobile, Alabama. That continues for tomorrow for many of the same areas. We're very concerned about the flooding potential for tomorrow for the state of Mississippi, and really the entire state has the potential to see at least some kind of flash flooding. We'll stay with the Weather Channel and our team of veteran meteorologists through Hurricane Ida. We'll be watching very closely, and we have crews all over the coast stretching from Broussard all the way to Gulfport, Mississippi. You can download our app on your TV and existing cable and satellite subscribers.
Okay, everyone,
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa! It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
And we want to take you now to Grand Isle, Louisiana. Earlier, we spoke with Police Chief Scooter Restweber, and he was telling us how they were held up at the station there. Roofs were being peeled off. They had a wind gust to 148 miles an hour. This was all before they got a taste of that inner eye wall. And now they are in that, and we are not able to get contact with him. We were able to just recently receive a text from him telling us that there was 4 feet of water outside of their building, no water in the building, and everyone is okay. We are not able to get a phone call with him, but we will continue to bring you information as we get it from them, and I hope that we can continue texting with them and get an update from that area. Now, they are getting that inner eye wall. They're getting a taste of it. They're kind of on the outside of that inner eye wall. We'll show you that on a map as this storm made landfall just to the west of there in Port Fourchon at about 11:54 local time with the winds at 150 miles an hour. The pressure down 930 millibars. When you're talking about pressure and you're ranking hurricanes, this is second to Katrina making landfall here. Back in 2005 had a pressure of 920, but this is number 2 on the list with Ida. Remember, the I-named storm is actually the most retired storm. I believe there's been 11 if you go back in time with the records, but it is the most retired named storms, and this one I have a good feeling about will be retired as well. A bad feeling about it because it's such a strong storm here. This is a 5th Cat 4 to make landfall in Louisiana. We had a couple in the 1800s, Betsy in 65 and Laura in 2020. Remember, when you're talking about winds this strong at 150 miles an hour, you're talking over 200 times more destructive than a Cat 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. And right now, the eye wall, the inner eye wall, is about 20 miles wide. The outer eye wall, which is taking over from the inner eye wall, is about 50 miles wide. So this is a bad scenario that this is going through an eye wall replacement cycle as it's coming in, because that means that wind field is expanding. It looks like it'll come close to Homa, if not right over Homa. Homa's about 30 miles off to our east. So if that eye wall is 50 miles wide, we could get significant wind damage here, Carl, not only in Morgan City, but I'm talking White Castle, Walker, Baton Rouge, Clinton, Centerville, Mississippi, Liberty, Mississippi, and Magnolia. So many more places could be feeling the wind effects from this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even as the storm is coming inland, it is over mostly intertidal areas, and so there's still a lot of warm water over the land. We call that the Brown Ocean, and that's going to keep this thing fairly strong for some time to come. Winds now gusting to 74 miles per hour in Grand Isle. They gusted to 98 earlier today. As Stephanie mentioned, they are now right on the outside edge of that inner eye wall. That's where the very worst of the weather is, right there. That's going to be coming into Galliano before too long, and then eventually will come up towards Homa as well. Here's the secondary eye wall. That is what is going to make its way up through New Orleans, we think, this afternoon. Looking at some of the velocity data, inbound velocities here, several thousand feet off the ground, of 136 miles per hour just to the southwest of Grand Isle. So you've got that very dangerous core of the storm, but a much larger area of strong winds that is now coming up through southeastern Louisiana and coming into southern Mississippi. Winds now beginning to gust over 60 miles per hour at times in New Orleans, now gusting to 33 in Gonzales. That is only going to step up as we go through the rest of today. Here you see 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're gusting to hurricane force in New Orleans, and that is going to continue for a long time, several hours through this evening, even into late evening. We may continue to see winds gusting to near hurricane force there in New Orleans and much of southeastern Louisiana, and also over into Mississippi. Let's get over to Tevin. He has been reporting on the storm there. And Tevin, a very large wind field with this storm.
Yeah, Carl, and that's more concerning for the folks that are about 100 miles even to the east of the center of Ida. We will likely get into those hurricane force winds, gusts at the very least. Sustained winds right now are at about 26 miles per hour. The highest gust that I've seen so far, right around 36 miles per hour. And keep in mind, that is coming right off the Mississippi Sound. That's coming right off the Gulf of Mexico. All of this easterly flow is bringing in the wind from my right to the left. So overall, for the folks that maybe think, oh, this is going to be a nothing storm, we still get in on the outer bands of Ida here within the next hour to 2 hours in time. And once some of this rainfall starts, by the way, as Ida nears closer and closer, it really won't stop. So this is not something that I think this morning when we're in the squalls and folks were like, oh, is that it? We even saw some sunshine here or there. No, folks, this is not it. You still need to be in your safe place. You still need to hunker down. This is a historic storm that's already caused a lot of damage along the Louisiana coast and now the Mississippi coast as well. You can see the trees swaying. Some of the homes off in the distance, they look like they're A-OK, with the exception of some siding that's blowing off now. Right now, of course, we're going to continue following Hurricane Ida right here on the Weather Channel. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida, which has now made landfall in southeast Louisiana. It was just a little before noon as a Category 4 with 150-mile-per-hour winds, placing this storm in the top group of storms that have made landfall in the U.S. in terms of wind speed and intensities. Now moving northwest at 13 miles per hour, there's an extreme wind warning in effect for Terrebonne and Jefferson and Lafourche parishes. That is for winds over 115 miles per hour. We have seen winds gusting to nearly 100 in Grand Isle. They are still getting hit very hard there. Galliano, the winds are picking up, and that eye wall is going to be coming right into Galliano. Here you see the eye wall itself. So that is where the very worst of the weather is. That is now just outside of the heart of Grand Isle. Then you've got a secondary eye wall right in there, and that is going to be coming up towards New Orleans. But that eye wall, that inner eye wall coming into Galliano and into Homa as well. So those areas are going to get hit very hard here over the next couple of hours. And then we're going to watch that secondary eye wall make its way up to New Orleans. And so we expect that the winds are going to get much worse in New Orleans later this afternoon. Here you see the area of strong winds, and we get into those hurricane force winds right there. So even as the storm is moving off to just to the west of New Orleans, we're going to be getting in on those hurricane force winds, and that's going to mean some power outages and maybe some structural damage as well. Winds now gusting to 59 in New Orleans and gusting to 33 in Gonzales. All of southeast Louisiana along the 55 and I-10 corridors is going to be into very strong wind later tonight. And here's a model forecast showing you that inner eye wall. We're going to likely see some degradation of that inner eye wall, but the secondary eye wall holds strong there coming up through New Orleans later this afternoon into the evening. And then we continue to watch the core of the storm going up 55 and coming into Jackson, Mississippi by tomorrow morning. So very strong winds on the way for Hattiesburg and Macomb as well. Here's a model forecast showing you those strong winds gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans later this afternoon, and that'll continue most likely into the evening hours, maybe even deep into the evening hours. I want to go out to Paul Goodlow right now. He's been reporting on the storm in New Orleans. And Paul, I know conditions are getting worse there by the hour.
Yeah, we are. In fact, we got off of the second story kind of balcony we had down to Canal Street. And you can see even some of the palm trees which are lining the street are kind of whipping. As you mentioned, the tropical storm force wind gust been dealing with that since about 5 or 6 o'clock this morning, and only getting stronger and stronger as that core of Ida continues to move. It'll stay to the west of us, but we still have a lot of gusty winds that's still coming on through here. We're seeing a few people out and about, but we also have a second camera that shows you on the behind the camera is a group of power trucks, which are kind of pre-staged here to respond to the power outages. Over 100,000 outages reported right now in southeastern Louisiana. And you have to remember, these are billing points. So a good minimum is at least a 3 times multiplier. So we're talking over 250,000 people now without power across southeastern Louisiana alone because of Ida. That number will probably definitely grow, maybe to over the millions as well, as we're still seeing those strongest winds lash the area. And by the way, if you do lose power, you're not going to get it up for quite some time, because those bucket trucks can't get up until the wind gets down below 30, 35 miles per hour. It's just not safe. And our winds are well above that right now. Will stay there potentially through tomorrow. Some of the models are saying we won't lose the tropical storm force winds until sometime tomorrow. So another 24 hours at least of these strong winds coming through here. And in terms of flooding, our biggest threat, of course, is what's coming down from the skies right now. The pumping system here in New Orleans can only take a quarter to a half inch an hour. We're going to see a lot more than that as well. But we also have the risk of severe weather when we have these landfalling systems. Tornadoes a big concern. I know we're tracking that risk. Let's go back to the studio now. Molly is keeping a close eye on even some warnings that are now being issued.
Yeah, Paul, some of the impacts in this far outer reaching, because right now we're tracking a tornado warning just issued in coastal Alabama. So we're going to go ahead and zoom into this and show you exactly where this is. This is just to the south and just to the southeast of Mobile, Alabama. It's a tornado warning for the county of Baldwin until 1:15 local time. And you can see as we flip over to velocity just how clear this signature is. Pretty much going to move right across that 98 highway. So if you're in this area, just go ahead and get into your safe spot. There's the bands of Ida continue to move through this. And these tropical tornadoes, they tend to spin up very quickly, and they do tend to be very short-lived, but they can do some damage, and they can do that very quickly. So timing this out into the Foley area around 12:43 local time, eventually into Summerdale around 12:51 local time.
We want to take you now to Laplace, Louisiana, where our winds have been out of the northeast, 32 miles an hour, gusting to 61. This is basically on the west side of Pontchartrain where 10 and 55 merge. And with that northeast wind, you can imagine the water getting pushed out of Pontchartrain. I also did see just recently outside the levee system, we're seeing some flooding around on 90 in some areas. By the way, Louisiana already has over 120,000 customers without power. And that's important because one family of 4, 6, 8 could be living in one house. So it's many more people already without power, but 122,000 customers. Louisiana has had 3 major landfalls, I'm talking Cat 3 or higher landfalls in the last 2 years. We had Laura and Zeta last year and Ida this year. And Louisiana actually becomes the first U.S. state to record a 150-mile-per-hour hurricane in back-to-back years. So this is significant, this landfall, and things are only going to get worse as we continue to move inland. And remember, your winds are going to be shifting around with this system. So, for instance, La Place seeing that northeast wind, but as this moves in, your winds are going to shift and then eventually get a southerly flow once it moves past us and is bringing rain into places like Mississippi and also into Tennessee as well. Now, it did make landfall at Port Fourchon at 11:55 local time. That is just to the west of Grand Isle, where we've actually been talking to the chief of police there, reporting 4 feet of water outside of that police station. We've also had reports of wave heights reaching 37.75 feet. That is incredible. We're talking almost 40 feet. So you're talking a 4-story building is how tall those waves are. There's also been reports of gusts in Grand Isle at 148 miles an hour before the wind gauge broke. So it's very likely that we saw winds even stronger than that. So what do you need to be doing if you're watching us right now and you live along that I-10 corridor in Louisiana, or you live along the I-55 corridor in Mississippi? I want you to turn your refrigerator down. Leave the door closed as much as you can. Cook food because you are going to be without power. Power outages are going to be significant. Fill up your bathtub in case you need to use buckets to use to flush your toilet. Stay away from the windows. Make sure that you have your computer backed up. Maybe you want to do that before you lose power. Put everything in a Ziploc bag. These are things you should be doing around the house right now if you're watching us and the storm is headed in your direction. One important thing about this system is going through an eye wall replacement cycle. Bad news because that wind field is going to expand, and that typically happens also of the wind expansion when things pull ashore, so more people will be affected by those stronger winds. The wind is also bringing a surge over 5 feet to places like Gulfport, Mississippi, where Tevin Woon's located. Tevin, give me an idea of how quickly the water has risen and how far it's gone in already.
Steph, well, that 5 feet storm surge report, I got that a couple of hours ago, right around 10 o'clock this morning. I just checked the station, the Bay Waveland Yacht Club station. Now that report is at about 7 feet. So you're starting to, again, approach major flood stage for those lowest lying areas. That's not for everyone. For example, where I'm standing, we are elevated from the Mississippi Sound. But as you can see, the Sound is not that far away. In fact, this is Highway 90, and just where that white truck is passed, that's typically where the beach is. You would have folks out on a sunny day that would be able to go out, enjoy a little bit of beach, maybe perhaps 10 to 15 yards of sand on a sunny day. But because we've had that high tide earlier this morning, that coupled with the surge, now we're talking about a storm surge, or storm tide rather, of about 5 to 7 feet. So the entire beach is practically wiped away here in Gulfport, Mississippi, and the gusty winds are also here in Gulfport. I just measured a gust at about 36 miles an hour on my anemometer, but some of the stronger gusts are between 40 and 50 miles an hour. This is just the beginning as Ida's now going through that eye wall replacement cycle. We are seeing that wind field expand. That's not just for the core of this system, that's also outward. Some 100 miles away from the east of the center, we are seeing strong to gusty winds, and then you add on another 30 miles or so, you get into the Mobile Bay. That's where they have a tornado warning for southern portions of Baldwin County for the next 30 to 35 minutes or so. And then outside of that, into Pensacola and places near Pascagoula, we have heavy rainfall with flash flooding ongoing too. So this is not just a storm that has impacts at the center. They do extend outwards by about 150 to 200 miles or so. So on a day like today and even into tomorrow, the tornado threat does still remain, as does that flash flood threat. As we starting to get to some of the heaviest rainfall here in the next several hours. This wind, folks, by the way, this is just from an outer band here. This is not at the core of Ida, so you have to keep in mind, even if you're not at the center of a storm, you do get damaging and crippling impacts as well. Speaking of some of those damaging and crippling impacts, Let's get into meteorologist Molly McCullum right now. She's live in Weather Channel headquarters covering the latest tornado warning. Molly.
Tevin, you mentioned that tornado warning for areas of coastal Alabama, so we want to get right to it. This is what we have right now, a tornado warning for Baldwin County. This is near the Foley area, headed towards Daphne, as well as Fairhope until 1:15 local time. The rotation on this has repeatedly looked very impressive. You can see where those greens and those reds meet together. That's where you're watching for that rotation. It looks like it will pass just to the north of Foley, but if you are in Foley, go ahead, stay in your safe spot until this tornado warning does expire. We do expect to see more of these as we go throughout the day, and timing this out, if this holds together, Mobile, this is headed your way at 1:34 local time. A tornado watch continues for this area until 7.
Connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here, the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're tracking Hurricane Ida, which made landfall last hour. But take a look at this. This is a Ring doorbell camera view from Grand Isle, which was pretty close to the center, but they got that eye wall, and reports of water feet upon feet deep still overrunning this part of coastal Louisiana. This is a scary view. The good news is most people evacuated. There's a skeleton staff, even of officials and police, still on the island. They have reporting water inside their building. We talked to them a couple of hours ago, and their instruments recorded 148-mile-per-hour wind before, the wind just did away with that instrument. But you can see why there were mandatory evacuations and why you should definitely flee when a storm like this makes landfall, as it did the last hour or so here in Louisiana. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We have all day long, all night long coverage of Hurricane Ida, yet the latest landfall here inLouisiana. It was at plenty last year. Now here we go again. In New Orleans on Canal Street, you can see winds have been increasing up to and now over tropical storm force wind gusts all day long. Now sustained winds in that tropical storm force range. We're reporting more than 150,000 customers without power. What does that really mean? Well, probably more like easily 500,000 people without power right now across Louisiana, and that number keeps growing. It was under 100,000 maybe 2 hours ago. Now it's 150 and still growing as the winds are coming through here as well. We don't expect the eye to come over here like Zeta did last year, but we're going to be in that right front quadrant. Some of the strongest winds will be within 30, 35 miles of that center, which means we're going to have hurricane force winds here for hours as we head later into this afternoon and this evening. And even the Mississippi River being pushed by the winds here, and Lake Pontchartrain. There's some flooding close to Lake Pontchartrain with the winds pushing that water here, and that will continue. Flooding is going to happen because of what's falling from the sky here. There might be some surge pushing up and over the levee protection system, but we don't expect anything like what happened or started happening 16 years ago. By the way, today is the anniversary of landfall of Hurricane Katrina next door in Mississippi, but we are still going to have impacts here. For those who are still riding this out, we do not expect a Katrina-like flood event. We expect more of a freshwater flooding and maybe some overwashing of the levees, but not a complete failure is not expected of the levee system. So hopefully that might reduce by 10% the anxiety level that many people who live through Katrina are still in this city. Many people evacuated, but some could not. They couldn't afford to evacuate. So we're going to ride this one out with you. Just stay in your safe place. Stay in your high spaces, too. Many cars here are parked to try to get out of some low-lying areas. This is called some of the neutral ground area, and power crews are stationed to respond when the power is safe to restore it as well. But we're not quite done with this storm. Let's check back in with storm specialist Carl Parker, who's keeping a track on this. And Carl, the eye is still over Port Fourchon. It's kind of a calm right now, but they still have the backside of that eye wall to get through. And of course, here in New Orleans, we still have a lot more weather to get through.
Yeah, long way to go, and we're seeing some very strong velocities in that secondary eye wall right now, Paul. And let's give you the latest on the storm. So for the first time in Louisiana history, we have seen back-to-back 150-mile-per-hour landfalls in consecutive years. And there you see the latest on the storm, still very strong. It's not going to lose energy all that quickly because it's sitting over very wet ground. This is intertidal area. An extreme wind warning still in effect right now. And you see that initial eye wall coming through Port Fourchon there, coming towards Galliano right now. Winds still gusting to 90 miles per hour in Grand Isle. They gusted to 98 earlier, maybe well above that, but that is an unofficial report. Here you see that inner eye wall now approaching Galliano. It's going to get much, much worse in short order there. And there, by the way, is a live look at what is going on in Grand Isle. A remote camera has been set up there, and you see the terrific amount of storm surge that has occurred along with wind. A very dangerous place to be right now. There's no doubt about that. Let's get over to Tevin Wooten. He's in Gulfport. And Tevin, I know the winds have been getting stronger and stronger there.
Yeah, Carl, they have been getting stronger and stronger. I just got a gust at tropical storm force at 40 miles an hour here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So gusty winds at the very least, but we're in those outer bands. And overall, though we don't get a lot of heavy rainfall, at least for now, there is still gusty winds embedded in that. So for the folks that, again, that are trying to get out and maybe make their way around town, now is not the time. In fact, if we can pull up the radar, I want to show you what we're dealing with right now. We just went through one small cell of a storm. There are still multiple beyond that. And notice what's between the core of Ida and just to the east of us in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Extremely heavy rainfall. The drier air is losing out. The moist air is winning in. We'll start to see more and more rainfall. That will lead to flash flooding and torrential rainfall for portions of the northern Gulf Coast. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
With
You got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
A destructive storm by the name of Hurricane Ida making landfall just before midday on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. The storm making landfall near Port Fourchon, Louisiana, and we are still getting gusty winds as this destructive storm rages on. We're live for you in Gulfport, Mississippi right now, where some of the outer bands are pushing through, and I noticed just about 30 seconds right before we came to you guys, the winds really started to shift direction as some of these storms made their way onshore. Beyond me here, that's the Mississippi Sound. You can see how strong the winds are, some gusts between 40 and 50 miles an hour. Occasionally, though, we get a shift in the wind direction. So perhaps as we're watching things move onshore with some of these storms, maybe getting into a waterspout. That is potential here along the Gulf Coast, and that's also a threat, too, as they move inland. That then becomes tornadic, and we see that chance for tornadic supercells that we occasionally do or typically do on the northeastern quadrant of tropical entities and hurricanes as such. We'll continue monitoring this throughout the day. This is bringing heavy rainfall. This is reducing visibility here in Gulfport, Mississippi. This is also bringing gusty winds as well. On the radar right now, these storms look small, but they are mighty. Let me tell you, visibility reduced to next to nothing basically every 30 minutes or so. And you can sort of see how out into the Mississippi Sound, we still have a cloud or a wall of moisture. That's the rainfall that is pushing on right now. So everybody here at the hotel and everybody that is hunkering down through Gulfport, Mississippi, into Mobile, Alabama, into Foley, Alabama, in Pascagoula, in Pensacola, and in Destin, and Fort Walton as well. That is how far-reaching we are seeing Ida's arms, or the outer bands of Ida, extend about 150 to 200 miles away from the center. By the way, the storm, even as it's moving ashore, we do still see a destructive storm push on here. So we'll continue monitoring that, and I want folks, especially in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, to know that, yes, you do get those tornadic supercells. We have a torcon today of a 3 through southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama. And even as this storm moves inland, we will continue to experience that threat of tropical spin-ups here along portions of the Twin States. And guess what? As Ida moves inland to perhaps Baton Rouge, we may still see, or we're likely to still see, hurricane force winds extend there as well. So that's why the hurricane watches and warnings are up for portions of Louisiana, 80 miles inland, away from the coast. That's how strong Ida is, and Ida will continue to be into Sunday evening and Monday. We know we're also experiencing strong impacts, too, right into the heart of New Orleans, Louisiana. Let's get to meteorologist Paul Goodloe standing by with more. Paul, what are the conditions like where you are?
Well, we're getting a decent wind gust coming through here. It's kind of scary. I've been here before for Hurricane Zeta, but you can hear the wind howling here right next to the French Quarter here in New Orleans, and we just kind of went through that gust, but you can see the palm trees behind me taking a beating as our winds continue to increase. They've been gusting tropical storm force for at least 6 to 7 hours here, sustained the last couple of hours, which means above 39 miles per hour here. The Lakefront Airport reporting gusts well over 60 miles per hour. Lake Pontchartrain is like a washing machine being agitated right now, and we have some flooding already. In fact, our second camera is over in the French, a little deeper in the French Quarter, and we are seeing some of the smaller streets, some river or some water starting to rise in some areas. That's going to be an ongoing concern here, is the rain coming down and causing some flooding. This city below sea level, so they have to pump the water up and out. About a ½ inch an hour is all they can take here. We get those heavier rain bands, which have yet to really start in mass here across the metro New Orleans area. We are going to deal with some of the pumps being overwhelmed by how heavy the rain is coming down. They've been doing a lot here. A lot of people have evacuated. You see some of the businesses, they're putting up whatever protection they can to perhaps delay or minimize the amount of water coming to their businesses. Even some places have put plywood up to protect the windows. So, you know, it's tough because you know it's coming. This place has had several hurricanes and tropical storms impact them. In fact, today is the anniversary of Katrina making landfall. Granted, it made landfall in Mississippi, but we know the flood concerns here. The levee protection system, it has expanded dramatically in the last 16 years since Katrina. That's, you know, it's going to hold. It's designed for a Cat 3. Yes, this is a Cat 4. We might see some overwashing of some of the levees, but we don't expect the type of catastrophic failure like we had 16 years ago begin with Katrina making landfall, again, east of us here. But the winds knocking out more power. Power flashes have been on and off here in the quarter. Overall, more than 150,000 customers without power right now in Louisiana. And I always try to use a multiplier of maybe, you know, 2 to 4. So easily 500,000 people without power. Again, customers are billing points where the bill is sent to, but it could be perhaps a hotel, could be an apartment building, could be, you know, a studio apartment. The bottom line is there's a lot more people than 150,000 without power. And you got to remember, unlike Zeta, that happened in October. It was cooler afterwards. This is August. Without power, without air conditioning, it's going to be brutal when it's finally safe to recover from this, which might not be till tomorrow. Let's talk about the duration of this event and bring in storm specialist Carl Parker. And Carl, unlike the last hurricane that went through and over New Orleans, this thing is going to keep us in this danger zone of impacts well into Monday.
Yeah, no question, Paul. It's a very slow-moving storm, and it's going to be slow to lose energy. It's an incredibly powerful storm to begin with. It's been very rare to see a storm this strong striking the Louisiana coastline back. You know, we've never seen it happen back-to-back in consecutive years to see a 150-mile-per-hour storm doing that. Now, notice the motion is northwest at 13 miles per hour. That's important. I'll show you why here in just a second. Extreme wind warning now in effect until 1:30. We'll see what happens when that expires, but there's certainly is potential for exceptionally strong winds where that eye wall is. We are still, look at this, still getting winds gusting to 97 miles per hour. We got an unofficial report of winds gusting to over 140 miles per hour in Grand Isle earlier. Winds are stepping up in Galliano, 82 miles per hour. A couple of stations to the east there in Plaquemines Parish now reporting calm winds. So the anemometers have been knocked out, but they did report winds gusting to 130 miles per hour earlier. So here's the most dangerous part of the storm right there in terms of wind. That is where the inner eye wall is. That is now coming into Galliano. It's going to get much, much worse in the next few minutes as that moves in. And then here's the secondary eye wall, and winds have really stepped up there in Grand Isle, I should say, as that has moved in. And so we're going to watch this inner eye wall come up into Homa, and then the secondary eye wall is going to be moving off to the northwest and then more towards the north as well. By the way, there's a live picture of Grand Isle. We've had a camera set up here through the course of this event. Absolutely devastating down there. Again, winds gusting most recently to 97 miles per hour, and we've seen storm surge of nearly 5 feet there. Low tide is right about now, so maybe that mitigating it somewhat, but it's really been tough there. And again, that secondary eye wall right in there, that's going to be coming up towards New Orleans. Now, whether or not it gets right over New Orleans is tricky because we do think the storm is going to move more to the north at some point. It's going to be really, really close. But regardless, winds will be gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, gusting to 62 miles per hour right now. That's only going to step up as we go through the next several hours. You've got a lot of surge as well. Shell Beach on the end of Lake Bourne there, 7 feet of surge right now. And here's the model forecast. So there's the inner eye wall right there. There's the secondary eye wall starts to come up very close to, if not right over, New Orleans. And then we continue to see that for several hours. So that's going to mean a prolonged period of very strong wind there in New Orleans, gusting 75 to 90 miles per hour through late afternoon. That may continue into the early evening as well. And then finally does begin to relent somewhat, but still very strong even into late tonight and through the overnight hours. We want to go out now to Stephanie, and she's been reporting on the storm in Morgan City. And Steph, it's going to get a lot worse where you are there as that eye wall comes in next hour or so.
You know, you were just talking about New Orleans, which is about 90 miles off to our east. We could get the western side of that. It's going to be close, basically going right in between me and Morgan City and our crews in New Orleans. Little shift east, little shift west is going to make or break certain cities getting the worst of the eye wall. Right now, that inner eye wall, the most intense eye wall, going through Golden Meadow, Louisiana, about 60 miles off to my southeast. Now, Homa is about 30 miles to my east, and then this is south and east of Homa. They are getting hammered right now with the worst winds from this. I can report that we know that there are some power outages in Homa. We actually spoke to someone who was there. They said they lost power. I want to say he said it was about an hour ago. Speaking of power outages, we already have 150,000 customers in Louisiana without power. That is just one building. So if you're talking about a household of 4, 6, or 8, many more people already seeing those power outages. We are also getting reports here. Highway 90 outside of the levee protection is seeing flooding in the New Orleans area. Also, Old US 51 in LaPlace is also overtaken by water. That is essentially where 10 and 55 merge on the west side of Pontchartrain. And remember, they were getting that north component to that wind, and so that's been pushing the water, northeasterly component to the wind, I should say, pushing that water south and west, which is where LaPlace is located. And conditions are going to continue to get worse. If you've been with us through the morning, Laplace, excuse me about that. Laplace, yes, thank you. If you've been with us through the morning, our winds have picked up a little bit. We still have power here into Morgan City. But if we get that outer eye wall, we could see a lot of damage and a lot more power outages. So here's Laplace that I was talking about. You can see the water is covering that area. Here's one of the other problems. All the rain that's falling from the sky. This system's going to slow. It's going to take a solid 24 hours to get through, and it makes that turn as we head into Monday to go off to the north and the east. But the east side of the storm is where we will see significant flooding on already saturated grounds. Places like New Orleans, we are already 20 inches above average on rainfall, and getting another foot or so is going to be just awful. And remember, most deaths actually happen from flooding, from the water, from the rain, from the surge. So do keep that in mind. Don't drive through any of those flooded roadways. Now's the time to stay home. If you have yet to get the weather, I'm talking the I-10 corridor up towards I-55 into Mississippi, things you need to be doing right now, Molly. Filling up your bathtub so you can flush your toilet if you have issues with that, turning down the refrigerator, maybe cooking food, doing laundry. Because, Molly, our power outages, because there's going to be so widespread, could be for days, if not weeks in some places.
Well, thank you, Steph. Obviously, a lot of the focus right now is on the power outages, potentially on the communities being hardest hit by the wind right now. But these impacts are going to extend well inland. And we're talking about the better part of tomorrow. We will see this sit over Mississippi. So we're talking about wind, maybe not as strong as what we're seeing right now, but still a lot of wind and particularly some water falling from the sky over Mississippi. So let's get the details on this and show you the track and how we're expecting this to move over the next few days, because you just heard Stephanie mentioned that this is going to slow down considerably. We've been expecting this. It's been able to keep a pretty fast pace until now. Now that it's moving inland, it's going to spend the better part of today over Louisiana, tracking into Mississippi. You can see tomorrow those time stamps keep it over Mississippi and then pushing over areas like Tennessee, particularly Waverly, which does not need any more rainfall, but likely will see some rainfall from Ida as it moves through. And this will continue up into the northeast, even areas that saw rain from systems like Henri just last weekend. So the flash flooding potential is high, of course, in areas of southeastern Louisiana, but we have to talk about areas like Hattiesburg, Mississippi, up even to Jackson, Mississippi. That's through tomorrow morning. On top of that, we have to mention the fact that we do have a pretty substantial threat for a few isolated spin-up tornadoes. We always see these with landfalling systems. So there is a Torcon of 3. We've already seen a tornado warning in coastal Alabama. That has since been canceled, but it's not a matter of if we will see more tornado warnings. It's just a matter of when, as these bands continue to work their way on shore. The better part of tomorrow through Tuesday morning, that's when we're concerned about flash flooding potential across a lot of Mississippi, even stretching into Alabama. And many of the same areas tomorrow will be seeing that threat for those isolated spin-up tornadoes. They can happen very quickly. Usually do not see them coming because they are wrapped in rain. A lot of torrential tropical rainfall surrounds these. As we move Tuesday into Wednesday, that flooding concern continues. Areas like Nashville, we mentioned just Waverly, right outside of Nashville, under the threat for some flash flooding once again. This extends up into the northeast. Severe thunderstorms possible as we get into Tuesday from Alabama, even extending into areas like Atlanta, Georgia. Well, Tevin Wooten is live in Gulfport, Mississippi right now. And Tevin, it looks like the wind has really started to pick up for you there.
Yeah, Molly, things have really kicked up over the last 30 minutes or so. We've taken it up a notch higher. Now wind gusts are at 41 miles an hour here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So those tropical storm wind gusts at the very least are verifying. I think we have tropical storm force winds, though, sustained closer to 35 or 40 miles an hour. All this flow is from the east for right now, so that's building things up in the Mississippi Sound. You can see how this is raging. It looks like the Gulf of Mexico. It's connected to the Gulf of Mexico, but guess what? There's also a beach between the water and here, but that water has overtaken the beach. In fact, water levels right now are at about 5.2 feet so far. So the surge continues to pour in. That will continue to pour in too as the wind direction shifts. Instead of the east, things will come out of the south. And speaking of wind direction shift, folks, some of the storms that are coming ashore starting to spit up a little bit. We've already had a couple of tornado warnings to our east, and we actually had one to our west earlier this morning before sunrise. We have to monitor that closely, even as the heaviest rainfall pushes out of here. We still have that risk of spin up. So for the folks thinking they're going out, nuh-uh. Do not go out today. Practice the utmost safety. Stay indoors if you can. Much more to come with Hurricane Ida when we return.
Three words: warm strawberry jam.
3 more words: perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
Do I need to pre-treat my laundry? Nope.
With Tide Pods, you don't need to worry.
The pre-treaters are built in.
Tide Pods dissolve even when the water is freezing.
Nice. If it's gotta be clean,
it's gotta be Tide.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again.
Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome.
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I don't feel sick. Why should I cure my hepatitis C?
How can I handle one more thing?
You can stay on track and be cured in only 8 weeks with Mavyret. You can keep your momentum with Mavyret.
Before starting Mavyret, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Mavyret with anizanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than Hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
Now I can live life cured and feel free.
8 weeks was faster than I thought.
Now it's your turn to keep your momentum with Mavyret.
Talk to your doctor about Mavyret.
Giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
You guys ever tried one of these bars made over at Red Twix? Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate. Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's... We're tracking landfall of Hurricane Ida. Looking at video of storm surge flooding in Grand Isle, Louisiana. They have been inundated with winds well over 140 miles per hour and feet upon feet of Gulf of Mexico water covering that community right there. We've talked to the police chief earlier. We haven't been able to talk to him through voice, but some text. They're still doing well. They have water in many homes and buildings that are still standing there, if they're standing, but they are weathering the brunt, that eye wall of Hurricane Ida, which made landfall just to the west of Grand Isle at Fort John a little while ago. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow in New Orleans, once again dealing with a hurricane making landfall. The best thing you can do from this wind is basically hide from it. Winds have been sustained at tropical storm force winds for quite some time. You can see what it's doing to the rain here, blowing it sideways, and I'm slightly protected. If I step out, it is pretty brutal here. Sustained winds, 39 miles per hour is tropical storm force. And they've been well over 60 in some locations just around the city as well. And we were here last October for Hurricane Zeta, and you might think this shelter here might give you protection. This is a trolley station. These things were blowing out and shattering back in October when Zeta came right over the area as a slightly weaker hurricane than what Ida is right now. So I'm trying to make sure I am upwind things like that, because they will shatter into small little pieces. We already had some bits of debris coming on through here. I see this gentleman here in a wheelchair doing his best to take shelter. I'm just hoping someone from the city can come get him to a better location, because he definitely is at risk at this time. There's all types of debris coming through here. Part of a dumpster flying by in the winds. So we're talking about this all morning long, how the winds will keep increasing, even though landfall and that center of Ida is going to pass by with about 30 and 35 miles per hour. We're still going to be in some hurricane force winds for hours as we head throughout the rest of today into this evening. And the tropical storm force wind gusts, like we're doing right now, might not stop until sometime tomorrow. So if you evacuated, this is the reason why you should have, because these winds have been increasing all day now, all afternoon long, and will continue to do so. And people who are still stuck here, who could not even afford to evacuate, well, seek a safe place. something where you can be away from the exposed windows and walls in your house, wherever you're taking shelter. Just ride this one out. Let's talk more about how long we're going to see the winds intensify here and head back to the studio with Carl. And Carl, we're still hours away from the closest pass of the center, and we have a lot more weather to go through here.
Yeah, long way to go, Paul. In fact, the modeling indicating that the winds are going to continue to step up over the next few hours and then likely peak going through late afternoon and through the evening hours there in New Orleans. And let's take a look, first of all, at the latest on the storm. We just did get a new advisory from the Hurricane Center, and still 150 mile per hour Category 4. It's not going to lose a lot, at least initially, because this land that it's over is mostly water. It's intertidal area, and so it's what we call brown ocean. Extreme wind warning still up for a few more minutes. We'll see if another one is issued. Would not be at all surprising given the level of wind that we are seeing. Got a gust to 97 in Grand Isle at 136. That anemometer may be out. That's the case with a couple of them farther to the east in Plaquemines Parish. In Galliano, gusting to 81 right now. But that most dangerous part of the storm, that inner eye wall, is just about to move in. So that wind is going to step up dramatically as that happens. Houma, you're going to be in for very strong wind as well. And you have the secondary eye wall, which reaches out a lot farther. That's going to graze Morgan City and is also going to come up towards New Orleans. You've got strong winds coming to New Orleans no matter what, but if you get into that secondary eye wall where the precipitation is heavier, then it's going to be even stronger than that. Winds now gusting to 62 miles per hour in New Orleans, and they'll continue to get stronger over the next several hours. Here's the model forecast showing you the core right there and that secondary eye wall and the very heavy precipitation associated with that, and that just rolls through very slowly over the next many hours, even into late tonight. We've still got heavy rain and strong winds coming through, and then that makes its way up into southern Mississippi. So looking at the model forecast for winds, winds gusting to hurricane force and higher from the next couple of hours through late afternoon. That will continue into this evening, maybe backing off a little bit, but then stepping up once again as we're on the southeast side of that circulation. So it's going to be a prolonged period of very strong winds in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, coming into Macomb and into Morgan City as well because of the slow motion of this storm. And stay with the Weather Channel and our team of veteran meteorologists throughout Hurricane Ida. We'll have more coverage, live coverage from the coast coming up here in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to Tracking Hurricane Ida. Meteorologist Paul Goodman live in New Orleans. And Ida has made landfall, but we're not done. The weather continues to go downhill here in New Orleans. I'll try my best to stay out of the wind as I can, as we're getting winds sustained in tropical storm force and getting into close to hurricane force wind gusts, and they're blowing everything that's not backed down well around here. We've seen dumpsters flying by. Some of these trolley stations, they have shattered. That glass is not strong enough to withstand this. In fact, I was here back in October for Hurricane Zeta, which the center came right across New Orleans. I'm feeling stronger winds today, and we're not quite even in the strongest of winds yet here in New Orleans, as Hurricane Ida is still hours away from making its closest pass to New Orleans. You look at the radar and see some of the yellow, some of the intense rains. That's another big concern, is some of the heavy rain that's coming this way. This wind's definitely causing damage, knocking down trees and even power lines. More than 150,000 customers are without power right now in Louisiana. And I'm now seeing some of the street lights going out here. It might be a local event, or it could be perhaps widespread. We don't know. But even our hotel had some power flashes. But the big concern is we have hours upon hours of tropical storm force winds well into Monday, and even hurricane force winds for much of the rest of today. Again, New Orleans should be within 30 or 40 miles of the actual center point, which means you're going to have that eastern eye wall come pretty close to, if not pummeling, parts of the metro New Orleans area here. In terms of flooding, the rain is going to be the biggest deal. They're going to overwhelm the pumps. Looking at the radar, some of the heavier rain bands have yet to rotate into New Orleans. 1/2 inch an hour. That's all the pumps can take. There's already reports of some pumps losing power. We started down 3 pumps. We were 96 of 99 operational at the beginning of this event. Some are reporting power outages, so that's an ongoing concern. Flooding is going to happen. The question is, how deep will it get and how long will it last? We do not expect a Katrina-type flooding on this anniversary of Katrina, but we are dealing with a lot of impacts here, and it's just beginning here across Louisiana. Dealing with impacts with storm surge ongoing right now into Mississippi. Let's segment with Tevin Newton, who is live in Gulfport. And Tevin, it's pretty bad there. And the fortunate thing is it's not as bad as it was 16 years ago when Katrina made landfall pretty close to there with a 30-foot surge.
Yeah, Paul, a little bit difficult to hear you, but that wind is howling. I can tell where you are in New Orleans, Louisiana. Winds are howling here, too. From Ida, we are in Gulfport, Mississippi. I just clocked in a gust at 50 miles an hour. That's how strong this storm is. That's how far-reaching a lot of the impacts from Ida are and continue to be. In fact, some of the wind gusts here were right around 50 miles an hour, but they are starting to peak a little bit more and more as those outer bands continue to pull through. In Jefferson Parish, just to give you guys an update, the parish president has said they are receiving rescue requests, but it is too unsafe right now. They are not able to get to those folks who are calling in for rescues. Again, in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, they're receiving rescue requests. They are not able to get to folks right now. We can only pray, we can only hope that they are as safe as possible and perhaps trying to get to higher ground because of that storm surge that's also pushing in. Speaking of surge, behind me sits the Mississippi Sound. That water has completely, folks, covered the beach. I mean, that water came, this was earlier this morning before the strongest winds arrived. We're still in some of the east winds, though. Eventually the winds will kick up. Those will start to pick up out of the south, and we too will see that storm surge threat continue to be increased as we go throughout the afternoon hours today. Right around 5.7 feet for some of the water levels right now in western portions or southwestern portions of Mississippi and along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But again, storm surge will continue to be a threat. So will the heavy rainfall and tornadoes too, folks. I know that you sat at home, you've hunkered down, you've been waiting all day long. When's it gonna get here? When's it gonna get here? Ida is here right now, and Ida is not done just yet. In fact, I think some of the worst impacts have remained to be seen and are still on the way. So we're not done with this. I want you guys to exercise your safety plans, continue to stay in a safe place. If you are in southern portions of Mississippi, if you are in south central Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana, for the folks there in New Orleans and in and around Lake Pontchartrain, if you are in portions of Alabama and also northwestern Florida, Pascagoula, all the way to St. George Island, we are getting those outer feeder bands continue, folks. I mean, they are just walloping and hammering the northern Gulf Coast. This is a storm that will for sure go down in the record books as one of the strongest storms to impact the northern Gulf Coast from Florida, from Alabama to Mississippi. Right here in Gulfport, we have team coverage spread out all across this storm for you here in Mississippi and Louisiana. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. It is still an extremely dangerous 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 storm moving to the northwest now at 13 miles per hour. Made landfall officially at about noon, but it's over very wet ground, intertidal areas, and so it's not going to be losing a lot of intensity quickly. There you see a brand new extreme wind warning issued for Lafourche, St. Charles, and Terrebonne parishes. That going until 4:30, covering the inner and secondary eye wall. That's where the strongest of wind is being seen right now, just outside of New Orleans. So it's expected that it's going to get really strong in New Orleans, but not quite that strong. This is where we expect to see sustained wind of 115 plus miles per hour. This product born out of Hurricane Charlie when the National Weather Service issued tornado warnings in lieu of having something like that to use. So here you see the latest winds. Galliano now gusting to 92 miles per hour. They are about to get walloped by this inner eye wall. It looks like we're not getting readings any longer from Grand Isle. 97 miles per hour there. There you see just below me live pictures from Grand Isle where we've seen a terrific water level rise, and we've had winds winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, perhaps well over 100 miles per hour officially. And so, you know, this is sort of ground zero for the landfall of the storm, which occurred just off to the southwest of Grand Isle. It's been a really, really rough day there today. Again, that inner eye wall now coming up towards Galliano. It's going to get a lot worse in short order. Another hour or so, that inner eye wall comes up towards Homa. The secondary eye wall is about to move in, and then that secondary eye wall is also going to come very close to Morgan City, just kind of grazing that. And certainly we're going to get into much stronger winds here in New Orleans as these bands continue to work in. That heavier rain helps to transport more of that wind down to the ground. So now gusting to 61 miles per hour. We did get a gust that was well over that at the lakefront most recently. And so we're going to be looking at some very strong winds going through the rest of the afternoon. And in addition to that, exceptionally heavy rain. So here you see the core of the storm. That's 5 o'clock this afternoon, has not moved that much. Then we'll take it into this evening, 11 o'clock, the center of the storm near Baton Rouge, but we're still solidly in the wind and the rain there in New Orleans, in Gulfport and Biloxi. And then it continues to move up 55 and towards Jackson and Hattiesburg as well. And because of that slow forward speed, we are going to see a terrific amount of rain, very likely that we see flash flooding in and around New Orleans. Look at some of the model outputs here. Here you're seeing more than 12 inches, according to one model, coming up through New Orleans. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the pumps in New Orleans, and the American model showing something very similar there in New Orleans. Well, we want to get out to Stephanie now, and she's in Morgan City in Louisiana. And Stephanie, again, that extreme wind warning issued just to your south, and so it's going to be a real close shave there for some of the very strongest winds.
So just to give people some perspective here, Homa is about 30 miles to our east. That's it, just 30 miles off to our east. And they are going to get some of the worst weather. Now, is it going to get into Morgan City or not? It's just going to be a little wobble this way or that way that will determine if we get really bad winds here. We actually just saw the fire department, someone from the fire department and the police department actually came over to our live shot and said that there's already one tree down, and there's like nothing here yet. We have barely been getting bad winds, and there's already a tree down. They said they were taking care of it. They wanted to get it removed before the worst of the weather got to this area. Power is still on here, but we do know someone that lives in Homa, and they told us that the power is out there. I've seen reports of power being out also into Metairie, which is up by Lake Pontchartrain. And we want to talk about Jefferson Parish, in which Metairie sits in, too. We want to talk to the president. Cynthia Lee Sheng is joining us this morning. Thank you for being with us this morning, Cynthia. Let's first start off with the reports that you are getting requests for help in Grand Isle.
Yes, so Grand Isle was an area, it's a lower lying area of Jefferson Parish. It is our most vulnerable area. It sits right on the Gulf of Mexico. I issued a mandatory evacuation for Grand Isle because of the just very dangerous storm surge. Most of the people left the island, but I spoke to the mayor last night, and we think there's probably about 40 people, including some first responders and some firefighters, that are on the island. We were getting requests for some rescue. Obviously, they cannot do that now. Everybody's just going to have to ride out the storm and wait. Now, the difficulty with Grand Isle is that it's just one road in. It's a very narrow island. The road becomes impassable very quickly. I'm getting reports that there's already white caps on the road. Our fire station's taking on water at the bottom. So it's a very, very difficult situation. They're really taking a bad hit right now, and conditions are just terrible on the island.
Yeah. 6 feet there over Highway 1, which is the only way to get into there. I was curious, can you give us any details on this request? Do you know what type of situation these people were in?
I think they just started seeing the effects of this weather and this incredible storm, and probably started second guessing, their decision to stay and ask for rescue. But we cannot, I was able to get through with one of the citizens, and he was like, you just look outside, you just see all white. Yeah, like it's hard for them to see what's going on. Yeah. One of the reporters just asked
Cynthia,
me,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have to. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Cynthia. We have to go to a commercial, but we're going to hold you over. We'll come back to you and talk about the sheriff already knocking on doors. And we want to continue our conversation now with Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang joining us again. Cynthia, thank you for staying over the commercial break because I want to ask you about Sheriff Joseph Lapinto. I'm told he's going door to door to check on residents and not only check on them, but perhaps get their name, phone number for after the storm. Can you give me some more details on where he's doing this and if you guys have done this in the past?
So the area that he is doing that, and he did that last night, is Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, and Crown Point. It is an area north of Grand Isle, but it is still outside the levee protection system. Right now, they are really taking a beating. I just saw footage of some roofs being ripped off. But last night, in a proactive stance, we have a very strong first responder community here. Last night, as a proactive stance, he sent out dozens of officers knocking door to door in the Lafitte area. Just, some of those people, even though we had a mandatory evacuation order, they did not leave. So collecting names, phone numbers, addresses of where they are, where they're going to hunker down, and the number of people in their homes. So this is just going to give them a leg up on the search and rescue. They're going to know exactly where to go, knock on those doors and try to rescue people. So we really applaud his efforts because our concern, again, was so very critical for the Grand Isle and the residents of Lafitte.
So not only in Lafitte, but up into Metairie, I've heard that there are some reports that the power is out there already. Can you give us any update on that?
So we are experiencing very widespread power outages. I'm at the Emergency Operations Center. I think we're on generator power. It keeps going off here. When we started this interview with you, I had 81,000 outages in Jefferson Parish. And right now, just in this few minutes, it's 101,000. Outages in Jefferson Parish. So every time we check, and we have Entergy as our electricity utility here, they're embedded with us. Every minute we're seeing widespread power outages. So fortunately we have generator power. Our hospital's on generator power. We proactively put our water department on generator power so we wouldn't lose pressure if we lost power. So this is what we're expecting, and it's happening very quickly. Right now, where I am in Gretna, conditions are not that bad right now, but we know in the next couple hours we're in for a very rough ride.
Let's talk about the hospitals. I know there's a lot of hospitals at capacity because of COVID patients. What is your biggest concern when it comes to this? Hospitals, of course, have generators and whatnot. Are you worried about flooding? Are you worried about an influx of patients? What's your overall thoughts on that?
We're very concerned. Our community is just so vulnerable. We've been going through this fourth COVID since the middle of July. Our hospitals were at capacity. We were in a crisis situation before Hurricane Ida, to be truthful. The message I can send to our citizens, because, we're in for a long time. This storm is going to be long. People are going to get, cabin fever. We need to give the roads to our first responders. The last thing we need is extra accidents, extra injuries that don't need to happen, and put even more stress on our hospital system. So there's going to be injuries within the storm that our first responders need to respond to, and we need to give them the roads and the access to do that. The last thing we need is just additional injuries, car accidents, things like that people just want to go sightsee. People are tired of being in their home. They want to go out. We're going to have down power lines, down trees, blocking roadways. So I'm stressing to our citizens, if you love our first responders, we have really strong backing for our police and our firefighters here in our community. We got to do our part. We all have to work together. We got to put our best foot forward on very, very difficult circumstances. Let's not have any extra post-storm injuries. In Louisiana, the post-storm injuries are just as dangerous as the storms with the injuries within the storm. We have had people die from improper use of generators. We have had people die from flooding in the streets because they're going out too soon, from trees falling on homes. So we have to minimize the damage on this. We have to be smart. And that is the message to our citizens, is to stay in, let our first responders do their job, and let them assess and rescue, and no more than that.
All right, Cynthia Lee Shang, the Jefferson Parish president, we certainly appreciate you taking time to talk to us. We understand how busy you are today, and we'll check back with you as the storm progresses. We now want to go to the east of there and into Mississippi coastline, where Tevin Wooten has been through the morning hours. And Tevin, talk about the progression through the morning, the water coming up, where we saw 5 feet versus 7 feet, and what you expect as we go through the rest of the storm for the people of Mississippi.
Well, Steph, in terms of that water rise, it's Bay Waveland Yacht Club that saw water rise of about 5.7 feet. The problem is that was that easterly flow earlier this morning. We're still in that easterly flow. Eventually, that will be southerly flow, so the water continues to rise. We really need Ida to release its grip, but Ida not releasing its grip just yet. This is how strong the winds are right now, 41 miles an hour as Ida's eye sits about 100 miles to the west. We're still in the thick of things here in Gulfport, Mississippi.
Okay.
You got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing, things are coming apart all around us.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel and our coverage of Ida. Powerful Category 4 hurricane still moving on shore here in Louisiana. Made its landfall about just over an hour, 2 hours ago in Port Fourchon. But the winds are still coming onshore. So is the rain. So is the storm surge all across the Gulf Coast. We have live team coverage all day, all night long here in the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Paul Godot, live on Canal Street here in New Orleans. And we're about to be done with our shift. We're going to hand it off to Jim Cantore. Good to see you, Jim.
You too, man.
We have a lot more weather to get through, not to mention heavy rain. You're going to take our viewers here and try to get them through the next several hours because we're just now getting the strongest winds.
We have not gotten into the worst of this yet. You're absolutely right, Paul. I mean, if you go down toward Galliano and La Rose, those areas are about to get into this outer eye wall, and all that's coming our way. But we're also on the radar, there's some very heavy rain that is about to come our way. So this will be the true test for the pumps. It's kind of interesting, as we note, we actually see some of those bucket trucks here in New Orleans. So what that says to me is there is a little confidence that this city won't flood, given the rainfall, if they're going to leave those bucket trucks here. So we'll see. And that's what we're going to watch. And obviously, a heck of a lot more wind coming here, buddy.
Yeah, to get over 100. To get those trucks up, we got to get the winds down below tropical storm force. That might not happen until tomorrow.
I mean, it's going to come right down through these buildings. And I mean, there'll be some areas that gust higher, by 2 times just because of the way that it's funneling through those buildings. So that's what we're going to have to watch out for. There's a lot of windows. There's a lot of pieces of debris certainly flying around. So, guys, we will absolutely do our best to bring you coverage as long as cell towers emit. Paul, you take it away, end it away. I'll see you later, buddy. Go into Carl Parker.
All right, Jim, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the latest on the storm now. We just got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center, and the wind is down just slightly, down to 145 miles per hour. Still a very dangerous Category 4 hurricane, now moving a little bit more slowly towards the northwest at 12 miles per hour. I want you to notice here on the infrared satellite imagery how the structure of the storm is still incredibly impressive. Oftentimes when you see a storm make landfall, if there's a well-developed eye, you see that eye begin to fill in. That has absolutely not happened in this case. And it made landfall officially at about noon at Central Time. But when we say landfall, you have to put air quotes there with that because this is where it came in near Port Fourchon. Notice all the wet areas here. These are all intertidal areas. And so functionally, practically, it is still basically over water. And so that's why you've still got this incredibly well-developed eye there that is about ready to come into Homa. It's coming into Galliano right now. Another few minutes, going to be moving into Homa, so exceptionally strong wind is headed your way. There's an extreme wind warning, and that is in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes, and within that area, 115 mile per hour wind can be expected with that inner eye wall and with that secondary eye wall as well. That up to La Place there, just outside of New Orleans, perhaps getting up towards Morgan City as well. We got a report of winds gusting to 97 in Grand Isle, and that was at 1:30. That's the last that we got from that. 98, the most recent report from Galliano here. Again, that eye wall is coming right into Galliano right now. Secondary eye wall coming into Homa, and the secondary eye wall here and these bands that are just outside of that will continue to move up to New Orleans here over the next several hours. We want to go now to John Bell Edwards, Louisiana governor. He's giving a press conference. Let's listen in.
You might be tuning in from, but I can also tell you that we are just getting started. So please listen carefully. Conditions are changing very rapidly, and obviously we have a very dangerous situation on our hands with Hurricane Ida, and we can expect devastating impacts to continue for most of the next 24 hours or so as the hurricane passes through the state. As most of you are probably aware by now, a couple of hours ago, Hurricane Ida made landfall officially at Port Fourchon as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. As predicted by the National Weather Service, this is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times. And as had been projected, Ida rapidly intensified at an unprecedented rate right up until landfall. And the fact of the matter is, an extremely strong Category 4 storm or a Category 5 storm doesn't really make much difference. I think there's, 5 or 6, 7 miles per hour difference between the winds that were measured on Hurricane Ida and a Category 5 storm. By now, if you're in Ida's path and you've not already begun to feel severe weather, we can just about absolutely assure you that you soon will. If you're sheltering in place, please make sure that you're in the most secure place possible in your home, some interior space, and then please make it your business to stay there until the danger passes. And because of the possibility that severe winds will damage your home, it is a good idea to have a mattress nearby that you can use to put over yourself and other family members to protect you from any falling debris. We urge you not to be tempted to go outside, to take a look and start sightseeing, and for goodness sake, don't drive around right now. It just isn't worth it. The same really goes by for the immediate aftermath of the storm after it's passed by, because there will be down power lines, there's going to be standing water, there's going to be debris, other dangers, and quite frankly, we can't tell you yet how soon it will be before first responders are going to be able to respond to calls for assistance. So please don't go out. And the extent to which individuals decide to get out and about will inhibit the flow of first responders and search and rescue assets, high water vehicles, and so forth. So please be patient. Once the storm has passed, you need to be prepared to shelter in place for the first 72 hours. We have every possible resource ready to go to help you. We'll get there sooner than 72 hours, if at all possible, in order to rescue people across the state of Louisiana. But this is the window of time that it may take in order to get first responders to you, depending upon conditions. You should know that the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and currently more than 4,900 guardsmen are out in support of current operations. Just on the search and rescue assets of the National Guard, they're staged across 14 parishes. They have 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist the citizens of Louisiana. There remain 169 wildlife and fishery agents with trucks and boats in the same number in order to do search and rescue. And the most robust search and rescue effort that we have consists of more than 900 individuals making up 21 teams that are represented by 16 different states. And the numbers that I just gave you include the Louisiana State Fire Marshal's Office and their boats. The Department of Transportation has assembled 164 coaches and 20 paratransit vehicles. 185 coaches will be available by tomorrow morning. The Department of Corrections, our prisons have produced more than 34,000 sandbags for communities across South Louisiana. They've also completed the evacuation of 2,500 inmates from 7 local jails, those being Acadia, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Mary, St. Bernard, Vermilion, and Terrebonne parishes. The CPRA continues to monitor gates across the coastal zone. As of a little earlier today, a total of 459 gates out of 692 are closed. That's up 246 since the briefing yesterday. All of our hurricane protection systems have been have been completely closed, and all structures are fully operational at this time. As late as this morning, additional protection measures were being undertaken by levee districts, such as the South Lafourche Levee District. They actually completed sheet pile and sandbagging operations to address low areas ahead of the storm. Based on the hurricane track and the wind, rain, and surge forecast for the remainder of the hurricane, the CPRA is anticipating some overtopping of the southeast portions of the LaRose to Golden Meadow levee system, non-federal back levees around Middle Grove and Alliance in Plaquemines Parish, and non-federal levees in Lower St. Bernard Parish as well. And obviously overtopping is concerning, but I want to make sure that everybody understands overtopping and levee failure are not the same thing. And a levee failure can be much more catastrophic, and so they are not the same thing. Obviously, we're going to continue to monitor this flood protection system. I can tell you right now, we do not anticipate any overtopping of the Mississippi River levees or overtopping of the levees in the hurricane risk reduction system around the greater New Orleans area. Clearly, you've seen the reports, and up until a short while ago, I was able to look at live video feeds. There are very significant storm surge impacts around Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, as well as in Plaquemines Parish near Point Lahash and Braithwaite. CPRA has pre-staged pumps throughout southeast Louisiana and will deploy flood fighting assets to coastal parishes in need of dewatering as soon as it is safe to do so. This is obviously a very fluid situation. It is rapidly changing, and that's why everyone needs to stay abreast by listening to news and following the guidance from your local officials. Really, nobody in southeast Louisiana should be out on the roads, but if travel becomes absolutely necessary after the storm, please proceed with extreme caution. There will be hazards out there that you may experience before any law enforcement or DOTD personnel or anybody else may be able to get to first and warn you about it. This is especially true of debris, downed power lines, and standing water. Please check 511la.org for road closures, and please don't drive through standing water. That's how we lose an awful lot of people after storms. Many parishes are announcing curfews as we speak, so all Louisianans should follow the directives of their local leaders, which are obviously designed to keep us all safe. And the conditions vary by parish, and they have different considerations in mind. And so please honor these curfews and avoid needless risk to your own safety and that of your family. And please, again, keep streets clear for emergency responders. If you have evacuated, don't be tempted tomorrow to return before you know that it is okay for you to do so. Please contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness or monitor any announcements that they have as to whether it is the right time for you to return. The last count that I had shortly before coming over here is we have 1,542 individuals being sheltered across the state. That is in at least 23 different shelters. The vast majority of those are being operated by parishes. Obviously, we expect this number to increase throughout the day and potentially in the days to come as people discover that their homes are no longer habitable. For the latest shelter information, text LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can call 211. Heed the guidance of local officials. Local officials will have the most up-to-date shelter information for a specific area or parish. As we have mentioned several times before, if you lose electricity and you decide to use a generator, it is imperative that you follow the instructions from the manufacturer. Please make sure that generator is well away from your home in a well-ventilated area. It should not be inside, shouldn't be in a garage or a crawl space, under a window or a vent. And on occasion, you'll need to refuel the generator. Please make sure that you allow it to cool off for at least 20 minutes before doing so. In closing, and before I take some questions, there is no doubt that the coming days and weeks are going to be extremely difficult for our state. And many, many people are going to be tested in ways that we can only imagine today. But I can also tell you that as a state, we've never been more prepared. Again, all the models that we've seen from the Army Corps of Engineers and from our own CPRA show that the Hurricane Storm Damage Risk Reduction System will hold and perform as intended. Will it be tested? Yes. But it was built for this moment. I have a tremendous amount of confidence in the team that we've assembled at the state level, all the local officials and first responders and our federal partners. And by the way, I want to thank FEMA Regional Administrator Tony Robinson from coming out of Texas to embed with us here. And I can tell you that a short while ago I had a call with Administrator Criswell of FEMA in Washington, and she is very closely watching what's happening here, coordinating with us, and already has various things en route so that we can employ them just as soon as possible, things like generators and so forth. And so I have a tremendous amount of confidence in our team, all the state and local officials and our federal partners, but I want you to know I also have confidence in the people of Louisiana. They always continue to inspire me with their goodness and their decency and their generosity, and I know that they're going to do everything they can to protect themselves and their families and their neighbors, especially those who may have special needs, maybe they're elderly, so forth. Please make sure that you check on them and stay safe. And I know it may not seem this way right now for many people out there across our state, but there is always light after darkness, and I can assure you we're going to get through this. And I do invite everyone to offer up a prayer for our state, for the people of our state, that we get through this just as soon as possible and in the best possible shape with the least loss of life. You know, property is replaceable. Lives are not. So that is obviously our first order of priority. So I'm going to stop there and take a few questions, and please feel free to direct your questions to any of the people that we have assembled here. And depending on what you ask me, I may ask them to come up and answer the question anyway.
All right, guys, listening to a news conference from Governor John Bel Edwards talking about his state, talking about the preparations, the fact that he spoke with the FEMA administrator. She's obviously monitoring things back from Washington to aid in him. 21 search and rescue teams out. This is not to be the time to roll outside and kind of check things out. More and more power will be lost, in addition to the 255,000 customers at this point that Energy is reporting have lost power in the state of Louisiana. That number's probably gone up since my last check, but we have not gotten the worst of it here in New Orleans, okay? That is all coming our way, even with a storm that's starting to decouple a little bit and starting to wind down. If you're in Baton Rouge, all right, if you're anywhere on the I-10 corridor west of New Orleans, you have not gotten the worst of this yet. That is all coming to the north and west right now, so don't be fooled. So far, guys, you know, the rain that we've had here is going down the drains. We like that, which means the pumps are working. The 96 out of the 99 pumps are working in through here, so that's going to be a long haul. That's going to be something that we're going to have to watch, obviously, as we work our way through the next 24 hours, because The rain forecast is for 10 to 12 inches of rain to fall in this area. So winds are going to get stronger and the rain is going to get heavier. That's the forecast here in New Orleans. New Orleans Parish, about 70,000 customers without power. But here, as far as the eye can see, up canal and down canal, we have power at this point. It's in the best interests. It's in the best interest, obviously, of the city here to protect this area. All the cables, especially in the French Quarter, underground. So that is good news. And of course, since Katrina, all those substations are way above any kind of floodplain near where they are. So a lot of improvements here in New Orleans. All right, guys, again, surge, a big deal, especially as you get out toward Lake Bourne, which has a 26-foot wall to protect the Mississippi, and also Mississippi, that's a big deal, Waveland all the way into Gulfport and Biloxi, and obviously the Florida Panhandle. Let's go to Tevin Wooten, who's in Gulfport. Hey, Tevin.
Yeah, Jim, good afternoon to you. We're here in Gulfport, Mississippi. I want to get the folks of Mississippi an update on a tornado warning right now. This is just north of Diamond Head, Mississippi. So you're talking about areas near Hancock, Harrison, and the Pearl River area. This is a tornado warning until 2:45 Central Time. So we got another about 30 minutes or so until that tornado warning expires. But even after that tornado warning does expire, be on the lookout for more tornado warned storms and brief spin-outs to come along. And part of the reason why we see that is that indentation in the radar. If we could pull that up right now, you can sort of tell how the winds start to want to turn a little bit in direction. These are brief spin-ups with these storms, or these cells that move in onshore from the south, and they work their way towards the north and west, embedded in the outer bands of Hurricane Ida. So again, a tornado warning for the next half an hour for Harrison and areas near the Pearl River, and also portions of Hancock as well. This is right along I-59 and just north of I-10. Tornado warned storms. We actually have a TORCON for today of a 3 for areas in and around southern portions of Mississippi, also for portions of Louisiana as well. And that can happen too when you do get the land interaction and the friction when the northeastern quadrant rather of tropical storms and hurricanes like such. Also coming along too with such that strong forward motion. That's why we see the dirty side of this storm, or at least the strongest side rather of Ida, continue to be on the eastern hand side. Here along portions of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, what does that mean? That means heavy rainfall. That means strong gusty winds like we have right now, with winds near 40 miles an hour, and storm surge. Storm surge continues to be a threat for the folks along portions of the Gulf Coast and right along Beach Boulevard here in southern Mississippi. We have a storm surge warning as we go throughout the course of the day, likely carrying into tomorrow. The next high tide, folks, right around 4 p.m. this afternoon. So we'll watch that water rise start to come back up and inundate portions of U.S. Highway 90, which is closed right now. Let's get inside to storm specialist Carl Parker with more on Ida. Carl.
Well, Tevin, the storm made a second landfall near Galliano, but these landfalls are, practically speaking, still over open water because you've got so much intertidal area here, and you can really see that when you look at the satellite presentation. Look at that eye. I mean, we've seen no degradation in the shape of that eye there. Still an incredibly powerful storm, 145 mile per hour Category 4 storm, and sitting over these, again, areas that are very wet, these marshy areas in southern Louisiana. Extreme wind warning in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes. That's going until 4:30. And so that inner eye wall and then the secondary eye wall are where we're seeing winds gusting over 100 miles per hour at times. In fact, when we go down to Grand Isle here, we had, and look at that, the gauge actually now working, it appears. It was winds gusting to 70 miles per hour, more recently gusting to 97 miles per hour there. And Galliano now gusting to 86 miles per hour. And right now you're seeing the eye wall coming into Galliano, and so that is where the strongest winds are now moving in to that area right now. Let's go over to listen to President Biden talking about the effects of the storm.
National Response Coordination Center, where we have 22 federal interagency partners that have been gathered here since earlier in the week to support the planning efforts and preparedness efforts for Louisiana and Mississippi, as well as any other states that might be impacted by Hurricane Ida. As you know, it did make landfall as a very strong Category 4 hurricane here just a few hours ago, and we are expecting catastrophic impacts from this. I have spoken to both the mayor of New Orleans as well as the governor of Louisiana just a few few hours ago, and we have teams embedded with them so we can respond quickly as soon as we know what the impacts are. We should start to see some of those impacts tonight, but we won't have the real picture until tomorrow, and then we can start moving additional resources in. With that, I'll give it to the President.
Thank you. Well, folks, you've got your hands full, but you've done an incredible job so far in prep for this. Jill and I are just getting back from Dover Air Force Base up in my home state, where we met with the families of 13 fallen heroes in Afghanistan who lost their lives in the service of our country. And while we're praying for the best in Louisiana, let's keep them in our prayers as well. I've just been briefed by FEMA leadership, and we have real leadership, on Hurricane Ida and the preparations for rescue and response. And the storm has made, as you know better than anyone, but I'm speaking to the public at large here, the storm made landfall a few hours ago, and it continues to rage and ravage everything it comes in contact with. And the storm is a life-threatening storm. Governor Edwards, an old friend, has characterized it as one of the strongest hurricanes, the strongest in Louisiana history since 1850. And its devastation is likely to be immense. We shouldn't kid ourselves. And so the most important thing I can say right now is that everyone should listen to the instructions from local and state officials, just how dangerous this is, and take it seriously. It's not just the coast. It's not just New Orleans. It's north as well. The rainfall is expected to be exceedingly high. And to the people of the Gulf Coast, I want you to know that we're praying for the best and planning, prepared for the worst. As soon as the storm passes, we're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery. And I mean that. I've been around for a lot of hurricanes. I'm no expert, but I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom were gathered behind me, many of whom were gathered behind me, we've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed, and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals, 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we've pre-positioned, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly northern part of the state and maybe in parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know there'll be the full resources and support of the federal government. So I want to emphasize again, this is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm. So please, all you folks in Mississippi and in Louisiana, Mississippi, and God knows, maybe even further east, take precautions. Listen, take it seriously, really, very seriously. And, you know, the whole of government effort is ready to get to work. I can't think of any time where the federal, state, and local folks have worked together more closely and in advance of an obvious, significant natural disaster. And folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to help the Gulf region get back on its feet as quickly as possible, as long as it takes. As long as it takes. So thank you, and may God protect those in the path of the storm, and God willing, we'll get through this sooner than later. But don't kid yourself. This is going to take a lot of resources, a little bit of luck, and as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors. And by the way, look out for your neighbors. If you're in the region, look out for your neighbors. So thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner. I really think it all works. I'm not supposed to take any questions, but go ahead.
Mr. President, on Afghanistan.
I'm not going to answer Afghanistan now.
Can you see if there's still an acute
Okay.
risk like this sir?
And that was a press briefing with President Joe Biden giving us an update on the current situation. And the White House, he's in concert. He's in sync with FEMA as well, also getting briefings too. He did say that emergency declarations have been declared in the state of Louisiana and in Mississippi. He urged residents to, even on the eastern hand side of the storm, in Alabama and perhaps Tennessee and Georgia, to also proceed with caution in the days to come as Ida continues to move on through. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are in Gulfport, Mississippi, where things continue to be windy here. Sort of on the drier side of times right now, but the winds have not let down or backed off by any stretch of the imagination. Sustained winds right around 30 to 35 miles an hour, but gusts do pick up between 40 and 50 miles an hour as the afternoon progresses here. Unfortunately, though, we are not done with this. I think folks need to realize that even though we are not getting an eye nor an eye wall of this storm, it is so wide in scope, it is so wide in its breadth and its reach and its touch into portions of southern Mississippi, where we had a tornado-warned storm just about 10 to 15 or so minutes ago. That was north of Diamond Head. That starts to approach the I-59 area here in just a little bit. So for folks in Hancock and Harrison and also near the Pearl River, you need to take shelter. You want to keep in mind that, yes, there's that threat of flooding, but more so you want to run from the water, hide from the wind. To take shelter from these storms that we see right now. Even outside of that, in places like Pascagoula, in Pensacola, in Destin, in Fort Walton Beach, those far-reaching outer bands continue to lash the northern Gulf Coast and portions of northwestern Florida and the Panhandle. So today, if you had beach plans, I'm sorry, it's not happening right now because the winds are so gusty and they are so strong. Behind me is the Mississippi Sound. Speaking of strong, you want to talk about a lot of water where water should not be or not typically is. That's the Mississippi Sound. And notice how everything is moving from the left towards the right. That's all due to that easterly flow. And I know you hear the fire alarm. We are A-OK. We do have shelter right now. I think things are just some wires have been tripped here or there here at our shelter. But anyway, here's the movement of the left towards the right. That's the easterly flow from all the winds from Ida that are feeding into the core of this storm. That's about 100 miles to the west. So that's how much influence from the wind that we get. But as the waves are coming in, they're curling over, and they're really starting to erode at the beach here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So all this stretch of beach remains to be closed. It's been closed since this morning. It'll likely stay closed well into tomorrow, Carl, because now we're starting to get in on the southerly flow as we get into the overnight hours. So we'll have to watch for that rise of water continuing to be the case here in Gulfport, Mississippi. Carl and Dio.
Yeah, that storm really slowing down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. Tevin, thank you. And let's take a look at the satellite picture. The storm made a second landfall near Galliano in southern Louisiana. So 2 landfalls now within the last few hours. The first one at Port Fourchon, second one right about there. But the thing I really want you to notice is the structure of that eye that has actually improved in the last hour or so. So this storm is still an incredibly powerful and well-formed storm. And when you think about the nature of the terrain here in Louisiana, those areas south of that yellow line, that's intertidal area. So it's open water for the most part. And there you see the storm has been passing right over those areas. So it's still drawing energy from warm waters. And that's a big part of why it has not lost very much. Still now a Category 4 with 145-mile-per-hour winds. Here's an extreme wind warning in effect. This means winds of 115 miles per hour are possible with the inner inner eye wall there and with this secondary eye wall as well. That is probably going to pass to the southwest of New Orleans. It's going to come up towards Houma here in short order. Winds now still gusting to 70 miles per hour in Grand Isle, 86 in Galliano, where that inner eye wall has been moving in. And now that secondary eye wall coming up towards Houma, Thibodaux, Des-Allemands, and also Jean Lafitte. Those areas about to get in on some very strong wind. And as this banding comes up towards New Orleans, certainly we're going to be looking at strong wind there as well. As a matter of fact, this is an analysis of the strongest wind there. And so that is the core of the wind, that inner and secondary eye wall. But the hurricane force winds all the way over towards Lafitte here, and that is absolutely going to graze parts of the New Orleans metro area. So that's what we're going to be in for over the next several hours as the storm passes off to the southwest. And then here in pink, you see the tropical storm force winds, a much larger area of tropical storm force winds, and those now is certainly extending up towards that I-10 corridor. Slidell gusting to 39, Gulfport gusting to 40 miles per hour, and New Orleans now gusting to 67. They've had a 76 mile per hour wind gust, and we just expect to see a lot more of that going forward. So here's the model forecast showing you that most dangerous part of the storm there coming past New Orleans, slowly coming up towards Baton Rouge and then up 55, and that slow motion is going to contribute to a huge rainfall and flooding threat. Here you see the model output from Europe model and then also from the American model here. So we're talking about an enormous threat for flooding, Molly, and that will be inside those floodgates there in New Orleans. So the pumps are going to be working overtime with all that rain coming down.
Certainly are, and we're watching these impacts that will eventually extend well inland. So we're not talking about just coastal areas, not just Louisiana. The impacts from this are going to be far-reaching. We're just at the beginning today. So as we get into the later half of this evening, this will still be over Louisiana. You just heard Carl mention this is slowing down. It's going to continue to slow down, and it's going to spend the better part of Monday over Mississippi and then extend over to areas like Tennessee and then eventually into the Northeast, which recently saw impacts from Henri as well as Fred. So the flooding concern becomes larger for Mississippi as we get into Monday, Tuesday, even into Wednesday. We could see 3 to 5 inches of rain, and we could see rain continuing up into areas of Tennessee like Waverly. Certainly do not need any more rain. So the impacts extending well inland. We're also still monitoring the tornado threat. Torcon of 3 today into tonight. We've seen a couple of tornado warnings already, and it's likely that we will see more as Ida continues to move inland.
Milk? It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
While the floodgates are closed, the power outages have started, and the real concern is in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, as Hurricane Ida continues to move slowly inland. Joining us now, Jefferson Parish Sheriff Joseph Lopinto. And Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're very busy right now. We heard that you personally went door to door in Lafitte for people that have decided to ride out this storm just to get their information, where people are staying. What made you decide to do that?
Lafitte's one of our outside the levee protection district areas. That community is, very close to home for all of us. Good fishing community where a lot of people will stay. I mean, most of the houses are raised up on stilts, and even though that flood water will come in at periods of time, that flood water also goes out, and they survive those storms and they stay for a lot of them. And we knew the storm was a little bit different. The wind speeds are obviously a little closer to home. Worried more about that than even the water surge that could come in on them. And so, our job is to kind of manage those risks, right? In this case, we knew the roadway, the mayor made the call to block off the roadway with sandbags and was going to make that call today. So last night, I really wanted to get a good count of who was down there, to be able to have cell phone numbers, be able to contact them, make sure that not only that they're accounted for after the storm, but that we're not looking for people that we know ended up evacuating. So we had a little bit of time, so made sure that I had the extra personnel to be able to go out there and work, knock on the doors, see who was staying, who evacuated, and then gave them numbers to call if they changed their mind first thing this morning, if they left, which we had several of them do. They called our operations center and said, okay, we changed our mind and we're out the door. And that way, after this storm, storm is over with, we know who we're looking for down there, where they were. We're not taking a guesswork of saying, well, we heard 5 people at this house. We know we knocked on their door and 2 people were supposed to stay at that house. And now we're just going to be trying to account for them.
Have you heard from any of the people that stayed behind? I know you mentioned a few left this morning. Have you heard any of the people since? Have they called you? Have they asked for rescue? What's going on the ground there?
So in Lafitte, we had a east wind earlier, which pushed some of the water out, which is actually a good thing. The storm surge, I wouldn't say, had actually reached them yet. Probably a little bit too early for that. It's going to be next, I guess, hour or so. Grand Isle, which is our southernmost border, is obviously taking the brunt of the storm right now in the past hour or so. There have been some different calls for rescue in Grand Isle, but obviously too dangerous to be able to make that happen right now. Grand Isle Police Department is on scene in one of our shelters at that location, and we're going to monitor our calls. I'm monitoring both the calls on our East Bank and West Bank of Jefferson Parish right now, and it doesn't seem horrible, right? I mean, we've got several hundred calls for service still pending. Many of them are non-emergency calls, whether it's alarms going off, that type of stuff. So we don't have a lot of calls for rescue, but we're expecting the bigger part of the storm to hit our more populated areas, a little bit later this afternoon, within a couple hours. So I'm sure it'll pick up a little bit from then.
Well, thank you so much, Jefferson Parish Sheriff Joseph Lopento, for joining us this afternoon. And thank you for taking some time out of your very busy day while we're all dealing with Hurricane Ida. We do want to go to New Orleans right now, where we have Paul Goodlow, who is still out there battling the wind. And it seems like, Paul, that things have really started to get a lot more intense in the short term here in New Orleans.
They have. We're also seeing some damage here on Decatur and Toulouse Street. And you notice behind me, this is part of a roof, and we're trying to figure out which building. Some people are telling us it came from the building kind of off to my left, the Jack's Brewery here. But that's the thing. The wind is really kind of coming in all different directions when you're on the ground, but the prevailing wind is still from the east and northeast, which should mean that this building here is where it probably came from and eventually landed on the street light here. And that's the thing, the winds continue to gust and stay sustained in that tropical storm force. So this is just some of the damage we've already witnessed. In fact, if we can, because it's very difficult to shoot into when the wind is coming. If we go this way, you can even see some trees down, some planters and other pieces of debris in the street as the wind is blowing right down the street along with the rain as well. So that's why we're glad a lot of people are hunkered down or even have left the city, because the winds will only increase. The only bright spot now is the sun is still up, so you can kind of see where buildings have been compromised or debris is around, but that's the concern. Imagine if you're walking by here or even sightseeing and this huge piece of roof, the wind's blowing this way, but most likely came from that direction here. People driving around, unless you're a first responder, or we have seen a lot of local news crews out here, you don't need to be out here. It is too dangerous. We have our head on a swivel is an understatement in terms of how we are trying to be as careful as we can, but we're trying to minimize our risk. We've been through this before, but it is still extremely dangerous, and we still have a lot more of the strongest winds with Ida to get through in a very highly populated area. And later tonight, as night falls, we're still watching this here in New Orleans as well as Baton Rouge. So stay with the Weather Channel. We'll keep you covered throughout the duration of Ida.
Before treating
Continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida here from Canal Street in New Orleans, and it's all about position, right? I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here. And you can see one dumpster, two dumpsters, three dumpsters, four dumpsters moved by this. Some of these are still full, mind you. But also notice some of the bucket trucks that are on the front side of the building, much more protected from the wind out through here. So they're ready to get to it as soon as the situation allows. But unfortunately, we're just getting in now to the outer part of the eye wall, the front eye wall, the outer eye wall. So we're going to have to deal with some of the strongest weather yet to come here in New Orleans. It's also raining a lot harder. And with wind whipping this rain through the buildings, it's accelerating it, and it stings, guys. I'm not going to lie. It absolutely stings. We've got, at last check, about 630,000 customers without power in the state of Louisiana. You heard the conference from Governor John Bel Edwards just a little while ago, just asking everybody to hunker down and stay home. There's some traffic out here, I won't lie, but it's not certainly what we could see or what we've seen before in storms that are a lot weaker. I think people are pretty much taking this pretty serious. We heard from the president, we heard from the governor, we heard from the FEMA administrator as well. So they're all locked into this thing and ready to take action when they can. So look at what happens when the wind, we're not quite into it permanently. So when the winds let up, you can actually stand up on here. But when they start picking up again, they get funneled between these two buildings that I'm at, and it gets a heck of a lot stronger in through here. So we've already had gusts in New Orleans, 62, 68, even unofficial at a Davis weather station, over hurricane force gusts already in the New Orleans area. So power's going to continue to go out as this thing continues to ripple north. I'm amazed at how incredible this looks on satellite and radar. Still looks like it's over the water. It's amazing. So the worst of the weather starting to come into New Orleans. Now you saw Paul's report out of the French Quarter. We've had some damage down there, roof damage. Other than that, as I look up canal, down canal, just one of the lights is flashing yellow here, but I can see lights, I can see power all the way down the streets in through here. So that's good news. That's the situation now, though. Come back in 15 minutes, that may be a whole different story with what we got. So guys, dealing with the wind, certainly very, very strong depending on where you are within the city. And right now where we are, it's pretty bad. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Weather Channel, given the fact that I can't hear anything. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, Jim, I'll take it from here. Yeah, Jim, we're in Gulfport, Mississippi. We too are seeing strong winds. Nowhere near what you guys are getting hammered with right now in New Orleans, Louisiana. We do have gusts near 33 miles an hour right now, the strongest gusts I've seen so far, near about 50 miles an hour. Sustained winds, though, still rocking and rolling between 25 and 30 miles an hour. And we're getting another squall coming through right now, so those gusts will likely get kicked up a little bit more than 40 to 45 miles an hour here over the next several minutes. All this flow is from the east and southeast. Eventually the southerly flow takes hold and we'll see a wind direction shift. And speaking of wind direction shift, every now and then it gets a bit eerie as you get a squall coming through and they start to get a little inflow notch or a little kick as some of the winds start to change directions. And then we have to watch for the potential of water spouts here off the Gulf of Mexico and off the Mississippi Sound behind me. Earlier today, we had a couple of tornado warnings. Both of those have since expired. I have not heard any reports of damage in and around Hancock County and also Harrison County and areas near the Pearl River. So along I-59 is where that tornado warning tracked. Just to the north, my goodness, just to the north of Diamond Head, this might be some of the stronger gusts we've seen from Ida so far. And every once in a while, you do get that brief push, that brief kick of wind coming through. So you really have to brace yourself if you are in something like this. I've seen a couple of folks, they come out with their cell phones, looking around, trying to document it, and I totally get that. But if you do so, please know you need to exercise the utmost caution, the utmost safety too. If at all possible, do it from inside, do it from maybe a window. And another point that I really want to write home, folks, as we walk around yesterday and this morning, we talked to some folks that were residents of Gulfport, but there are a lot of people who have evacuated from New Orleans and areas near the center, or the likely center, what would likely become the center of Ida. They've all come to Gulfport, and I can only imagine what they're thinking right now in terms of seeing some of the stronger impacts here on the eastern hand side of Ida. Strong gusts between 40, 50, maybe even 55 miles an hour. and they go through something like this, Molly, and then all of a sudden, you know, they see what's happening in New Orleans, they see what's happening in Grand Isle, and then they wonder, what does their home look like? What's going to be left of their home or of their community when they go back, Molly? So our hearts go out to all those folks, you know, that are going through this right now, Molly.
Certainly, and we have a long way left to go with Ida. So this is the latest from Storm Tracker Charles Peak in Morgan City, Louisiana. You can see trees already falling, massive trees already falling, and the worst is still yet to come in Morgan City, Louisiana. We'll be right back.
Trilogy.
You got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing, things are coming apart all around us.
Certainly not surprised to see damage, the kind of damage that we're starting to see, especially in the French Quarter and down into other parts of the parishes in southern Louisiana, given some of these winds that have gusted now, especially down toward Grand Island and Port Fourchon, up in the 150 to 170 mile per hour range. I mean, that's exactly what you're going to get from a high in Cat 4. I can't believe how incredible this thing still looks on radar. It's almost like it's still over water, which is unbelievable. We've got, obviously, these trash bins, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, that have been pushed through this street between these 2 hotels, pretty tall buildings in through here. So that's going to obviously increase the wind a little bit, and that's what it's about. I mean, where you are makes all the difference in the world in the kind of windfall that we're going to get through here, and obviously the damage too. And this wind in places, especially in the French Quarter between 2 of the taller buildings, could easily accelerate and push up roofs and obviously cause some damage through here. Guys, traffic lights are still working. I can still see lights all the way up and down Canal Street. That's not the case throughout the state. I just got a message from a friend of mine, 360,000 plus customers without power here in the state of Louisiana. So obviously that number is going to go up. With as big as this thing is and the sprawling wind field only expanding inland, you're going to see more power outages than obviously people coming back online. And one of the things about the French Quarter is after Katrina, they put all that power underground, okay? They put the substations up high. So, you know, they prepared for another big storm like this. So a true test, obviously, of the pumps, of the risk protection system in the multi-billion-dollar range, and obviously, you know, electricity, because getting the French Quarter back up makes all the difference in the world, obviously, in how you fund the city of Louisiana. So it's of obviously economic interest to do that. But for those, of course, watching the water, that's just as inundated places like Grand Island and southern Louisiana, where after years and years of hurricanes, we don't have those beautiful, you know, swamp areas to protect us like we used to have. We've lost so many thousands of acres down there, and when you lose that, you lose the ability to crank down this hurricane, which frankly I don't know if it would have anyway, given the fact that it was ramping up overnight. That was incredible just to see that. Either way, Governor John Bel Edwards is on top of it. You heard the president a little while ago. He's on top of it. The FEMA administrator, they're all on top of it, ready to move in. And look at this. We've even got bucket trucks parked here in the downtown area. So that tells me there's a pretty high confidence that they're not really worried about flooding. I'm watching the water come around. I got to get out of this wind tunnel for a second. Come around the street, and it's going down the drains. So it's taking it. It's taking it, all right? And that's a good thing. That's what we want. This is the heaviest rain that we're going to deal with, and certainly some of the heaviest wind thus far within this storm. Woo! All right, Carl Parker, you see what's happening here, buddy? It's only going to get stronger before it gets better. Let's go back to you. And again, Carl, I'm gonna throw it to you with what I said. It's kind of amazing how good this thing looks. from a presentation standpoint, it's like it never left the water.
Yeah, well, in a sense, it didn't leave the water because it's over those intertidal areas, and that is referred to by researchers as the brown ocean, basically. So what we're looking at now is a 140-mile-per-hour Category 4 storm. It continues to slow down. That is really, really important, moving northwest at 11 miles per hour, and that means that's going to drag out these impacts for the rest of the night in southeastern Louisiana, even into tomorrow morning. This is what Jim's talking about, and so, you know, this southern part of Louisiana here, most of that is intertidal area, so you've got basically water-covered land through this area, and there's not a lot of actual land there, and that's a big part of why this thing is still incredibly well formed. Look at the structure of that eye. This is still an unbelievably dangerous storm here. Now, there is an extreme wind warning in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes. Looking at the inner eye wall right there, the secondary eye wall right there, both of those features very, very dangerous, and some of that strongest wind has been coming through Grand Isle, where winds were extremely strong earlier, now still gusting to 94 in Galliano. And look at some of these reports. Leeville got a report of winds gusting to 153 miles per hour. Duloc gusting to 138 miles per hour. It's been a really intense wind, and that secondary eye wall coming through Houma right now, coming up towards Thibodaux and Des Allemands as well. John Lafitte getting in on some of that stronger wind, and just a little outside of that in New Orleans, but where you've got this weather coming in, we are absolutely going to be looking at hurricane force winds. That is only going to step up over the next several hours. There's a live look at Houma, and you see the winds continuing to just go and go and go here, and easily hurricane force, and it's going to be that way for quite some time to come. We look at the area of strong winds, again, that core of winds associated with the inner and secondary eye walls, but the hurricane force winds extending well out from that, and that is what is going to come up and through New Orleans through this evening. Winds gusting now to 72 at Lakefront Airport in New Orleans, and we expect to see a lot more of that over the next several hours. So here is the forecast for the winds. You notice the winds still gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, 75 to 90 miles per hour as we go into late afternoon. Later tonight, winds still gusting to near hurricane force in New Orleans. So it's a prolonged period of very strong winds there in New Orleans, and really stepping up in Baton Rouge. The core of the storm is going to come very close to, if not right over Baton Rouge. So you could be in for quite a bit of strong wind and wind damage and power outages tonight. And then, as I mentioned, even into tomorrow morning, we are still looking at strong winds here, 40 to 50 miles per hour into southeastern Louisiana. Just a terrific amount of wind, and it's going to go on for such a long period of time. And with that onshore flow, we've seen significant water level rises, still at 6.4 feet at Shell Beach. And take a look at Laplace. This is on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. This is before that surge came in, and this is after the surge came in. And so this is the type of thing that we've been looking at over and over again. And it's not just water coming from the Gulf and from the lakes. And there, by the way, is a live look at Laplace. It's also a terrific amount of heavy rain, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on the pumps there in New Orleans over the next several hours here. There you see the flash flood threat going through tomorrow morning, and it's very likely there from New Orleans and on northward. This is the total amount of rain that we're talking about, and looking at 8 to 9 inches of rain there in New Orleans and surrounding areas on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, but it could be a lot more than that in some spots. Entirely possible that we get over a foot of rain in some of these areas. Let's go to Paul Goodloe now. He's been reporting on the storm in New Orleans. And Paul, seeing some structural damage there in downtown New Orleans.
Yeah, we're seeing some damage here in the French Quarter, Carl. You can see part of a roof has fallen off a building and kind of blocked this part of Toulouse Street where it meets Decatur Street here. And we're thinking the actual part of that roof came from the building to my left. And the prevailing wind right now it looks like it's coming right down the street. It is. I'm feeling this, but overall, it's coming from the northeast in this direction. Off to my left is actually the Mississippi River on the other side of these buildings here. And I walked up there, took some video, put it on Twitter. There's white caps, waves and white caps on the Mississippi because of the winds blowing in. And right here, this is Perils and Cafe Beignet. Part of this window here is been blown in a little bit. They do have some railings trying to prevent it from coming in farther, but I don't know whether this is glass or plastic. The bottom line is that's the wind. That's the duration of the wind up against this building here, finding its weak point and opening up not only that, but also down the street I'm seeing another door here next to this CVS or Jackson's, not quite sure, but that's the concern. You could be between buildings and the wind will find a way to find its weakest point. And wherever that roof came from, there's other parts of insulation, all types of debris being strewn about this part of Decatur Street here, and it continues. We drove.
All right, and so what we've got right now is a storm that continues to be very, very dangerous. 140-mile-per-hour storm, a Category 4 hurricane moving northwest at 11 miles per hour and now 20 miles to the southeast of Houma in Louisiana. It is remarkable what we are seeing on the satellite presentation here. The storm is still very, very well formed, coming over very wet areas of Louisiana. And let's go now to Tevin Wooten. He's been reporting on conditions in southern Mississippi on the coast there in Gulfport. And Tevin, winds have been very strong, even well away from that core. You're a good, 80, 90 miles away from where the strongest wind is, and still it's really going there.
Yeah, Carl, and that's what folks need to realize. Ida and tropical entities and hurricanes are machines, and they are machines that have a far-reaching impact about even 100 miles to the east of the center of the storm. Here in Gulfport, Mississippi, not only are we seeing those heavy rainfall rates start to pick up, 1/4 of an inch per hour to 1/2 an inch per hour. That's already caused some ponding on the roadways at the very least. But these machines produce winds. Wind gusts near 50 miles an hour. That continues to be the case. And the flow is out of the east-southeast because we are on the right-hand side of Ida here. So all of this is going that way, folks, and this is really feeding into the center of Ida. I want to take you into the Mississippi Sound because this too is being churned up by some of the winds from Ida, and you can really start to tell how the waves are white-capping now. And I know you may think, well, hey, that's the Mississippi Sound that feeds into the Gulf of Mexico. You think that's a normal sight, but I will tell you, all of the beach along the boulevard here in Gulfport, Mississippi has been covered and encased by water. And some of that water in some cases is starting to spill over onto US Highway 90. In fact, earlier this morning, as we were making our way through, we noticed that the water was covering the roadway just about a mile to my left here. And so we had to turn around and find an alternate route. So for the folks that are getting out, they're like, hey, let me just drive to the store. Now is not the time to do that. Every once in a while, you do get a break in the wind. You do get a break in some of the rainfall. You may want to go check on your neighbor. You want to go check on a relative. That's okay to do. We are encouraging you to make a phone call or maybe even text them to find out how they're doing, because right now the roadways are too dangerous to get out on at this present moment. And that'll be the case, Jim. That will hold as we get into tonight and even into Monday morning. All right, let's go to New Orleans now, Jim. What are you seeing? What are you feeling? How's it going there, man?
Yeah, Tevin, I think it's going to be really interesting to watch your shot because, once the storm gets inland, even as it, eventually winds down, okay, we're going to see those rain bands still sticking out over the Gulf of Mexico. So, one of those north-south bands sitting over one area is absolutely got to be watched for flooding, and that may be well east of the center. All right, again, we're standing in front of the Creole House here on Canal. Look at this. Calm, I can talk to you, I can hear myself think. I want you to see what happens when you stand between two buildings, all right? You walk out here, and the winds are gusting a lot stronger, especially when we get some of the stronger winds that start to transport down with the center of circulation. So it's a big difference. You can see the dumpster, and that's one of 4, by the way, that was brought out here. There's one. You can see one that made its way all the way across the street, and that's because of this accelerated wind. It's called the Venturi effect. So think about it. You got a mass of air that has a much smaller area to go through. So how is it going to do that? Well, first of all, it's going to do it by beating me up, but it's got to accelerate through the building. And that's why the wind is so much stronger in through here. So this is much more representative of walking through some of the buildings than being protected by them on the north side. Another thing, too, I think it's interesting, these buckets sitting here in the downtown area, they don't seem to be too concerned about the flood. That's great news. We're watching the water go down the drains. That's a good thing. It's not piling up. So the pumps, the 96 and the 99 that are working, taking care of this water, at least where we are here. Okay, so obviously some great news in through there. Again, guys, we're just starting now to get into the worst of this here in New Orleans. And we've already had gusts, not even between the buildings. These are hurricane force gusts, but in other places, without having the Venturi effect going on, all right? We understand that there's a barge ferry that's broken loose at Chalmette, and that is actually flowing north on the Mississippi River. No telling where that's going to wind up. And of course, the flooding and the kind of damage that you get with a very strong Category 4 hurricane. All right, Molly, I think it's safe to say if I did have hair, this would be a pretty bad hair day. Back to you in the studio.
It certainly would. Well, thank you, Jim, and please stay safe. We want to get you to a brand new tornado warning. This is issued by the National Weather Service in New Orleans, but this is for very far southern Mississippi. Now, they did have a special marine warning on this statement out as this was moving over water. So seems to be that they've been watching this for a while, potentially a water spout that has now moved its way inland. This is passing over the I-10 corridor right now. If we do have some rotation, it would be on top of I-10 right now. So this is for Hancock County until 3:30 local time. This is moving to the northwest at 50 miles an hour. So this is moving very quickly. Typically when we see these tropical spin-ups, they happen very quickly. They move very quickly, and they are almost always wrapped in rain. So this is pushing towards the Santa Rosa area by 3:27. And if it holds together, Picayune at 3:35 local time. So stay right here with the Weather Channel. We've got our team of veteran meteorologists throughout Hurricane Ida. You can see them stretched out across Louisiana as well as Mississippi. We've got more as Hurricane Ida continues to slowly work its way inland. Coming up.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You're looking at pictures of the Mississippi River, and yes, those are whitecaps on the Mississippi River. And that's just off to my left there. I shot that about 20 minutes ago as we came down here to survey some damage in the French Quarter, and that's a concern. The winds from the northeast, tropical storm force, gusting at times over 70 miles per hour, getting close to hurricane force winds here, not only whipping the rain, but whipping up the Mississippi River here. That's on one side of New Orleans. On the north side, well, we have Lake Pontchartrain. So imagine what those winds are doing to a much bigger body of water there. We saw pictures earlier of huge waves on that, and the winds are also pushing that and causing a storm surge in areas along and adjacent to Lake Pontchartrain. Welcome back to the Weather Channel and our continuing coverage of tracking Hurricane Ida. I'm meteorologist Paul Garneau in the French Quarter. And we're getting battered by stronger and stronger winds. Ida's made landfall at Port Fouchard a couple of hours ago, but we're still seeing winds increase here in New Orleans. And this is just some of the damage we're already seeing. We're probably going to see a lot more. That's part of a roof of the building to my left here, which was a victim of some of these strong gusty winds, and the winds are only increasing. So seeing a piece of a roof like that peeled off, like you're kind of peeling away maybe a little clementine orange there, that means we're seeing water damage into this, whatever building that roof came from. And also, I walked down this street, parts of these doors from Cafe Pignon and also Perils, that's also being blown in by the wind, also blowing in the water. So water damage, and this is long before we have the rainfall flooding, as the rain has intensified. Looking at the radar, we're seeing more of the yellows and oranges on the radar. Those are more intense bands of rain. Those are rotating into New Orleans, and that's going to be the majority of where our flooding is coming from, because this city has to physically pump the water up and out a half inch an hour. That's all they can handle, and we're going to be dealing with rainfall rates much greater than that for, I want to say, Molly, amazingly, maybe 24 hours. That's the incredible duration that we have to go through, not only the wind, but also the rain with this. Some models are saying maybe 9, 10 plus inches of rain, and that is going to cause portions of this city to have some significant flood damage from that. Molly?
Well, certainly within the realm of possibility there. And as we watch Ida continue to slow down, we will watch the rainfall amounts continue to pile up. And we want to talk about what's going to happen even farther inland as Ida continues to work its way to the north, and then eventually see this long trek that it's going to take over areas like Tennessee, eventually up into the northeast, which just started to dry out from our past systems of Henri as well as Fred. The motion of this is going to slow down significantly. So spending the better part of today over Louisiana, even the first part of tomorrow morning. It's going to spend the better part of Monday over the state of Mississippi, and that's where our flash flooding concerns will move for tomorrow. Many areas that really just don't need any more rain. You just heard Paul talking about this, where we're expecting likely to see flash flooding in the city of New Orleans, even up into Baton Rouge, where you're 20 plus inches above average for the entire year. It's not just the rain, it's also the tropical tornadoes that we're watching. We've seen a couple of warnings already today. There is a Torcon of 3. Anytime you have a landfalling system, the threat for tornadoes is there. They spin up quickly, and likely you won't have a lot of time to prepare for them. So just keep that in mind. Here's the flash flooding potential as we head tomorrow into Tuesday morning. It includes areas, most of Mississippi, even stretching into Alabama. The Torcon is over the same areas, a lot of the same areas tomorrow. And what we've seen with past systems just already this year, as we can see that tornado threat extend well inland for multiple days. And I would expect to see that continue with a powerful storm like Ida. Likely to see flash flooding as we get into Tuesday into Wednesday. I do want to note this just outside of Nashville, where they're continuing to recover from the Waverly flooding. Likely could see some rain continuing in that area, as well as Ida will work its way inland and then eventually up into the northeast. Well, we do want to get to meteorologist Tevin Wooten right now. He is in Gulfport, Mississippi, where Tevin, it sounds pretty loud in your live shot. I think you described it as a freight train on Twitter.
Yeah. This is just like a freight train. I mean, you can hear the roar as those gusts start to pick up. 40, 50, 60 mile an hour gusts, and that's here in Gulfport, Mississippi. We're about 100 miles to the east of the core of Ida, and we are still feeling significant impacts here. Of course, our hearts, our prayers, and our thoughts are with all those folks going through the worst of it right now in southern Louisiana, perhaps in Grand Isle, and also areas in and around New Orleans as well. What we're experiencing here in Gulfport, Mississippi, still significant winds between 40 and 50 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, and right now the Mississippi Sound and the Gulf of Mexico, it is churning up as well. We will continue to be with you throughout the entire duration of this storm. I'm here in Gulfport. We have crews in Morgan City and in New Orleans. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Here's my new...
And our continuing coverage of the very dangerous Hurricane Ida, still coming ashore, looking incredibly formidable from a satellite radar presentation. This thing is still cranking, especially here on parts of Canal Street where the wind is absolutely howling. It's kind of interesting. Some of these guys behind me, they're linemen. They're ready to go and sprint into action and get out and restore your power, but they're obviously just blowing off a little steam right now. Guys got a pretty good flex. All right, I want to show you what kind of wind we got here in this area coming around the corner. It's pretty strong. Remember I told you last time We're standing between two buildings, so we're seeing the wind accelerate a little bit, and it's hammering. All right, so think about being on the top of some of these buildings where there's nothing to block it at all. There's 58, 63. So coming in here with the protection of the building. We're down to 20, 10, and even less. So big difference, guys, obviously, in where you position yourself. But it's the kind of winds like this with the Venturi effect that we've been talking about that get to cause the damage. And we've certainly seen that. Paul Gilla's been reporting in the French Quarter with some of the roof damage that we've seen down and through there. We've had winds gusting to hurricane force here in New Orleans. And it's not just between two buildings. All right, out toward the airport, some personal weather stations and Davis weather stations, which are very representative of true data that have gusted that strong. You can see what the wind's done, though, through these buildings. It's actually pushed dumpsters. Some of these were half full, still have some trash in them. But when you get out here, it's just a whole different world, certainly, of what we're dealing with. So, guys, be careful. We're just starting to see that kind of outer eye wall come in through New Orleans. Now we got a long way to go. Power up as far as the eye can see. You can see some of the street lights behind me here that are still displaying the power. So that is at least some good news. Big difference between when Katrina came through here, obviously 16 years ago to the date, eerily enough, and when we had a lot of exposure, both from the levee and the risk reduction and also the electric grid. They've taken care of a lot of that since then. And this is obviously the biggest test that New Orleans has undergone. We're not in the woods yet. We haven't dealt with the worst of this. We will over the next several hours into here, and many more of you will lose power. Right now, currently, about 675,000 customers without power in Louisiana alone. All right, Carl Parker, let's talk about this, where this eye wall is in places like Houma, in places like La Rose. What kind of readings are we getting pressure-wise? And wind? Is this thing winding down at all?
Sorry, Jim, I didn't hear that last part of the question, but I'll tell you the winds are still howling there. We're still getting winds gusting over 80 miles per hour in Galliano, and now that secondary eye wall pushing more to the north. Category 4 storm, 140 mile per hour winds. This thing made landfall technically, but it's been moving through very wet areas, intertidal areas in southern Louisiana. And you look at the structure on satellite, I mean, it really hasn't lost a thing here. This is still an incredibly powerful storm that is coming up through this region. Extreme wind warning in effect for possible 115 mile per hour winds with the inner eye wall and with the secondary eye wall, the outer bounds of which are now beginning to approach New Orleans. I'll show you that in a second. Grand Isle still seeing winds to 68 miles per hour. Galliano, as I mentioned, 81 miles per hour. Look at these reports. Leeville, a wind gust to 153 miles per hour, and Duloc, a gust to 138 miles per hour. Incredible wind with this storm. And as we look at what's going on farther north, that secondary eye wall now coming into Des Allemands and Thibodaux as well, Jean Lafitte. Even though the center of the storm is working more to the northwest, this sort of secondary eye wall here has been expanding out to the northeast, which is not a surprise. It's not a surprise to see that wind field expand after landfall. And so as that starts to come into New Orleans, for as strong as the winds are right now, I think they're going to get even stronger with that band as it moves off to the north. So hurricane force winds going on for several hours there in New Orleans. Here you see the winds gusting to 71 miles per hour at the lakefront and gusting to 38 miles per hour in Slidell. So here's the model forecast. I want you to notice how this area of strong winds associated with the core of the storm is just sitting over New Orleans and surrounding areas well into this evening. Finally starts to move out overnight tonight and then moves up into southern Mississippi. Very strong winds on the way there. Baton Rouge, you could be in for one heck of a windstorm going forward. And in fact, widespread power outages are expected from New Orleans all the way up into Baton Rouge. And stay with our Weather Channel team of veteran meteorologists throughout Hurricane Ida. We'll have continuing coverage through the night tonight. We've got live teams spread out all across the Gulf Coast, and you can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel, Roku, and Fire Stick.
With fact, no other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Guys, our continuing coverage of come either here in downtown New Orleans off Canal Street. City just outside the Marriott here in the wind tunnel, and it's cranking. All right, it's absolutely cranking in through here. Winds on my anemometer, I've had 65 to 70 miles per hour. You go back onto the other side of the building, it's not as high. Carl was mentioning earlier some of these wind gusts too. 130, 166, 156. I mean, these are bona fide, strong upper end Cat 4 wind gusts in through here. And if you look at the radar presentation of this, it still looks good. So for New Orleans, at least on Canal Street, we got power. But that's not the case for about 675,000 customers without power now. Not surprising as all of this continues to lift onto the north, all right? Big wind, big water coming in. I see water. This is what I'm watching. I'm watching the water obviously being blown around the corner, but also going down the drain. Wow, okay, that's a first. All right. Water is coming around and going down the drain, and as it does, that just tells me the pumps are taking care of things, and that's good. 96, if you remember yesterday when we were talking to them, 96 to 99 pumps are presently working, so obviously great news there. This is obviously the biggest test for this risk reduction system, and getting rid of this water, we'll see how the power holds out. We'll see how the power holds out down there. What they're asking people to do is actually not use as much power at homes, so that allows these stations to get maximum power. Because trust me, they're trying to help you. They're trying to get this water out of here as quick as they can, especially with a forecast of 8 to 10 inches. All right, guys, we'll keep you posted here from downtown New Orleans. Again, just starting to get into that outer eye wall. We got a long few hours ahead of us. All right, let's go a little outside the wind here for a change. But the water just as dangerous. Tevin Wooten, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, Jim, we'll give you a break here real quick. Let's, before we talk about Gulfport, Mississippi, let's go in between New Orleans and Gulfport. Let's get to LaPlace, Louisiana. I want to show you guys what it looks like there in terms of some of the storm surge here. This is on the west-hand side of Lake Pontchartrain. Again, you can see all of that water from Lake Pontchartrain pushing in with that easterly flow. We've really been talking about the key components in terms of wind direction, location, and proximity to the center of a storm. So we're getting all that water from Pontchartrain working its way east to west, and things are starting to pile up rather quickly in LaPlace, Louisiana, and things just really start to look like water takes over. And that's the thing with water. It is a force, and it will come in, and in some cases, it comes in in a matter of seconds to minutes to hours here. So you don't always have long to evacuate to get away from the water. We always say run from the water, hide from the wind, meaning run, get as far inland as you can away from the water, and then the wind takes hold and you have to hide from that. If you get into a tornado warning, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and you want to make sure you are in a sturdy shelter. That doesn't just go for this hurricane, that also goes for tornado warnings as well. Now back here in Gulfport, Mississippi, in that Bay Waveland Yacht Club, the water's starting to add up there too. Water levels right now between 5.5 and about 6 feet. That's wavered here or there over the past 3 to 4 hours because of the tide. And tide is also another key component for those that live along the coast. The tide, we're actually approaching low tide right now. That's closer to 4 o'clock this afternoon. But we do have another high tide tomorrow morning, right around 4 o'clock in the morning. So from Bay St. Louis all the way to Ocean Springs, you really need to be careful if you live along the coast. Here's the Mississippi Sound right there. That water's starting to pile up, but not only is it piling up, it's going from the east towards the west too in this easterly flow. And I want you to note how those waves are white capping over. That is not a regular occurrence. Usually that water is much more calm. It is a sound. And ever so often you see those waves crash. That's not a seawall, folks. That's water on top of the beach. It's crashing into a sidewalk there, and that water is starting to spill over onto Highway 90 here. So we will have to watch this extremely closely. You don't really see too many cars coming through here. I actually think first responders are on both sides monitoring it should the water start to spill over a little bit more. And let's go west now to Paul Goodlow. He joins us live from New Orleans, Louisiana. Paul, you guys are getting rocked right now with some of the strongest winds. What are you guys seeing?
Right now we're seeing white caps, just like you are, Tevin, except we're seeing white caps on the Mississippi River. I can't even look this direction. The rain is coming vertically here, horizontally, and this is from the northeast. That's the winds are coming in here. Sustained winds at over 50 miles per hour from time to time, gusting now closer to hurricane force winds. And look what it's doing to the Mississippi. We're seeing waves kind of lash up against this levee that we're standing on here. And yeah, that's the relentless winds and rain coming down. The rain has intensified as of late, and that's going to start really challenging the pumping system we have here, let alone the levees will be tested for sure. It's a risk reduction system here since they built the last 16 years since Katrina, and it's going to be tested for sure. But they do believe it's going to hold up. But the other concern is just testing all the pumps dealing with all this heavy rain, because we have hours and hours to go of the wind and the rain here as Hurricane Ida continues to move past New Orleans. More coverage coming up.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Guys, here we go. Some of this outer eye wall starting to come into New Orleans now. Big wind, not just here, but also down the street, down canal. You can see much heavier rain coming on down. The other thing, too, I've noticed is just kind of standing in a position where you're not so wind blown like we are here between the two buildings. You can hear it whistling up high. So it's cranking, all right? We're probably gusting here 65, 70 miles an hour. That's what I got on my anemometer that you step in front of the building. And it's a lot lighter. I want to correct something I said before about the power outages. It's not 675, it was 394. So I misread that. I just wanted to correct it in Louisiana. That's not to say we couldn't have 675,000 customers without power before the day is done. As a matter of fact, two state totals certainly could easily top 1 million with the kind of wind field that we have in through here, and the fact that this continues to now slowly move toward the north. And I want to talk to Carl Parker, not right now, but in a little while here, because if you look at the radar, this thing is either just about to make a different turn or a different angle, or it's slowing down. I mean, to a crawl. So that means heavy rain, lots of wind for hours and hours, and obviously the continual battering like we have here in the city of New Orleans. All right, Paul Goodlew's been out in the Bridgewater. He's been out on the Riverwalk. We've seen him, certainly shows us different sides of everything. Paul, what are you seeing, in terms of the Mississippi? Yesterday, it's amazing. I saw your shot. That water is so much higher than it was yesterday, but it's obviously a no fear of overtopping the levee, right?
No fear of overtopping levees, Jim, but what I'm seeing is a lack of visibility here. If you try to look over there earlier, I could see the other side of the river, but the rain has intensified, but you still see the white caps blowing in because of all the strong northeast winds, sucking at times gusting 60, 70 miles per hour sustained in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range. You can even see what it's doing to the trees behind me. I mean, these trees are being whipped, and unlike there across Canal Street where some of the buildings might accelerate the wind, we're just out here in the open. This is just the wind blowing with Ida here and coming unabated right across the river and doing a number on those trees. We were broadcasting live from this area just yesterday. And these winds are really whipping these trees. Some perhaps might need to be uprighted after all this ends, but this wind event and the rain event isn't ending anytime soon. We do hope that later on tonight we'll start seeing the wind start to tail down, but the concern is these rain bands as well. And in those heavier rain bands, typically we have the stronger wind gusts as well. And these tropical raindrops are tiny and they do sting when they hit your skin. It's pretty brutal out here. But we also moved off the street because we didn't know what other parts of buildings